Get off the platform, kid. 3,000 people said that at roughly the same moment, which is genuinely impressive coordination for a crowd that had never once looked at me before. Somebody near the back added, "You're delaying the auspicious hour," like the sky ran on a timetable and I was the reason it was late. I kept my hand in the air anyway. Up on the stage stood the 4 best disciples the Hongmeng Holy Land had left, and the entire sect had turned out to watch them be handed the future. A sword-carrying boy with a 100-year-old servant standing behind him like furniture. A little girl sitting on something with too many teeth. A young master with a folding fan and a maid glued to his elbow. And a princess from the War dynasty who looked at the crowd the way you look at weather. 4 king bodies, 4 backgrounds you could hang on a wall, and 1 job opening, saint candidate. The only real job the sect had. Then there was me. Outer sect robes, dirt under the nails from a year of planting medicinal herbs, which was the entire resume I had brought. "Young man, you haven't even entered cultivation," the outer sect elder said. He didn't say it cruelly. He said it the way you'd tell a dog it can't drive. You cannot compete. "If I reach chi refining," I said, "can I compete?" That's when the laughing started. And it started with a guy I knew. Same intake year as me, same herb garden, same aching back. He turned around so the whole square could see his face while he did it. "We joined together and cultivated for a year," he announced. "I'm at chi refining level 3. You haven't scratched the surface. And you want to be a saint?" Great. Love that for me. "The selection of saints is sacred," someone else shouted. "It isn't a place for you to make trouble." "Get off! Get out of the sect yourself!" 3,000 voices, all pointing the same direction. All at me. If the elder hadn't been standing there, I think they'd have physically thrown me off the stage, and I think some of them would have enjoyed it. The 4 prodigies didn't even bother shouting. The young master just looked down his nose and said, "You ants dare stand with us?" I didn't answer any of them. I kept my eyes on the elder, because he was the only person in that square whose opinion could actually change my life, and I was waiting to see what he'd do with it. He raised his sleeve to sweep me off the platform. Then he stopped, went very still, the way people do when a voice arrives inside their skull instead of through the air. He looked at me for a long moment, and something in his face rearranged. "Very well," he said. "Surpass the cultivation of these 4 prodigies, and the seat is yours." The square went quiet, then broke into laughter again, louder this time, because to them he'd just found a politer way to say no. Even the 4 on the stage smiled. What was I going to do? Out-cultivate a king body in front of everyone? On a Tuesday? Yes, that was exactly what I was going to do. Because a year earlier, I had been in bed with a phone in my hands, streaming a game, 5 kills into a run, and feeling immortal. Then the wiring in my apartment made an executive decision about my life expectancy, and I woke up in a herb boy's body in a world where people crack mountains with their fists. What came with me was a system. What the system wanted, before it would say a single word to me, was 10,000 medicinal herbs planted and grown by hand. 10,000. I had finished the last one that morning. It had taken me a year, and I had the shoulders to prove it. The system had paid out exactly 2 things for that year, a physique cleanse and 1 unused reward sitting in my inventory like a loaded gun. I called it spiritual chi infusion. The air over Hongmeng's plaza went wrong. That's the only honest way to put it. A vortex opened above my head, not a breeze, not a shimmer, an actual spinning column of spiritual energy so dense you could see the edges of it, and then it came down on me like someone had upended a lake. Chi refining, level 1. Every disciple in the front row took a step back. Level 2. Level 3. The elder's mouth opened. Level 5. Somewhere behind me, a man said, "That's not possible," in the flat voice of someone whose brain has stopped accepting deliveries. My dantian filled and compressed and filled again, over and over, faster than I could think about it, and the strange thing was how little it hurt. Flawless physique. The cleanse pills had scrubbed me down to a mortal body with nothing wrong with it anywhere, and it turned out that a body with nothing wrong with it drinks spiritual energy like a man who's been walking in a desert. Level 7. 9 levels in a row, someone whispered. In a few breaths. Level 9. The vortex should have stopped there. 9 is the top. 9 is where the ladder ends, and you wait, sometimes for years, for the next ladder to be delivered. The vortex did not stop. It got heavier, and it got quieter, and then a pressure came off me that flattened the loose gravel around the platform and punched a hole clean through the trunk of an old tree at the foot of the mountain. Not a crack, a hole. That isn't chi refining anymore. He's advanced to foundation establishment. No, he's still in chi refining. That aura. And then somebody screamed the word, and the whole square heard it, and the whole square stopped breathing at once. Supreme extremity. Here's what that means, and I only knew because the system told me while it was happening, so I got to enjoy it in real time like everyone else. Every realm has 9 levels. 9 is the peak, but peak isn't the same as limit. Above the 9th, there's a step almost nobody in history has ever managed to put a foot on, because it has nothing to do with effort. You can grind for 400 years and never touch it. It's a talent gate, and it's closed. Last person in Hongmeng to open it was the sitting Holy Lord. I stood there with my hands at my sides and light coming off me, and 3,000 people looking at the ground so they wouldn't have to look at me. It's a very specific feeling, watching a crowd's opinion of you invert in about 4 seconds. I recommend it. Somewhere in that square was the herb garden guy who denounced my name to everybody, and I sincerely hope he was enjoying his level 3. Elder, I said, am I a saint candidate now? He'd said it out loud, in front of everyone. There was no road back. I hereby declare, he said slowly, that Li Xuan is a candidate for saint. Ding. Mission complete. Become a candidate for saint. Reward. 1 medicinal pill gift pack. New mission. Crush the king body prodigy. I hadn't even had time to be smug about the first thing before the system told me about the fight I hadn't been told I was having. That's the thing about that system, by the way, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to catch on. It never issued a mission about something that might happen. It issued missions about things that were already on their way. The gift pack opened while the square was still murmuring. 1 enlightenment pill puts you into a state of epiphany once. 1 sword intent pill grants a supreme sword intent. And 999 chi refining pills with the following official system description. Useless to the host. Eat them like candy. Look, I'm not proud of it, but I did read that twice. Elder! The young master with the fan had stepped forward, and his voice had gone thin and cold. We earned our way here through the outer sect trials. The saint's seat cannot simply be handed away. His talent may be exceptional, but talent is not combat. If I defeat him, the seat should pass to me. The other 3 nodded. Of course they did. Not one of them thought of it as unfair. They thought of it as correcting a clerical error. The elder's eyes went blank for half a second, that voice in the skull again, and then he waved a hand and cleared the platform of everybody except me and the fan. My name is Zhou Kai, he said, and behind him the air filled with mountains and rivers that weren't there. Awakened bloodline of the Wang family. The Ling Wang body. The phantom rose up behind him 3 zhang tall, and even I could feel the weight of it, and I'd been a cultivator for about 90 seconds. Judging by your talent, Zhou Kai said, tipping his chin up, if you kneel now, I'll take you as my follower. In the future, you can conquer the world at my side. The other 3 didn't laugh at him. That's what got me. To all 4 of them, become my follower was a generous offer, the way a rich man thinks he's being kind when he tips. I laughed at him. You're at chi refining level 9, I said. I'm at supreme extremity. Who exactly gave you the confidence to offer me a job? His face started to change. Besides, if I want to be king, I don't need anyone to lead me there. I let that sit for 1 second, because a crowd of 3,000 deserves good timing. I am king. That was the first promise I made out loud in this world, in front of everybody, with dirt still under my nails. Remember it. I had to pay for it about 4 different times before the month was out. Zhou Kai stopped talking. The mountains and rivers behind him went red at the edges. Kneel, he said, or die. Then he came at me, and I met him in the middle, and the platform under us turned into a small private apocalypse. I opened with 10% because I wanted to know what a king body actually felt like before I found out the hard way. It felt like punching a wall that punches back. Fine, noted. He laughed at that. Supreme extremity, nothing special. So I went to 90%, and the next exchange put him on his back with blood on his chin. King body, I said. Is that all? which was maybe not the kindest thing to say to a man in front of 3,000 people, but he had offered me a servant's job about 40 seconds earlier, so I felt the ledger was balanced. That was my first time fighting a supreme extremity, he shouted, scrambling up. I'm not used to it yet. Oh, sure, let me help you get used to it. I threw a fist of pure, compressed spiritual energy the size of a cart, and it broke his phenomenon apart on the way in. He tried to dodge. He was not fast enough to dodge, and I watched him make peace with that in real time, which is a look I've since seen on a lot of faces. Then the maid dropped in between us, with flames coming off her that made the void ripple, and everything got a lot less funny. Cave heaven, 3rd level. 2 entire realms above me. She could have ended me by walking in my general direction. This is the part where I want you to understand something about young masters in this world. They do not travel alone. They travel with an adult, and the adult exists specifically so that when the young master loses a fight he started, the fight stops being a fight. Disgusting. Effective. Extremely common. I put the sword intent pill in my mouth while she was still shouting. I want to describe what that pill did honestly, because, granted a supreme sword intent makes it sound like a certificate arriving in the post. What actually happened was that a cold, thin, unbelievably pure sword intent entered my dantian and then ran a full circuit of my body, 81 times. Each circuit felt like being run through by 10,000 swords at once, and then the swords were pulled out, and then it started again. I stopped being able to hear the square. I'm told I made a sound. On the 81st pass, it condensed and settled and put a name in my head. Heavenly Emperor Sword Intent, an Emperor's Technique. Sitting in the dantian of a man who had been a gardener that morning, I looked back up at the maid with all the flames, and I was not afraid of her anymore, which she noticed and which visibly annoyed her. And Joe Kai got up. Hair everywhere, eyes red, all the elegance burned off him like paint. I stain the phenomenon with my blood, he screamed. The Spirit King defies heaven in 9 transformations. Behind me, somebody said, very quietly, he's forcing it. He'll destroy his own foundation. The mountains and rivers behind him turned blood red. The phantom came up 3 jong tall and sinister enough that looking at it directly felt like a bad idea, and the aura coming off him had genuinely gone up 10-fold. Ling Wang body pushed to the edge of a holy body. Everyone on the ground had already decided how this ended. I could hear them deciding. I put 2 fingers together. Heavenly Emperor Sword Intent, I'll cut your Tao foundation out. I drew the 2 fingers across the air in front of me, and the blood-red world he'd built came apart like frost on a window. Not shattered, unmade, from the inside, in the direction the sword went. His phenomenon collapsed into his own body, and he coughed blood across the platform and hit the ground like something dropped from a roof. And the sword intent kept going, because I hadn't told it to stop, and I wasn't sure I could. The maid threw herself in front of him with everything she had, and gold fire met the sword intent, and the shockwave off that put half the front row on their backs. When the dust cleared, she was staring at her own palm. It was open to the bone. A chi refining cultivator, she said. Cut me. Nobody in that square said a word. I stood there, breathing hard, absolutely dead empty inside. That one sword strike had taken every drop of spiritual power I had, and I mean every drop, and I had exactly one plan for that situation. I took out a fistful of the useless candy pills and ate them like a man at a cinema. Then another fistful, dozens of them, chewed, while a cave heaven expert bled in front of me and 3,000 people watched. It got me back to about 30%. It also permanently answered the question of what those pills were for. The system paid out before the dust had settled. Mission complete, crush the king body prodigy. Reward, 1 talent pill. New mission, become famous in the Holy Land. Famous in the Holy Land, sure. A sect with peaks I'd never climbed and elders I'd never seen, most of whom had been sitting in closed cultivation since before I was born on either planet. Get all of them to know my name, somehow. I was still turning that over when Joe Kai dragged himself upright. You ruined my path, he said. His voice had nothing left in it. I will never forgive you. And he was right, and I want to be honest about it. A severed Tao foundation doesn't heal. Whatever he did with the rest of his life, he was going to do it stuck at chi refining. He had walked through the mountain gate that morning as a Wang family heir with a king body, and he was leaving it as a man with a very expensive nothing. If you'd have killed me, I said, I don't feel bad. Then he did something I hadn't planned for at all. He turned his back on me. He turned and looked at the other three prodigies, veins standing out on his neck, the ruined phenomenon flickering behind him like a dying bulb. My foundation is broken. I can't cultivate in this life. He was smiling. That was the part that should have warned me. So I'll give it away. 9 transformations pushed my Ling Wang body to the edge of a holy body, Zhou Kai told the other 3. I'll hand the origin to any one of you. Take it. Ascend. He turned his head just far enough to look at me while he finished the sentence. And whoever does, cripple him. Avenge me. Uphold the dignity of the king body. That is a genuinely insane thing to do, and I want to explain why so you feel it properly. A king body can climb to a holy body 2 ways: an enormous heaven and earth treasure, or by devouring another king body's origin. And the second one only works if it's freely given. So Zhou Kai was standing there, offering to burn what remained of himself down to ash, permanently, forever, as long as it bought somebody who would hurt me. The sword boy was at his side before he finished talking. Give it to me, he said, eyes bright. Once I ascend to the holy body, I'll destroy him, I promise. He didn't hesitate for even a second. He didn't ask what it would cost the man giving it. He just held his hand out like a kid at a counter. Zhou Kai cut his own chest open and pulled the essence blood out in a fistful of red light, and the sword boy swallowed it, and then the sky over the Hongmeng Holy Land started to burn. I should have stopped it. Everyone there assumed I couldn't. He was hanging 30 feet in the air, motionless, wide open, in the single most defenseless moment a cultivator ever experiences, and one sword intent from me would have ended him and the entire problem forever. I stood on the ground and watched it like a man at a fireworks show, because the phenomenon was getting bigger, mountains and rivers behind him, a Tao lotus opening, a dragon's roar and a phoenix cry, an actual giant sword lying across the heavens, 7 colored lights spilling out to the horizon. And people were coming. Disciples came pouring in from the mountains in streaks of light, hundreds, then thousands, then more than 10,000, all of them craning up at the sky. And my current mission, sitting in the corner of my vision the whole time, was become famous in the Holy Land. Somebody near me was whispering, he doesn't get it. The moment that holy body finishes awakening, the first person he kills is Li Xuan. Why does he look so relaxed? Buddy, he is my advertising budget. It also let me see what a holy body actually is, which I badly needed, because I had been a cultivator for one afternoon and my entire understanding of the power structure of this world was, there are levels, and I am on one of them. He came down out of the light with his eyes open. I am Chen Haoran, holy body, awakened. And the void tore, and old men stepped out of it. 4 or 5 of them, white-bearded, not showing a single number of cultivation, but making the air shake just by standing in it. Elders. Real ones, the kind that live on peaks and haven't come down in decades. The holy body has returned to Hongmeng, one of them said, and there were actual tears in it. 10 years ago, the sect had lost every prodigy it had in one disastrous battle, and had been getting stepped on by the other 2 holy lands ever since. To them, this kid was a sunrise. Chen Haoran bowed to them beautifully. Then he turned around and announced to the whole mountain, Today I pave the road of my holy body with the blood of a supreme extremity. The elders' faces flickered. A couple of them looked like they wanted to intervene. Then every one of them went blank for a half second, and then every one of them went very still and did absolutely nothing. That voice in the skull again. Whoever was up on that peak had just told a row of elders to stand down and watch a boy die, and they had obeyed. I found out later she'd also told them something else, which I'll get to. Suppress and kill. He came at me with a sword intent that made the front rows fall over each other getting back. I gave him 30%. Only 30, because I had been keeping count all afternoon, and a full Heavenly Emperor sword intent empties me like a bathtub, and if I ran dry in front of a holy body, I was going to become an interesting stain. 30% was enough. The 2 sword intents met, and his broke. His Tao lotus cracked into 4 pieces, and the mountains and rivers behind him threw up waves. He stared at me through the settling dust. You're fine? You went to a lot of trouble for that, I said. Above us, the elders were talking to each other in the tone of men rechecking arithmetic. a chi-refining cultivator's attack that outran the foundation establishment stage. Every disciple on that mountain, and there were now well over 10,000 of them, staring, had come to watch a holy body, and were instead watching me, which, if you're keeping track, was the mission. Chen Haoran's face went sly. He was sharp, I'll give him that, sharper than his manners. That sword intent is some kind of forbidden move, he said. You can't fire it twice. There isn't enough left in you. You're right, I said. There really isn't. And I took out the talent pill. Small, white, a dragon and a phoenix chased around the surface of it. I ate it, and my bones started making sounds. Then a mist came up out of nowhere and swallowed me whole, and something inside it opened. The light of chaos, one of the old men breathed. That only appears when… He didn't finish, because the sky did. The Milky Way came down. That's not me being poetic. A river of stars unrolled across the 9 heavens over a small mountain sect in the smallest domain in the world, and a true dragon's cry went out across the whole range. And then purple auspicious clouds bloomed out from directly above my head and just kept going. 100 miles, 1,000, still spreading, until the entire sky in every direction I could see had gone violet and gold. 2 phenomena. At once. Even the ancient emperors got one. Purple chi from the east, someone was shouting, and the Milky Way falling on the 9 heavens. Everyone had completely forgotten about the holy body. 10,000 people were staring at the roof of the world with their mouths open, and I would love to tell you that I was above enjoying that, but I had spent a year alone in a herb garden with dirt under my fingernails, so no, I enjoyed it enormously. Then all of it folded inward and condensed into my chest, and when the light cleared, there was a length of pure white bone sitting inside me, shining through the skin. Supreme bone, an elder said, and his voice had gone hoarse. It really is the supreme bone. The thing that only the ancient emperors ever awakened. A pressure came down off the highest peak in the sect, so heavy the whole mountain felt it, and a voice arrived that was not a shout and was still the loudest thing I have ever heard. Heaven and earth have given birth to a phenomenon 10,000 miles wide. Hongmeng is destined for prosperity. From this day, Li Xuan is declared saint. A crimson gold token came out of the empty air and dropped into my hand. I'd walked onto that platform 2 hours earlier as a gardener nobody would let speak. I was now the officially designated future of the Hongmeng Holy Land, holding a decree that meant no elder in the sect was permitted to touch me. The system was already talking over the applause. Mission complete. Become famous in the Holy Land. Reward, 1 Dingshan pill. New mission. Secure your position as saint. Secure it, I thought. I've got it. It's in my hand. It's still warm. Then the elders explained the order of precedence rule, which is the kind of rule you only find out about after you've won something. When a saint is named in Hongmeng, the seat stays open to challenge for 1 full day. Anyone under cave heaven can call you out onto the gambling stage. Winner takes the title, and with it the right to become the Holy Lord's true disciple and go down into the sect's dragon vein to have their marrow washed. So the title wasn't a prize. The title was a target painted on a man's back, and they'd painted it in front of 30,000 people. Chen Haoran already had his sword out. I challenge you. Fine, I said. Go home and enjoy your holy body tonight. You'd hate to have it crippled before you'd used it. Then I walked off to the immortal cave they'd given me, because being a saint comes with real estate, and my previous residence had been a thatched hut with a view of more herbs. Up on the peak, the 2 people who had arranged my entire afternoon were still talking. Holy Lord, the old attendant said, someone is moving on your saint tonight. Shall I remove them? In Hongmeng, she said, nobody has ever managed to kill a saint I picked. You won't act. Let's see what else the boy is hiding. Then, in exactly the same pleasant voice, as for the one who tries it, after tomorrow, I'll erase her, and her family. She sent that down the mountain as an order to every elder in the sect. Nobody interferes, nobody helps him, and nobody so much as looks too closely at his secrets. I want to be honest with you about her, because she's going to matter more than anything else in this story. That woman spent a single afternoon watching a stranger and decided he was worth spending the entire remaining hope of her sect on. She also decided the fastest way to find out if she was right was to let a cave heaven assassin walk into his bedroom. Both of those things were true at the same time. That's just what she's like. I sat down by the spiritual spring in my new cave and took stock, and the stock was thin. One technique, Heavenly Emperor Sword Intent, which is spectacular and empties me completely every single time I use it. 666 candy pills. 1 enlightenment pill. 1 Ding Shen pill, whatever that was. Tomorrow, a stage, an unlimited queue of challengers, and 1 shot per full tank. I can't fight like this, I said out loud, to nobody. That's when something moved outside the cave. I was on my feet with sword intent at my fingertips before I'd finished standing, and then the flames came in, and I got a very good look at who it was. Zhou Kai's maid. Cave heaven, 3rd level. 2 entire realms above me. A woman who could have killed me by deciding to. Clever boy, she said, and she was smiling. Your sword intent can wound me. It can't kill me. She strolled in, actually strolled, with the fire coming off her, boiling the spiritual spring dry, filling the whole cave with steam. My young master is crippled. His origin is gone. He has no future. The smile went away. The only way he ever stands among prodigies again is if I take that supreme bone out of your chest and put it in his. I wonder if you'll still be alive while I do it. Now here is the exact thought I had, and I want it on the record because it is the single most useful thought I've had in this world. She's stronger than me. She is faster than me. She can end me by flicking 1 finger. So don't let her move the finger. I put the Dingshen pill in my mouth. She saw me do it, and she saw a strange, unimpressive little ripple of power come off me, absolutely nothing to look at, and she got so insulted that she came straight in with everything. I pointed at her. Freeze. She stopped. Not slowed. Stopped mid-stride with the fire still hanging in the air around her, and I watched her realize that it wasn't just her body, it had her soul too. Her eyes were the only thing left that could move, and they were doing a lot of work. Heavenly Emperor Sword Intent. I gave her the whole tank. The corpse went down, and the flames went out with it, and I stood there in a cave full of steam, feeling my heart bang against the supreme bone. A Dingshen pill, immobilization, freezes the body and the soul, caps out around cave heaven, which I found out the fun way, and the system had handed it to me as a reward for becoming famous 3 hours before the exact night I needed it, which was either extraordinary luck or something I probably shouldn't think about too hard. I made a rule for myself right there, standing over her. If someone raises a hand at me, I kill them if I can. If I can't kill them now, I kill them later. Nobody walks away from it twice. Then I searched her, because a man who kills without looting is a man leaving money on the ground. 200 spirit stones, a cultivation technique scroll, flame sky burning, hers, which I now needed very much. A long sword with a cold edge on it, and a token. An immortal cave token. I turned it over in my fingers and started to smile. And I'd like to pretend the smile was about the real estate. You wrecked my cave, I said to the body. I'll take yours. And then, standing there with her token in my hand, a genuinely wonderful thought arrived. If the maid is carrying 200 spirit stones and a family technique, what is the young master carrying? I walked out of my cave and across the mountain to the address on the token. The door was not locked because Zhou Kai had no reason on earth to expect me. There was one short sound from inside, then there wasn't. 500 spirit stones. Spirit King 9 transformations, the body tempering technique he'd used to nearly reach a holy body. Wind and Thunder Phantom, a movement art. And that fan of his, which turned out to be an actual treasure and not just an accessory. 15 minutes earlier, I had been sitting in a cave worrying that I had no cultivation techniques. 15 minutes later, I owned the Wang family's entire top shelf. I sat down on the dead man's floor, put the enlightenment pill in my mouth, and let the whole night pour into me at once. Flame Sky Burning, Spirit King 9 transformations, Wind and Thunder Phantom, every scroll in the pile, golden light folding itself into my head, one text after another. Learned, fused, done. When I opened my eyes, fire was moving in them. I pointed one finger at what was left of Zhou Kai and cleaned up after myself. Then I walked down to the square at dawn, and the sun came up behind me, and the entire Hongmeng Holy Land was already there waiting. Li Xuan, Chen Haoran was on the gambling stage already, sword out, practically vibrating. Finally, He looked over at a specific old man standing at the edge of the stage, and the old man smiled back at him, and that told me everything I needed to know about how today was going to be officiated. Chen Yunhe, Cave Heaven Peak, elder of the Holy Land, same clan as Chen Haoran, and, as of last night, the man who had personally taught the boy a body-refining art to make his brand-new holy body hit harder. He was also, and I want you to appreciate this, today's referee. Duels are fought on skill, he announced. Killing is forbidden. Everything else is your own business. Then he looked directly at me and let the smile sit on his face for a second longer than a referee's smile should. Cool. Very cool. So you have backers in Hongmeng too, I said. Good for you. I'll crush you, Chen Haoran said. I am the true supreme of this sect. The saint's seat is mine. I had heard him say the word saint about 9 times by then, so I turned to the crowd and sighed. You know I didn't even want it. They just gave it to me for free. 30,000 people made a noise like a man being stabbed. There was nothing I could do. I awakened the supreme bone. With talent that high, honestly, what was I supposed to do about it? Free, someone in the crowd said, in real pain. He got it for free. I want to lodge a complaint with heaven. Chen Haoran came at me screaming before I could get to a third one. He opened with his clan's Hunyuan palm, and he was not joking around. The holy body plus a family art plus whatever his uncle had crammed into him overnight, that palm would have flattened most Foundation Establishment disciples on that mountain, and he threw it from chi refining. I met it with flame sky burning, which is to say, I met it with his dead ally's maid's technique, which I had learned about 6 hours earlier off a scroll I took from her body. They hit even. Somewhere in the crowd, a very sharp person said, "Doesn't that technique look a little familiar?" Nobody answered them. Then it got loud. Fists, knees, palms, dozens of exchanges in a handful of breaths, both of us fighting on raw body and technique with the stage cracking apart underneath. He wove his family arts together beautifully. He'd trained his whole life for this, and it showed. I used Wind and Thunder Phantom, which was Zhou Kai's, and blew straight through the middle of his formation. Kill! We both hit at once. The stage came apart in a column of dust, and when it cleared, Chen Haoran was on his knees. You tricked me, he said. I was practicing, I told him. I was learning the techniques. Did you really think that was me trying? If I wanted you dead, 3 moves. He shook so hard I thought something in him had torn. Then a longsword appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and the air went very sharp. Sword King, holy body! Every holy body has an innate power, and his was violence. The phenomenon came up behind him with a giant sword lying across it, and his own cultivated sword intent poured into the manifestation and fused, and what stood on that broken stage was less a young man than a weapon that had been left out in the rain of an ancient war. That sword strike came out over the Foundation Establishment line easily. His elder's smile got wider. He'd been sweating a minute earlier, and now he wasn't. Li Xuan's finished. Nobody survives that at Chi Refining. Spirit King 9 transformations. I said it flat, without much interest, because I was busy. Zhou Kai's family art, the exact technique that had pushed his own body to the doorstep of a holy body, running now inside a body that already had a supreme bone in it. My arms filled up with something that had no business being in a man's arms, and I threw one punch. The sword strike broke before it reached me. Then the divine light off my fist crossed the rest of the stage, took Chen Haoran with it, and buried him in the ground on the far side of the square under a pile of his own arena. Impossible, he was screaming into the dirt. My strongest attack. How are you this strong? I have about 1,000,000 ways to deal with you, I said, and I hadn't used the sword intent once. Something rolled over behind my eyes. Achievement unlocked. Consume 500 Chi refining pills. Rewards. 1 great smoke pill, 1 invisibility pill, 1 charm pill. I stopped dead in the middle of a ruined arena. There was an achievement system. There had been an achievement system this whole time, and it had been quietly counting the candy I'd been shoveling into my face out of panic, and at pill number 500, it had decided to pay me. I immediately ate another handful to see if it'd do it again. It did not. 1 payout per achievement, apparently, and no partial credit for enthusiasm. The Great Smoke Pill's description said it produced smoke to satisfy the host's cravings, and also restored spiritual power and healed injuries. So the system had looked at a man from a world with cigarettes and built him a healing potion shaped like a smoke break. I'd like to say I was above being delighted by that. I was not above it. Not even slightly. Then I noticed the mission was still sitting there. Secure your position as saint, not completed. And I looked out over the stage and understood why. And the understanding was about 4,000 people deep. The whole square had gone hungry. Qi refining, foundation establishment, veterans, intersect names, all of them shoving toward the front, all of them looking at me the way you look at an unattended treasure vault. Chen Haoran had gone down. That meant the seat was reachable. That meant I was reachable. Saint, I challenge you. He has to be nearly empty by now. Even if I lose, I get to be seen by him. Maybe he takes me as a follower. I don't want to be a follower. I want to be his Dao companion. A foundation establishment disciple was on the platform before I could decide how to feel about any of that. 10 years of cultivation, one of the top techniques the sect had, a full realm above me and confident about it. The Spirit King 9 transformations was still burning in my arms. I hit him once. He layered 3 techniques in the half-second he had, and it made no difference at all. He went off the stage in a spray of blood with the shape of that punch still in his chest. I stood there blinking because I had genuinely braced for a fight. Then it clicked. Every one of these people was a mortal body, talented, trained, disciplined, and mortal. Chen Haoran had been a holy body, with a family art and a private tutor, and he had lost. What was a regular prodigy supposed to do with that? 1 punch each. That's what it turned into. A cue and a punch, and the next one. Anyone below foundation establishment, please don't come up, I said. I'm worried I'll take your head off by accident. Half of them looked like they were going to come up anyway. The elders were all standing around watching this like men at a livestock auction, and I could feel the whole day disappearing. So I ended it. 1 move, I said. I'll use exactly 1. Whoever can take it is the saint. Silence, and a lot of confused faces because they hadn't understood yet. I put 2 fingers together. Supreme extremity came up the way it does, and the supreme bone lit through my shirt, and I swept the 2 fingers across the air. The sword light was 3 zhang long, and it took the gambling stage with it. Not broke. Took. Where there had been a platform, there was now a canyon, running out across the square in front of 30,000 people, deep enough that the ones at the front instinctively stepped back from the edge. I have a sword, I said. Who wants to take its strike? I want you to understand how quiet a square with 30,000 people in it can get. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Somewhere in that crowd was a man who had, 24 hours earlier, turned around specifically so everybody could watch him call me worthless. I hope he was near the front. I hope he had a really good view of the canyon. Then the whole square went down at once, hands clasped, one voice. We honor Li Xuan as saint. The system counted the votes faster than the elders did. Mission complete. Secure your position as saint. Rewards: 1 Dingshen pill, 1 waste pill. New mission: reach the top of the Enlightenment Pavilion. Another Dingshen pill. Good. That one had already saved my life once, and I intended to keep it somewhere safe. And then the other one. Waste pill. A pill that makes you trash. That's the whole name. The system had handed me a medicine whose entire function was ruining a person and named it like a discount cleaning product. I looked across the square at Chen Haoran, sitting in the rubble with his uncle beside him, both of them looking at me with the exact expression of 2 men planning a funeral. And I felt the warmest, kindest feeling come over me. You know, I announced, loudly enough for the mountain, now that I'm a saint, I ought to carry myself with a generous heart. The square went quiet in a different way. We're all Hongmeng disciples. Why do we fight? Wouldn't it be better to look after each other? I walked over to Chen Haoran with my hand out and the pill sitting in my palm, and my face doing something I had practiced exactly 0 times and turned out to be alarmingly good at. Little you, I've got a pill here that heals injuries and strengthens the physique. Get your strength up. Then you and I can go and clean out the rest of the prodigies together. The crowd lost its mind. That's a saint. Chen Haoran tried to kill him twice, and he's giving away a treasure. Handsome and magnanimous. He's a model to us all. Even a couple of the elders were nodding along, going on about how the Holy Lord's judgment had been excellent, and how the boy was clearly destined for an emperor's road. Chen Haoran didn't believe a word of it. He wasn't stupid. He looked at that pill like it might have teeth. Don't you want to get stronger? I said gently. Don't you want to beat me and take the seat? Take it. Your holy body might even transform. And that was the thread. Right there. Not greed exactly. Need. He needed to beat me more than he needed to be careful. And I'd said the one sentence that made those two things point the same direction. Then his uncle helped me. Chen Yunhe swept the pill with his divine sense, a cave heaven peak elder, personally inspecting it, in public, in front of everybody, and made an approving noise. I've never seen this pill before, he announced, but the medicinal power is extraordinarily concentrated. It must be a peerless grade. You should have heard the crowd after that. Envy in stereo. 30,000 people wishing they were Chen Haoran. He put it away carefully. He tucked it into his robe like it was a family heirloom. When I break through, he said, I'm challenging you immediately. Any time, I said, truly. Hongmeng shouldn't be carried by one man. The sect needs other young talents to rise. The square roared. Somebody started chanting. I waved a hand. Please, let's all stay humble. I need to say the quiet part now, because I don't want you thinking I'm a nicer man than I am. The waste pill doesn't kill, it unmakes. Physique regresses, techniques regress. Cultivation drains away, and the talent goes with it, permanently, all the way down. Chen Yunhe had made sure I couldn't kill his nephew in that arena. Fine, I wasn't going to kill him. I was going to let him do it himself, in public, with his uncle's professional endorsement, while 30,000 people applauded my generosity. I have never been a kind person. I just have a very good face for it. The mountain shook then, and the light in the air changed, and everybody in the square went to their knees, because she had arrived. She came down as a figure made of divine light, with golden lotuses opening around her, and the profundities of the great Tao turning in the air. And I still couldn't see her face, and the elders were bowing so hard I thought one of them might tip over. Li Xuan has secured the seat. He is my true disciple. When I return, I will proclaim it to the world. The envy that went through that square was almost a physical weather event. Hongmeng has hundreds of core disciples. In its entire history, it had never had a Holy Lord's true disciple. Not one. Now it had one, and he had been growing herbs the previous Tuesday. Then, because she is who she is, she opened the Enlightenment Pavilion 6 years ahead of schedule, and everybody knew exactly who it was being opened for. A pavilion appeared across the sky on a distant peak, chaos light rolling around it, and a stone stair 1,000 zhang long came down out of it and landed in the square. Rumor is the pavilion only opens once a decade, for the 3 disciples with the finest comprehension. They go into the dragon vein and have their marrow washed. It hasn't been 10 years. She opened it early. She opened it for him. Meanwhile, I was looking up at the light and having a thought. My master is a woman. The light hid her face completely, but it did not hide much else, and I am afraid I let that observation run around unsupervised in my head for approximately 1.5 seconds. Then a mountain landed on me. I couldn't move, I couldn't blink, and a voice arrived in my skull with absolutely no warmth in it whatsoever. Little one, that thought is dangerous. Have one more like it, and I will drop you somewhere so unpleasant that reaching foundation establishment will not save you. Beautiful master, I said instantly, out loud, in front of everybody. I was simply curious, and I meant nothing by it. Please be at peace. Look, I'd known her for 11 seconds. Complimenting a powerful woman is not a guaranteed survival strategy, but it does tend to buy you a nicer death. And then she laughed, not out loud, in my head, and only for me, and there was something in it that was not cold at all. Want to see me? Easy. Reach cave heaven. There's a technique of mine inside the pavilion. Consider it a test. Try to have a surprise ready for when I come back from the secret realm. And she was gone. And I said, thank you, master, out loud, to the air, like an idiot, in front of the entire sect. I want you to hold on to that exchange. It's the first time in either of my lives that somebody powerful looked at me, decided I was worth something, and then told me to go be worth it. She was thousands of miles away in a secret realm. She was talking to me through a clone made of light. And she was still the first person in that world who was on my side. I'll come back to her, repeatedly. She earned it. Enlightenment Pavilion is open. Comprehend your opportunity. The stair filled with disciples immediately. The first one put his foot on the bottom step and nearly went to his knees. The pressure coming off that staircase was enormous and got worse the higher you went. Of course it did. If it were easy, everybody would be at the top. The pavilion tests comprehension, Chen Yunhe told his nephew, smiling. Here we crush him. In strength, I'm behind him for now, Chen Haoran said, loud enough for me. In comprehension, I have never been second to anyone. I studied a great emperor's ancient scripture as a child, chi refining at 10, peak at 13, Sword King body at 15. Everybody nodded. Those are, genuinely, monstrous numbers. Ooh, I want to play too. A girl came bouncing up beside me with a beast at her heel that had considerably too many teeth for the way she was smiling. Mei Li Hua. Beast King body, background unknown, and the only one of the four who had never once looked at me like I was something on her shoe. I'd like to see how my comprehension measures up, said a second voice, considerably colder. Lin Yuxin, princess of the War dynasty, a bloodline that produced an actual emperor back in the ancient days, standing there like weather again. I want to make it a wager, she said. If my talent proves higher than yours, you give up the seat. I raised an eyebrow. That's outrageous. And if you lose? I can't lose. Don't be so sure, I said. Fine, you win, the seat's yours. You lose, and you owe me service. A year of it, whatever I ask, whenever I ask. Her jaw tightened. A princess of the Ji dynasty, publicly indentured to an outer sect gardener. Don't like it? Then let's not compete. She bit her lip. And then, because she was exactly as proud as I needed her to be, she said, agreed. I want to flag what I was doing there, since I've been honest with you about everything else. I didn't want a servant. I wanted a crack. Put a doubt in a proud cultivator's heart, and it stays there. It sits in the foundation, and it doesn't come out. And every time she reaches for something, she'll find it waiting. She agreed to that bet in front of her rivals, and the moment she agreed, part of her had already lost. That's an ugly thing to do to somebody. I did it anyway. I'd been in this world for 3 days, and 2 people had already tried to kill me in it. Let's go, Chen Haoran snapped. I stepped onto the first stair, and something threw me off it. A divine light hit me, and I went 10 steps backwards before I got my feet under me, and above us the Holy Lord's voice came out sounding, for the first time, genuinely thrown. You haven't been cultivating for a full year? Because that was the entry requirement. 1 year of cultivation minimum. Chen Haoran had done it in 3. Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua had done it in a few. Everybody had simply assumed I'd been quietly grinding in a hut somewhere and then let it all out at once, because the alternative was absurd. I blinked up at the light and did the arithmetic. Honestly, it's been less than 3 days. The Hongmeng Holy Land stopped making noise. Every single face on that square turned. 30,000 people, all with the same expression, which I can only describe as the look of a man watching a fish climb a tree. 3 days, Chen Haoran said. His voice had gone strange. 3 days to Qi refining peak. 3 days to supreme extremity. 3 days to a holy body. Is Qi refining peak supposed to be hard? I asked. I want to be clear that I wasn't trying to be cruel there. He had just finished announcing his own timeline to the crowd like it was a trophy, and now it was standing next to mine, and I asked a genuine question, and his face went a color I have not seen on a human being before or since. It isn't hard, the Holy Lord said from the air, a pause. It took me 3 months. And her light body was trembling. Not with anger, she was laughing. Li Xuan, stop talking. You're collecting enemies faster than I can count them. I've adjusted the pavilion's permissions. Go up. So I went up. The first step should have folded my knees. It felt like flat ground. 10 zhang, 20, 30, walking, while behind me Chen Haoran was already running, and Lin Yuxin came up the stone with her mouth in a hard line, and Mei Li Hua came up giggling, and the 3 of them left the rest of the sect standing at the bottom like a queue at a closed shop. At 500 zhang, the weight doubled, and the other 3 started to hurt. I slowed down, though, not because of the pressure, because I'd noticed something happening inside me. The spiritual energy in my dantian was being squeezed by all that weight, compressed, and it wasn't just getting smaller, it was getting purer, sharper, so I stopped racing and started cultivating on the stairs, which is why they caught up. I'm passing you, Chen Haoran shouted, delighted. Finally, Lin Yuxin said, and there was something almost like relief in it. I won't have to pay. I looked back at the 2 of them. I was admiring the view, I said. You both look so happy. Then Supreme Extremity came up, and the Supreme Bone lit, and I stopped being where I had been. 10 zhang, a step. I didn't use the movement technique. I didn't need it. I went up that staircase like a man walking down a corridor, while 3 of the most talented young cultivators in the domain hauled themselves after me under twice the pressure, and Chen Haoran made a sound I can only call a scream. "It's the supreme bone," he shouted. "That's the only reason." And then he took out a small white pill, and he did not even look at it, and he put it in his mouth. The fragrance came off him instantly and filled the whole staircase. 30,000 people below sighed in unison, and even Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua looked over with naked envy before pulling out their own potential burning pills and swallowing them. "That's a peerless grade, all right. You can smell it from here." I'm so jealous of Chen Haoran. The 3 of them came up the stone in a cloud of medicine, gaining on me, and I let them gain. "Almost there," I said, and took the last stretch in single strides to the 999th zhang, where the pressure comes down like a mountain sitting on you, and my spiritual energy finally hit the point where it stopped compressing and started to change. I looked back down at the 3 of them, and I did not make my face kind at all. "I told you you'd lose." Then I stepped onto the top. Chen Haoran came up right behind me, and he had already lost, and he threw a punch at my back anyway. I hit him with an open palm without turning around, and he went across the platform, and his face when he landed was pure incomprehension. "I took the pill," he said. "I took a peerless grade pill, and I can't survive 1 palm from you." "Have you noticed," I said, "that your cultivation is going backwards?" He stopped. You could see it arrive. You could see it get all the way in. Then he checked and found the essence blood of the Sword King holy body draining out of him like water out of a cracked jar. Holy body down to king body in the time it takes to say it. King body down to a mortal body. Cultivation sliding and stopping at chi refining level 1, weaker than an ordinary disciple, weaker than a boy in the herb garden. "What did you do to me?" "You'd been pushing your potential too hard," I said. "It caught up with you. It happens." Chen Yunhe came out of the crowd, roaring. "Li Xuan, what did you do to him? He was a peerless prodigy. There was something in that pill." And I let him get all the way through it in front of the entire sect before I answered. "You inspected it," I said, personally, out loud. In front of 30,000 people, you told them all it was a peerless grade. I gave your nephew a gift out of pure goodwill, and now that it's gone badly, you want to blame me for it. All that generosity, wasted. The square took my side so fast it was almost embarrassing. I witnessed it. The saint donated medicine out of kindness. He brought out a peerless treasure for the sake of Hongmeng's next generation. Good intentions repaid with accusations. It's hard to be a good man. Chen Yunhe stood there and shook and could not say a single word because there wasn't one. He looked at me the way you look at a debt. He was going to try to kill me for that. I knew it standing there. I'd have done the same. Ding! Mission complete. Reach the top of the Enlightenment Pavilion. Rewards: 1 divine weapon pill, 1 taunt pill. New mission: Dragon Vein Foundation. Divine weapon pill grants a supreme divine weapon, sealed, unsealing as the host's cultivation grows. Taunt pill grants the ability to taunt. Any cultivator below cave heaven who is taunted loses half their strength. Half. I stood at the top of a 1,000 zhang staircase and read the words, "reduces their strength by 50%, and had a religious experience. The pattern was clear by then, and it was beautiful. Mission pills make you stronger, achievement pills are stupid, and the stupider the name, the more likely it is to end somebody's career. Waste pill, taunt pill, great smoke pill. Somewhere in a filing cabinet in heaven, a bureaucrat with a sense of humor was arming me. I lost, Mei Li Hua announced, arriving at the top and sticking her tongue out at me. Saint's really strong. I'll be your follower. I looked at her sideways. A king body volunteering to follow somebody. That doesn't happen. I can whine, she offered, and I can also chop people up. We'll talk, I said, which is what I said to everything for about the first month. Lin Yuxin came up last and stopped in front of me with her chin high and her eyes furious, and I have to give her this, she didn't pretend it hadn't happened. A bet is a bet, she said. I'll serve. I never said it starts today. And she walked past me into the pavilion, having found the one loophole available to her, which was more dignity than most people would have managed. I'll wait, I said to her back. Then I went inside and stopped because the Enlightenment Pavilion is 100 feet across on the outside and contains an entire world. A dragon vein. An actual one. Mountain ranges running away to a horizon that shouldn't exist inside a building, coiling and winding like a five-clawed golden dragon lying across heaven and earth, the head raised, spiritual power pouring off it thick enough to see. And at the foot of it, a heavenly pool full of spiritual liquid, because the qi in there was so dense it had given up on being a gas. Mei Lihua broke through to Foundation establishment about 4 seconds after walking in, giggling the whole time. Lin Yuxin went through right behind her, refusing on principle to be second at anything. Outside, the elders were shouting. Both girls had pulled phenomena on their breakthroughs, dragon and phoenix shadows over the 9 heavens, and phenomena on a king body's foundation is not supposed to be possible. I got into the pool on the far side, and I didn't break through. Everybody outside started asking why. My energy was saturated. I was one thought away from it. I sat there in the light with the whole sect watching and did not take the step, because something about it bothered me. The sect called this washing the marrow, a nice bath and a stronger foundation. But there were lotuses opening in the air all around me that nobody had mentioned, and I have a very healthy respect for the things nobody mentions. I took out the enlightenment pill and swallowed it. The heavenly pool didn't ripple. It evaporated. Every drop of spiritual liquid in that place went up at once and turned into golden runes, thousands of them, strung together in chains like the links of some enormous law, turning in the air and then pouring into me. Lin Yuxin's voice from a long way off and not calm at all. The avenue of power. That's the avenue of power. Even the Holy Lord never comprehended it. 81 circuits. Then a thread of it settled into my dantian and stayed, and I stepped into Foundation establishment on top of a Tao foundation built out of an avenue of power, which is not a thing that happens to people, and the supreme bone in my chest pulled the chaos light in the room into itself and started to change. Not a holy body anymore. Not a divine body yet, an embryo of one. Outside, the sky over the Hongmeng Holy Land turned purple from horizon to horizon for the second time in 2 days, and the Milky Way came down again, and 30,000 people looked up. And in my head, over the sound of a sect losing its mind, the payout came in. Mission complete. Dragon Vein Foundation. Rewards: 99 gathering spirit pills, 1 borrowing power pill. New mission: destroy a Holy Land elder. I read that last line twice. Destroy an elder. The weakest elder in that sect was Cave Heaven. That is an entire realm and change above where I was standing, dripping wet, in a pool that had just evaporated. You're joking, I said out loud. Nobody in the sect noticed that 2 members of the Fu family were no longer in the square. The punch came out of nowhere and took me off my feet. I hit the far wall of the pavilion with blood coming out of my mouth and the taste of a much stronger man's spiritual power all over the inside of my chest. Cave Heaven. Full stop, no question, the sort of blow that shouldn't have left me conscious, and I only was because the avenue of power was still hanging in the air around me, eating half of it. Outside, the sky changed. The purple went crimson. All of it, horizon to horizon, in the space of a breath. And the phoenix cry that had been going out over the mountains turned into something that was unmistakably grief. Then it rained blood over the whole sect. Heaven and earth weep blood, an elder shouted, and started running. That happens when a peerless prodigy falls. Every elder on that mountain broke for the pavilion at once. It was 1,000 zhang up a staircase, and they were never going to make it. Chen Yunhe stepped out of the air in front of me with his sword already moving. You have an emperor's potential, and you're at the ceiling of Foundation establishment on day 3. You can't be allowed to grow. You destroyed my clan's holy body. Die. 9 grotto heavens opened around him, 9 black mouths pulling at my spiritual power and my life at the same time, and I understood in 1 second flat that the system hadn't given me an absurd mission. The system had given me a weather forecast. You can only rely on yourself, I said, and I ate the divine weapon pill. The light came out of me so hard it lit up the whole pavilion, and I pointed, and every scrap of it condensed to 1 point over the heavenly pool. The spiritual liquid boiled up into mist, and the mist took a shape, and the shape met his sword tip to tip and stopped it dead. You think a sword of fog can stand against my spirit sword? He roared, and pushed with everything a Cave Heaven 9th level has. The fog sword didn't so much as tremble. Take a closer look, I said, at what kind of sword it is. I closed my hand. 7 colors ran down the length of it, and a plain, unadorned longsword settled into my grip, and every weapon in the Hongmeng Holy Land started screaming. Lin Yu's Shin's blade rattled at her hip. Mei Li Hua's shook. Outside, thousands of disciples' swords tore themselves out of their sheaths and stood up in the air, ringing, pointed at the pavilion. If they'd had knees, they'd have used them. A divine weapon, Chen Yunhe whispered. There is one divine weapon in this entire sect. One. How is a boy holding a divine weapon? He decided very quickly that the answer didn't matter. The grudge exists now. You'll come for me when you're grown. Better today. He threw a great seal into the sky, and a barrier came down over the pavilion, sealing every elder out. His life-bound treasure, the thing he'd have died to protect, spent to buy himself a private room. Then he stopped, because he'd noticed that the elders on the other side of the barrier had stopped hitting it. They were just standing there, watching. He had no idea why. I did, because the Holy Lord had told me herself, and I'm not sure he ever worked it out. Nobody in that sect was permitted to save me. She wanted to see the bottom of me, and the only way to see the bottom of a man is to hold him under. Heavenly Emperor, sword intent. We met in the middle, and the whole pavilion rang like a struck bell. I went back 7 or 8 steps with blood on my chin. He went back 1, and his sword came apart in his hand. Not broken, the fragments didn't reach the floor. They went to ash in the air. Annihilation, he said, staring at his own palm, where 7-colored light was eating into him. That sword carries annihilation. The 7-colored heavenly fate, that's what it told me its name was. I had it in my hands about 11 seconds before it was all that stood between me and a dead man's ambition. You're too weak to draw out its real power, Chen Yunhe said. That's the ceiling of what you can do with it. Which was, annoyingly, true. 2 strikes. That was my whole tank. So he threw his weapons away and came at me with the naked 9 grotto heavens, and the tearing force in that thing was so strong I could feel it working on my joints from 10 feet away. I'd already swallowed the pill. Freeze! He stopped midair with his mouth open. What is this? Why can't I? I got 1 sword strike in before he broke it. 1 was enough to open him from shoulder to sternum and drop him on the stone in a spreading pool of his own blood, and 1 was not enough to kill him. He started laughing while he bled. You're finished. You can't manage a 3rd. Without your trick moves, you're an ant. He was right about the sword. He was wrong about everything else, and I want to explain why, because this is the sentence that has kept me alive more than any pill in that system. The realm gap tells you who wins a fair fight. I have never once been interested in a fair fight. His grotto heavens came at me, and I walked into them. Just walked, and then ran, and then I was inside his guard with the supreme bone burning through my shirt, and I hit him. So I only had 2 strikes in the sword, I said, and hit him again. You seem to have forgotten what I actually do. Again. I kill people above my level. It's the only thing I've ever done in this world. The primordial divine body embryo hits harder than a holy body, and I did not use a single technique. I just kept swinging. His 9 grotto heavens lasted under 10 breaths against a man punching them, which I don't think had ever happened to him before, and when the last one broke, he tried to detonate what was left of his own foundation to buy 1 final blow. Freeze, I said. He flinched. There was no pill. I had nothing left. I said the word because I had watched him learn to be afraid of it, and it cost me nothing, and it bought me the half-second I needed. The punch went through his chest and shattered his dantian, and put him on the ground like a coat falling off a hook. How? He said. How are you? You talk far too much. If the Fu family ever shows its face, I'll kill all of them. Then I finished it. The system corrected itself, which it had never once done. Mission exceeded. Slay a Holy Land elder. Reward, 1 technique pill. New mission, become a sequence child. And immediately after, achievement complete, kill a stronger opponent while medicated. Rewards, 2 great smoke pills, 2 enlightenment pills, 1 power boosting pill. 5 pills in 1 breath. I stood over a dead cave heaven expert, swaying on my feet, and had the following thought, which I am not proud of, but which was sincere. That man was worth a fortune. I hope his family sends more. Above me, the elders were hammering on his barrier, so I sat down on the wreckage and took out one of the new ones. The great smoke pill turned into a cigarette in my hand, an actual cigarette. In a xianxia world, on a floor covered in the blood of a man who had come to tear my heart out, the system handed me a smoke. I lit it off my fingertips and pulled. And my spiritual power came back like a tide, and the split in my lip closed, and the ache under my ribs let go, and I sat there in a dead man's ruins, healing at a frankly obscene rate while smoke went up around me. Best pill in the inventory. I will hear no argument. The barrier came apart, and the elders poured in ready to die for me, and stopped. The heavenly pool was gone. Lin Yuxin and Mei Lihua were standing against the wall looking at me like I'd crawled out of the floor. There was a great deal of blood on the stone, and no body anywhere, and I was sitting in the middle of it, at full strength, blowing smoke at the ceiling. Saint, one of them managed. Where is Chen Yunhe? He dared to move against you. Hong Meng will hunt him to the ends of the... Dead. Silence. A powerful being must have intervened, another said, looking around wildly. Then he noticed where the two girls were staring. Cave heaven, I said. It's not so much. I want to be honest, that was a line I had prepared. I'd had about 4 seconds to prepare it, but I had prepared it. Then Mei Lihua came off the wall and grabbed my sleeve. I'll be your follower, she said. I swear on my life. The elders went very quiet, because everyone had taken her earlier offer as a girl being playful, and a life oath is not playful. Break one of those, and the avenue of power takes your soul apart. I looked at her properly for the first time. She was smiling, because she is always smiling, and behind the smile, there was something so old and so cold that it stopped me talking. I, Mei Lihua, swear by the great Tao that I will follow Li Xuan for life and never betray him. And if I break this, stop, I said. Stop. I don't want followers. I meant it, too. I was doing fine alone. Alone is cheap, and alone doesn't get you killed for somebody else's reasons. I'm the saintess of the Beast King clan, she said, still holding on. Beast King body, one step from awakening the bloodline. When I awaken it, I can inherit a great emperor's ancient scripture, and I can pass it to you. My whole clan was killed. She said it in exactly the same bright voice she'd said everything else in. Everyone. I was the only one who got out. I have to avenge them. I'll pay any price at all, just let me stand near you, because you're the strongest thing I have ever seen, and I need to become strong faster than I can manage on my own. I didn't have a joke for that. There wasn't one. I had been in that world for 4 days, and I'd already learned that everybody in it wants something. She wanted the same thing I'd wanted, lying on the floor of a herb garden with a system that wouldn't talk to me, to stop being the person things happened to. We can cultivate together, I said. Keep the oath. I don't need it. Then the mountain moved, and a spiritual hand 100 miles long came out of the depths of the Holy Land and dropped Chen Haoran in the dirt at my feet. His kneecaps broke on the landing. He knelt whether he wanted to or not. Don't kill me, he said. I'm already crippled. Please. An old man walked out of the air, robes moving without wind. Every elder on the mountain bowed at once. The Grand Elder. Chen Yunhe attempted to kill the saint. Chen Haoran informed him. Both broke the law of this sect. His voice had no temperature at all. The matter has been reported to the Holy Lord. The Fu family is to be executed. All of it. Chen Haoran went gray. My family has stood 1,000 years, he croaked. We have ties to ancient clans. You cannot wipe us out over one Foundation Establishment disciple. The Grand Elder held out his hand, and the sky ended. The Fantian seal, the one divine weapon the Hongmeng Holy Land actually owned. An ancient seal came up over the 9 heavens, trailing tribulation light and chains of divine order, and the word for kill wrote itself across the clouds in red, and a beam of chaos went out over the mountains. 1,000 miles away, the Fu family raised every defense they had. It made no difference whatsoever. There was a shudder in the world, and then there was no Fu family. I stood there with my mouth open, because that is not a weapon. That is an artillery strike from a sitting position. That old man collected 1,000-year clan from 1,000 miles away without leaving the square, and the same divine weapon in my hands could barely manage 2 swings. Which taught me the real lesson of that afternoon, and it wasn't about kindness. Power isn't the treasure. Power is the hand holding it. A few of them escaped through a teleportation array, the Grand Elder said, reading his own seal like a man checking a receipt. Then he looked at me strangely. Saint, the remnants may be your problem. Chen Haoran was still on his knees, still looking at me with that same expression he'd worn since the first hour, the one that never once contained a single second of doubt that he was the wronged party. I slapped him. He was dead before he landed. Then I followed the Grand Elder into the depths of the Holy Land, and Lin Yuxin and Mei Lihua came with me, and the three of us walked into a place with spiritual springs running between the pavilions, and divine trees growing up through the mist, and my lungs filled with air so clean it felt like an insult to the last 4 days. He sat us down. He looked at me and said, "You have questions." When Chen Yunhe came to kill me, were you watching? Yes. You didn't stop him because you wanted to see what I could do. Yes. Was that the Holy Lord's order? Yes. Why? And the old man stopped answering in single words. You three are foundation establishment, he said, and you three are the finest talents in the Hongmeng Holy Land. One of you is its saint. He let that sit. Have you never once wondered why? We hadn't. That's the thing. Hongmeng was one of the 3 holy lands of the whole domain, ancient, enormous, and its entire future was 3 people who had been cultivating for less than a week between them. At our height, he said, Hongmeng stood above every holy land, family and clan in the 100 battles domain. We had over 100 prodigies, 9 holy bodies and 3 divine bodies awakened in the same generation. Of the 10 sequenced children of the entire domain, 5 were ours. His face came apart while he said it. They're all dead. 10 years ago, the saint ruins opened. A saint's remains, treasures scattered across a whole world, and every holy land and great clan and ancient royal family in the domain went in to divide it. They divided it. They just decided first that the fairest way to divide anything was to remove Hongmeng from the arithmetic. 100 prodigies roared at the sky until the mountains broke, the old man said, and every faction in the domain came down on them together, and they died in a sea of blood, all of them, in one afternoon. There were tears on his face, and he did not appear to know it. Nobody said anything for a while. There wasn't anything. That, he said eventually, is why I annihilated a 1,000-year clan for you today without a moment's hesitation. Hongmeng has a fracture where a generation should be. Li Xuan, it's possible that only you can close it. Then he told us the rest. That no talented young cultivator in the domain will come to Hongmeng now, because everybody knows Hongmeng is the sect that gets hunted, and given the choice between a holy land where you're safe and a holy land where you're a target, people are people. That the Holy Lord could level any single faction in the domain and would still lose against all of them at once, and she has 100,000 disciples who would die in the crossfire. That there is exactly one road to revenge, and it is narrow. Prodigies for prodigies, I said. Blood for blood. When the saint ruins open again, somebody goes in and takes it out of them personally. Yes. Then he said the thing that made me put my cup down. Revenge is your duty, but neither the Holy Lord nor I will force it on you. If you choose not to go to the saint ruins, I will still teach you everything I know. I will burn my own divine soul to awaken a divine body in you if that's what it takes. I'll spend the rest of my life making you into something like her. And I'll ask you for nothing. I want you to sit with that, because I did. That old man was offering to spend his death on a stranger in exchange for a chance that a sect he loved might exist in 100 years, and he was offering it with no strings, from a position where he could have simply ordered me. You said the surviving Fu family fled into the saint ruins, I said. Tomorrow is the 10th year, it reopens. Every Dao lineage in the domain will descend on it again. He smiled without any humor in it. They ran there because they know we cannot follow them in. My system's current mission read, Become a sequence child. The sequence children are ranked in the saint ruins. Of course they are. Grand Elder, I said, in 3 days I'll go to the saint ruins, and I'll go as Hongmeng. He didn't say anything for a long time. He just looked at me with his eyes full and his mouth working. I'm coming, Mei Lihua said immediately. If I die, I'll die in front of him, so he has to avenge me. If I live, I'll come out stronger and avenge my own. Then Yushin set her cup down last. I'm not letting him get further ahead of me than he already is, she said. I'm going. And then, with the sweetest smile I'd seen on her, and on the day I can crush you, Li Swen, I'm going to tear that mouth off your face. I'll be waiting, I said, and meant it. And the three of us grinned at each other like idiots, and for the first time since I'd woken up in this world, I was not standing alone in a room. With the three of you, the Grand Elder said quietly, perhaps 100 heroes can rest. He waved a hand and 3 lights came out of the deep mountain and settled into our palms. An ancient scroll, radiating something so sharp it hurt to stand near. The Holy Lord left this for the 3 of you before she went. The great Emperor ancient scripture of the Hongmeng Holy Land. One of the 9 ancient secrets, the down.Which secret. She left 3 of them, before she went into the secret realm, before I existed as far as she knew, before Mei Lihua swore anything, before Lin Yushin lost a bet. She'd known there would be 3 of us. You have 1 night, the Grand Elder said. It normally takes years to scratch the surface of it. Do what you can. Here is what the down.Which secret is. 9 levels. Every level you comprehend doubles your strength. All 9, and you are 9 times the man you were. Of the 100 prodigies Hongmeng lost, exactly 1 ever comprehended the first level, and it took him half a month. We had a night. The Grand Elder opened a door in the air into the Holy Lord's own cultivation realm and shut it behind the 3 of us, and we sat down with the scroll open and got precisely nowhere. 2 hours. 4. Past midnight, and all 3 of us had climbed to Foundation Establishment Level 5 just from breathing the air in there, and none of us had understood a single line. So I ate an enlightenment pill. The avenue of power in that room heard it. It gathered itself into a golden figure and hung in the air in front of me, and then it started to move. An ancient battlefield came up around us, red as a wound, full of beast phantoms, and the golden man went into them and fought. To fight is to wage war. That's all it is. That's the whole scripture. It isn't a technique, it's a stance, and once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. I got up off the floor at dawn with my fists closed and something purely, arrogantly violent running in my arms, and a cave heaven expert would not have wanted to take that punch. down.Which secret, first level, in a night. The Grand Elder came in with his speech already prepared. It's all right that you failed. It takes years. Don't be discouraged, and got 2 words in before he saw me. He laughed until he cried. He told me afterwards it was the first time he'd laughed in 10 years. Then Lin Yushin and Mei Lihua came out looking dazed and asked, both at once, why they were standing 1 push away from the first level of an emperor's scripture. Because they'd been in the room. My epiphany had spilled on them. Good, the old man said. Good, good. He waved a hand, and the world under our feet moved. The St. Ruin's entrance is a cliff over a chasm, and there were 1,000 young cultivators standing on it, and every Tao lineage in the 100 Battles domain had brought its best. The Hongmeng Holy Land, the Grand Elder announced, attends. You could hear the amusement travel through that crowd like a dropped glass. They actually brought people. Brave. Strongest of them is Foundation Establishment 5. 5. Hongmeng is finished. They're letting a Foundation Establishment disciple lead a delegation. I looked around at them, and then I looked at the Grand Elder, and I asked the only question I actually cared about. Every single person here is Foundation Establishment. Nobody's even Cave Heaven. These are the people who wiped out 100 of ours? The Cave Heaven prodigies went in days ago, he said. The 10 sequence children are already deep inside taking the good ground. These are the ones who fight over the leftovers. He looked at me sideways. You will have to walk in from the edge. Then the mockery got specific, and it got aimed at the 2 women standing beside me, and I'm not going to repeat it. Understand it as this. 5 separate men made it clear, out loud, in front of 1,000 people and their own elders, that they intended to kill me and then take the 2 of them back as trophies. And their elders heard it and found it funny. I felt Mei Lihua go very still next to me. That is the only time I have ever seen her stop smiling. Getting angry doesn't fix anything, I said. If you're actually angry, go inside and punch him once. She thought about that. Then she started smiling again, and I would like to state for the record that the second smile was much worse. There was a stone tablet at the mouth of the ruins. 100 feet of it, with every name on it in ranked order. Ours were the bottom 3. At the very top, 10 names in blood red. The sequence, Children of the 100 Battles domain. I watched Lin Yuxin look at that list, and I watched her hand close. I watched Mei Li Hua look at it too, and neither of them said anything, and both of them were looking at a specific name. I filed that away. Saint Ruins, the elders called out together. Open! They joined hands across the sky, and their combined power tore the world, and the flowering cliff turned into a chasm 1,000 feet deep, running away into a distance that had no business existing, breathing out cold air and the smell of old blood. Somewhere far down in it, something was crying. In we go, I said. The inside is nothing like the outside. Outside, it looks like a canyon. Inside, it is a dead, gray country of broken bone and black blood as far as you can see in every direction, and something in the ground is aware of you. We landed and I punched something behind me before I finished turning around. A beast made entirely of crimson spiritual energy and evil chi came apart against my fist and dropped a stone. Red, warm, very beautiful, and completely inert as far as any of us could tell. A bloodstone, I said. What's it for? Nobody answered, because there was nobody to answer. That's the thing about Hongmeng that I don't think the other sects ever thought about properly. Every disciple they had sent to this place 10 years ago was killed here. Nobody came home. So nobody in the entire Hongmeng Holy Land knew a single fact about the inside of the Saint Ruins, and no other sect was ever going to tell us. Everybody else was walking a map. We were walking a rumor. Mei Li Hua solved half of that in about 4 seconds. She flicked her fingers and a handful of gray butterflies came off her sleeve and scattered ahead of us into the dark, each of them carrying a 9th level chi refining cultivation, chirping when anything came near. The Beast King clan is close to spirit beasts, she said cheerfully. They're my weapons. I have used a lot of expensive things in this world. I have never in my life been more grateful for anything than a set of self-deploying scouting drones. 15 miles in, one butterfly came back crooked and died in her palm before it landed. Her face changed. Something ahead killed the rest in one hit. He was standing in a field of dead beasts picking up stones, and he had Chen Haoran's face on him, with about 80% accuracy and an entire realm more strength than Chen Haoran ever had. Li Xuan, he drew. You killed my clan's holy body and had my whole family destroyed. I am Fu Tianfeng. I'll be taking that back. He was Foundation Establishment 9th level. I was at 5. I drew the 7-colored heavenly fate and cut once, without technique, without intent, the way you'd swat something. His sword didn't break. It struggled. It fought to get out of his hand and toward mine, and then it came apart into pieces, and then he came apart after it. One is enough, I said, and stepped over him, and then noticed something extremely interesting, which was that my cultivation had gone up. Not from a pill, not from meditation. Killing him in that place had made me stronger, immediately, measurably. The Saint Ruins pay out for murder. Well, I said, this is going to be a good week. 9 more of the Fu family were waiting a mile on, and they had been busy. They sat down cross-legged without a word and burned every treasure they'd brought, and a killing formation came up in layers all around us, sealing the sky, converting the air into blades. Get out of the range, I told the girls. Then I stood in the middle of a formation that had cost a 1,000-year clan its last possessions, and cut 9 times. The formation came apart. And they were still alive and furious, and they collapsed what was left of it into one strike with roughly cave heaven force behind it, which was genuinely well done and made me pause for a whole second. Good, I said, and put the sword away. Empty-handed, in front of all of them. They actually cheered. They thought I'd lost my mind. Watch closely, I said to the 2 women behind me. This is the Dozi secret. The scripture came up out of my bones, and the ancient killing field came up with it, and I went into 9 desperate men without a weapon, and the whole thing took less than a minute. 1 punch each, mostly. Afterwards, I stood there flexing my hand, genuinely surprised, because it hadn't felt like using a technique. It felt like finding a room in my own house I hadn't known was there. That was body strength alone, I said. No divine body, no supreme extremity, no spirit king transformation. Stack all of that on top and I could fight a 9th level cave heaven. The Fu family were extinct as of that afternoon. which took roughly 1 day from the moment their heir called me an ant. Then Lin Yushin made a sound. The blood was draining into the ground, all of it, from all of them, pulled down out of the dirt-soaked stone and gone, and the bodies going to ash behind it, until there was nothing left but bones and stains. The saint ruins were eating them. None of us said anything for a while. We looted them first, obviously. Thousands of spirit stones, a pile of ordinary pills, scrolls, treasures, a proper haul. And one fragment, 9-cavity spirit gathering skill, a cave heaven technique, incomplete and unreadable. I could read every character on it and understand none of them together. The 9 grotto heavens don't just devour, Lin Yushin said slowly. They can hold things. Cultivate things. There are stories that a man with heaven's own luck can raise a divine object inside his own body and have it feed him back. There are older stories, manhwa said, and for once she wasn't playing, about ancient powers nourishing the remnants of divine souls in there, to grow themselves a body. Neither of them wanted it. I put it away. Hold on to that scroll. It comes back. By then, we'd worked something out. Every other lineage had been here before and knew where the treasures were. We didn't, and we never would. So we stop looking for opportunities, I said, and start looking for people who have already found them. Both of them lit up so fast it was almost frightening. That's a bit wicked, manhwa said, delighted. The limitless Holy Land obliged us within the hour. 5 of them, 9th-level foundation establishment, magic treasures in hand, standing over the corpses of a rival lineage's whole squad with a brand-new artifact and an armful of scrolls. They had been the loudest ones at the cliff. They had, in particular, said the things about my 2 companions. They said them again. Then they formed up around us and drew, all 5 at once. I put 2 fingers together and swept them across my body. A wisp of Heavenly Emperor sword intent, not the whole thing, not even close, and it went through 5 men's combined attack and put all 5 of them on their backs, coughing blood. Is that everything the limitless Holy Land has? I said. Then I turned my back on them, which I had been waiting all day to do, and looked at the 2 women. These are barely adequate, I said. Use them for the down.Which secret. They were out before I finished the sentence. I want you to picture this properly, because I stood there and watched it, and it's one of my favorite things I've ever seen. 2 women from a sect everybody in the domain had spent 10 years calling a corpse walked into 5 armed men from the limitless Holy Land without weapons and hit them. Lin Yushin has the Fighting King body, manhwa has the Beast King body and a clan tradition of pure physical cultivation. Both were at Foundation Establishment 5, and both were already fighting like 9th-level peaks, and both had the first level of an Emperor's scripture sitting 1 heartbeat out of reach. The ancient killing field came up around them halfway through. They're using us as whetstones, one of the limitless disciples screamed, which was the last accurate observation of his life. Chaos light ran over both women at once, and the avenue of power went through them, and their strength doubled between one punch and the next. Level 1 of the down.Which secret, comprehended in combat, in a place that pays you for killing. The last 4 went down without finishing a word. Only their leader was left, on his knees, staring. 10 years ago, Hongmeng sent 100 prodigies, and exactly one of them ever comprehended the down.Which secret, he said. How do all 3 of you have it? It's because of Brother Li Xuan, manhwa said, with enormous satisfaction. We got dragged along in his epiphany. You're still ants, he spat. The limitless Holy Land has 3 of the 10 sequence children. Senior Brother Lei is 10th, and he has already received my call, and he is coming here, and he is going to do to you exactly what we did to your sect 10 years ago. The 10th sequence, I said. Everybody stopped. If I suppress the 10th sequence, does that make me a sequence child? The 2 women turned and stared at me with identical expressions. Should we perhaps avoid him? Lin Yushin said carefully. Just for a while. He's Cave Heaven 9th level. We're going to meet him eventually, I said. I'd rather meet him now. Then I looked back at the man on the ground, and something occurred to me. How did you call him? You've got something on you. His hand went to his storage pouch, which answered the question, and then he grabbed for the jade slip inside it and tried to crush it. I put a thread of spiritual power through his forehead before his fingers closed. The slip lit up in my palm and turned into a map, a living one, with small red dots crawling across it. Every limitless Holy Land disciple in the Saint ruins, where they were going. I stood there with the dead man's radar in my hand while the ground quietly ate him. They all have these, Lin Yushin said, and there was something bitter in it. Every lineage, so they can find each other in here, and so they can find us. 10 years of knowing this place, and a map, and numbers, Mei Lihua said. No wonder. Far away in the deep, one dot had turned around and was coming towards us fast. That was the 10th sequence, and he was still hours out. I looked at the rest of the dots, dozens of them, scattered around the outer ruins in 2s and 3s, all of them out hunting, all of them carrying whatever they'd already found. Well, I said, we've got time to collect some interest. What followed was, and I say this with a completely straight face, the most productive afternoon of my life. We ran the map. 6 here, 2 there, 4 over that ridge. I stopped fighting almost entirely. Foundation establishment peaks weren't sharpening anything of mine, and turned the whole thing into a training program for the 2 of them. 2 each, I'd say, and stand back. Mei Lihua took a pair on her own out of sheer showing off, opening with, "Hey, you 2, watch this," which is not a battle cry so much as a warning, and then a dragon phantom came up around her, and something enormous and full of teeth came out of nowhere at her side and ate both men before they finished turning around. Then the beast vanished again, and she skipped back to me looking like a girl who'd won a fairground prize. Lin Yushin went next and refused to be outdone. She has these plain old bronze bells on her arms, and when she moves her hands they ring, and when they ring, the men she is fighting forget for 1 entire second who they are. I raised an eyebrow at that. Your king body's about to break through, I said, and that bell interferes with the mind. I know, she said, and did not explain, and I have never once got a straight answer out of that woman about anything. Between fights, they ate the spirit medicines we'd taken off the corpses, and their cultivation climbed. 6th level. 7th. Mine went faster, because the supreme bone in my chest doesn't leave any of it on the plate. Cultivating in a sect is fine, I told them, but nobody has ever learned what they're actually capable of anywhere except inside a fight they might lose. Both of them nodded like I'd said something wise. I had said something I'd worked out 4 days earlier while a woman 2 realms above me was setting my bedroom on fire. 10 miles on, the map got crowded. A canyon and a fresh immortal cave in the wall of it, and 33 people standing around it in factions, all shouting. 15 from the limitless Holy Land in one mass. 3 from the Dao-Yi Holy Land in bloodied white robes standing in the cave mouth with their backs to it. Everybody else in 2s and 3s, circling. We found it, the Dao-Yi people were saying. It's ours. Nothing in the Saint Ruins belongs to anybody, the limitless crowd said. It belongs to whoever's fist is biggest. And that smells like a saint's medicine garden in there. You are not keeping a saint's medicine garden. I crouched in the weeds and did the arithmetic. 20 at Foundation Establishment 9th Peak. 10 at Cave Heaven 1st. 3 at Cave Heaven 3rd. 33. I could take them. I'd finish it bleeding, and the 10th sequence child was already on the map and closing, and arriving at that fight injured was how people die. So I checked the pill list, and I found something better. Wait for my signal, I told the girls. When it starts, don't hold anything back. Then I walked out of the trees on the other side of the canyon, alone, in full view of 33 armed strangers. Busy in here, I said. Everything stopped. It's the Hong Meng trash. Foundation Establishment 7. I could kill him by leaning on him. Get out, boy, or I'll make an example of you the way we made examples of your seniors 10 years ago. That last one came from the limitless side, and I want you to know I logged the voice. Then one of them pulled out his jade slip to check something and went white. Senior brother Zhang's marker is gone. All of them are gone. There are 2 reasons a marker goes out. You walk out of the Saint Ruins and forfeit everything you came for, or you die. Nobody walks out. 33 heads turned to me at once, and about 11 of them started checking their own maps and finding their own holes. You, somebody said. That's not possible. And I swallowed the taunt pill. Taunt. Below Cave Heaven, minus 50%. Cave Heaven and above, minus 30. And here's the part the name doesn't prepare you for. It hits everyone who hears it. Sorry, I said. Who was it that said they could kill me by leaning on me? The limitless people came off the wall. Also, to be clear, I don't just mean them. I let my eyes go all the way around the canyon. Every faction, every face. I mean all of you. Every single one of you is garbage. If that upsets you, come and kill me. 33 people who had spent the last 10 minutes about to murder each other became instant, passionate allies, and every one of them came at me at the same time. And every one of them felt their own strength fall out from under them mid-stride. My power, half of it's gone. I was already inside them. No technique, no sword, no dozi secret even. Just the primordial divine body embryo and the chaos light in my chest, and 33 people fighting at half weight. And then 2 more shapes came out of the tree line, with an emperor's scripture running through both of them. Mei Li Hua and Lin Yuxin hit that crowd like something released from a cage. "What are these 3? Somebody was screaming. "What is Hong Meng feeding them? Send word out, something is happening in the Saint ruins." Nobody sent anything. Meanwhile, outside, on the cliff, the elders of every Dao lineage in the domain were standing around the ranking tablet making jokes. The Dao Yi children found a saint's medicine garden. Lucky brats. "Your boy Zhang sent word he'd run into the 3 Hongmeng strays," one of them said to the limitless elder, and everybody laughed. "That'll be entertaining." "Death is normal in the Saint ruins," the limitless elder said, staring right at the Hongmeng Grand Elder while he said it. "If those 3 are stupid enough to reach for anything, they deserve what they get." They had been doing that to him for 10 years, every time, standing near him and saying things at him. He was too furious to answer, so he looked up at the ranking stone instead, and stopped, and started laughing. It went on a long time, and it was not a nice sound, and there were tears going down his face while he did it. "Good," he was saying. "Good. Good." Every other elder on that cliff looked up. Half the names of the limitless Holy Land have gone black. 30 of my Dao Yi disciples are dead. My sects lost a dozen prodigies. What is happening in there? And then somebody found the other thing. 3 names that had started the day dead last out of 1,000 had, in the space of a few hours, climbed into the top 100. The elders of the 100 Battles domain stood on that cliff and understood, all at once, at about the same speed, that something had come into the Saint ruins with them. "I told you," the Grand Elder said. He wasn't laughing anymore. "I told you there'd be a surprise this year. This is the beginning of it." The payout arrived while I was still standing in the wreckage. Achievement complete. Kill more than 30 stronger opponents while medicated. Rewards: 1 taunt pill, 1 freeloader pill, 1 luck pill. Another taunt pill. The system clearly approved of my methods. The luck pill's note was 1 line. The golden crown of fortune, the supreme destiny. And the freeloader pill said this: after taking it, the host may take something for free from anyone they fight, provided the host survives. Randomly obtains techniques, weapons, cultivation, or attributes. Lasts 10 days, 3 uses. 3 free takes. Off anybody, including, if the dice were kind, their signature move. I stood in a canyon full of corpses and thought about who was walking towards me right now, with a sequenced child's inheritance on him, and I felt very peaceful. Then we went into the cave, because there was still the small matter of a saint's medicine garden. It's a small world in there. Not a cavern, a world, a valley 1,000 feet deep, folded into a hole in a wall, with cracks running through the sky where the space itself was failing. Saint-level cultivators can build these. This one had been left alone for a very long time and was in the process of dying. The floor of it was medicine, everywhere. Rank after rank of herbs so potent the air hurt to breathe, and among them, unmistakably, dozens of sacred medicines. Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua walked straight towards them with their hands out and their faces empty. Something was wrong. Nobody leaves dozens of sacred medicines lying in the shallow end of anything. The supreme bone lit in my chest on its own and threw chaos light over me, and something slid off it. Something that had been quietly and patiently telling me to go and pick the flowers. "Wake up!" I hauled both of them back by the collars and slapped chaos light over their heads, and they came around, gasping. "I saw a figure," Lin Yuxin said, and her voice wasn't steady. "Enormous. Standing on the river of time, calling me over, offering to teach me a supreme technique." When I woke, Mei Li Hua said, I think it looked at me, and I think it was surprised. Then the entire garden caught fire. Black flame came up through every plant in that valley, and every sacred medicine in it turned to ash in about 2 seconds, because none of them had been there for a very long time. We had been looking at the shape a thing leaves behind, and where the black fire touched the ground, it opened craters. Both of them got behind me without discussing it. "This world's collapsing," I said, "and I think we started it." And then I turned to leave and stopped because out in the middle of all that annihilating dark, 3 plants were still standing. Real ones, still bright, still fragrant, untouched. 3 sacred medicines, the kind that bring the dead back. Everything in front of me was black fire and spreading cracks in space, any one of which would have erased me on contact. "That's too dangerous," Lin Yushin said. "Nothing's worth, except that a sacred medicine is a spare life, and I was about to fight a sequence child." "Getting through a place like that," I said out loud, mostly to myself, "would take a genuinely absurd amount of luck." Then I stopped talking, because I owned some. I ate the luck pill. 7-colored light came down on me out of a sky that was inside a cave, and a golden crown condensed over my head, and I felt something settle into me that I have never once been able to describe properly. Not power, not strength. A tilt, a bias in the world in my direction. The chi-luck golden crown. And the black annihilating fire, which had a will of its own and no reason at all to be polite, curved away from me. The crown melted into golden threads and sank into the supreme bone, and the 2 of them fused, and I understood that this one wasn't temporary. It was mine now. Permanently. Then I walked into the fire. I'm told it was unpleasant to watch. Every crack in space opened just after I'd passed the spot. Every wave of black fire arrived a half-second behind my shoulder. I wasn't dodging. I was simply, consistently, absurdly not where the death was. Both women stood at the mouth of it and didn't dare shout in case they broke my concentration. I picked the first sacred medicine, then the second, then the third, and the divine aura came off them and went straight into the supreme bone, and my primordial divine body embryo got noticeably heavier, and I turned around to leave, richer than I had ever been in either life. And then I saw the platform. 3 jong across, dead center of the garden, in the one place the black fire refused to touch. Ancient stone, scarred all over with sword marks and dragon and phoenix imprints, every mark on it left by somebody enormous, all of it unbelievably old and unbelievably tired. There was a figure standing on it with its back to us, transparent, motionless, and so heavy to look at that all 3 of us stopped breathing at once. "That's him," Lin Yushin whispered. "That's the one from the illusion, standing on the river of time." "Is that the saint?" Mei Lihua said. "Is that the one who died here?" I stood closer to it than either of them, so I got the best of it, and what I felt coming off that back was not menace exactly. It was scale, the way you feel standing at the foot of something geological. And there was an incense burner in front of the platform, with old offerings in it burned to black. Somebody had come here. Somebody had made offerings to this figure, and judging by the state of the ash, they had done it a very long time before I was born on either world. Then the chi-luck golden crown, which had been mine for about 90 seconds, gave me a nudge. Not a warning, a direction, towards the burner. I stood there for a while. Because I want to be honest about what was actually in my hands. 3 sacred medicines, 3 extra lives, in a place where I was about to fight the 10th strongest young cultivator in the domain. Everything I had done that day had been in service of walking out of here stronger, and nobody, not one person, would have blamed me for turning around. "It's an honor to see a saint's shadow," I said, out loud, to a back. "Let these stand as an offering." And I put all 3 of them in the burner. Mei Lihua made a small sound like she'd been hit. The burner filled with chaos light, and the 3 sacred medicines were gone. Not burned, gone. There wasn't even ash. I bowed, because it seemed like the thing, and turned to go, and behind me something rang. The figure on the platform was fading, quietly, the way a held breath goes out, and where it had stood, a token had fallen. Purple gold, small. And the moment it appeared, the collapse of that entire small world stopped, just stopped. Cracks halfway across the sky held still. The black, annihilating fire, the thing that had eaten a garden of sacred medicines in 2 seconds, met the chaos light coming off that token and retreated from it like an animal. "That's one wisp of it," Lin Yushin said, and she had gone completely pale. "One wisp, and it's holding a dying world open." Both those women come from lines that produced emperors. Neither of them had ever seen anything like it. I picked it up. Chaos light went out of it and into me and settled into the supreme bone, and my divine body embryo, which had been full, got room in it again. There was a figure engraved on the token, the same figure from the platform, but grander, a man standing on the river of time and walking against it, and I only looked at it for a second before my soul started to complain, and I put it away very quickly. Then the world resumed collapsing. "Out," I said. We came out of that immortal cave into the canyon, and the girls made it clear, and I was a step behind them, and something crossed the horizon at us. I punched it apart, and it still stopped me dead in the cave mouth, and the shockwave of a cave heaven 9th level attack went out across the canyon. He came down through it with lightning walking all over him. "So you're Li Xuan," he said, and his voice went through the rock. "The Hongmeng prodigy, the one who killed Gao Wei." Every hair on my arms was standing up from the field coming off him. Lin Yushin and Mei Li Hua went gray. "You blocked one strike," he said mildly. "You're better than they said." Then his eyes went over my shoulder to the 2 women and got much colder. Zhang and his people were garbage, beaten by 3 Foundation establishment children. I had to come all the way back from the deep for this. What a waste of my day. "Thunder Ancestor Can," I said. 10th sequence, Senior Brother Lei. "Hongmeng spent 10 years and produced 3 cripples," he said. "I'll kill all 3 today. And then nobody will enter your sect for another 10 years, and after that, there won't be a sect." "Cultivation isn't everything," I said. "You might be kneeling in a minute. Also, while you were walking here, I killed every limitless disciple in the outer ruins." He checked. I watched him check. I watched a man look down at a map with over 100 markers on it and find every single one of them gone. "I couldn't have done that," he said. He wasn't being arrogant. He was genuinely bewildered. "Even I couldn't have done that." "If you want the answer," I said, "you'll have to fight me for it." He grinned and stepped into the dying world after me, and the sky filled with a net of lightning big enough to blot out the ceiling. I met it with flame sky burning, and the whole small world shook. We both went back 2 steps. He looked genuinely startled. Then he stopped playing. Raging thunder, holy body. The purple lightning turned gold, and the temperature of the entire place changed, and a collapsing world that had been holding together began to crumble at the edges just from proximity to him. I'd fought a holy body before. Chen Haoran had one. This was not the same animal at all. Chen Haoran had been a boy with a gift. This was a cave heaven peak cultivator who had fully digested what he was, and if that man lives to grow up, he sweeps the domain. Fine. Supreme Bone. Spirit King 9 transformations. The Wang family's technique running through a primordial divine body embryo with the avenue of power in the foundation. My spiritual power went out of me like water out of a smashed jar, and my physique went up. Not to a holy body, past it. For about the length of a held breath, standing in a dying pocket world, I was a Hongmeng divine body, and I hit his sky full of golden lightning with one plain, unremarkable punch, and it broke. He stared at his own empty hand. "A full realm below me, and you matched me." Then his face twisted. "I failed to kill you in 3 moves. That is a disgrace." Lightning wrapped him until he looked like a man bathing in tribulation, and a phantom rose behind him tall enough that every surviving cultivator in the outer ruins saw it over the horizon and started running the other way. Lei Zu One Finger. The technique that had made him untouchable inside his own sect. The absolute ceiling of what cave heaven can do. I laughed at him. I couldn't help it. "Then I'll break your Tao." And I punched him, and the Dozi secret came up my arm, and the mountains and rivers of an ancient killing field condensed on my fist with countless figures inside it, evolving murder, and the whole thing burned gold like a small sun going off in a cave. His lightning broke. His finger broke. Half of him took the rest of it. "How?" he said through the blood. "Is the Dozi's secret that strong in your hands?" I didn't answer. I just kept hitting him. Halfway through hitting him, he worked it out. "You're a divine body," he said, and he sounded almost relieved, the way people do when a nightmare finally finally makes sense. Hong Meng produced a divine body and hid it. That's what this is. You came here to collect for 10 years ago. Is this what you meant? I said, by sweeping all enemies? The Doze's secret put a giant phantom hand around him and drove him into the ground, and the small world came apart around us, and the 10th sequence child of the 100 Battles domain went down in the wreckage of a dead saint's garden. Ding! Mission complete. Become a sequence child. Reward, 1 attribute pill. New mission, refresh the sequence ranking. This mission stacks 1 attribute pill for every rank you climb. An attribute pill fuses an attribute into a grotto heaven and turns it into an attribute grotto heaven, which means that in cave heaven, where everybody else has 9 holes that eat spiritual energy, I would have 9 loaded guns. And the new mission paid 1 pill per rank. There are 10 sequence children. I stood there in the dust, doing sums that made me smile in a way the 2 women behind me later described as unsettling. Outside, the tablet changed. The 10th sequence has been replaced. Thunder Ancestor Can is off the list. It says Li Xuan. The Limitless Elder nearly came apart. He was one of our 3 young supremes. He could have fought a dozen cave heaven cultivators at once and not lost. How? I told you, the Grand Elder said, that there'd be a surprise. The 10th sequence is a step. He's going to walk up the rest of it and make every one of you feel exactly what we felt. Then every elder on that cliff sent the same order in at the same time. Gather. All outer disciples of every lineage, from every faction, drop your rivalries and mass up. 3 children can't fight 200. I was standing over the body when they started arriving. Streaks of light came down into that canyon from every direction until the walls were lined with them. Hundreds, all lineages, all standing together for the first time in 10 years, and every one of them looking at us. Then it got specific. 2 men from the War Dynasty bowed to Lin Yuxin with elaborate correctness. Princess, stop now. If the Crown Prince learns of this, he will have you punished, possibly executed. His murderous intent towards me has never once wavered because of the succession, Lin Yuxin said pleasantly. You're his dogs. Don't pretend to be mine. Their faces closed. Then we'll carry out the punishment on his behalf. And from the other side, the Beast King clan, cold as a courtroom. Mei Lihua. As saintess of this clan, you have slaughtered indiscriminately. The elders will strip your title, and you will be confined to the beast prison. I have seen that girl smile at a man while killing him. I have never seen what happened to her face then. When the Beast King clan fed my branch of the family to something, she said, I stopped being one of you. Saintess, keep it. If you come near me again, I will kill every one of you and pour you out for my dead. Both of them started forward at once, and I got a hand on each of their arms. Don't, I said. They're outnumbering us and provoking you deliberately. They want you to walk into the middle first. I felt both of them stop shaking. The men across the canyon looked disappointed, so I stepped out in front of the 2 of them, alone, and drew. I'm standing right here, I said. Which of you objects? They actually laughed at me. Hundreds of them, Foundation Establishment peaks and Cave Heaven cultivators mixed together, and their combined aura went up until it was thicker than the daylight. Li Xuan, run, Lin Yuxin said, and she wasn't afraid for herself. That's beyond anything Cave Heaven can take. Even an awakening realm power wouldn't stand in front of that. Running isn't my style, I said. You want to recreate what you did 10 years ago? I raised the 7-colored heavenly fate and pointed it at all of them at once. Good. I've been wanting to show you what it looked like from our side. Heavenly Emperor, sword intent. There was one light in that canyon, and it came off my sword, and everything else in the world went dim by comparison, and it passed through the space where several hundred people were standing. Then there was no noise at all. I sheathed the sword and ate a fistful of gathering spirit pills, because that strike had emptied me down to the walls of my dantian, and behind the crowd the sword intent kept going and took a mountain apart on its way out. Then the blood came down. It rained. Across the whole canyon and out past the ridges, thick and warm, and something in the air was sobbing, a long, thin sound out of the void that I have never been able to explain and have never forgotten. 10 years ago, I said, when 100 of ours died here, I imagine it looked exactly like this. And then they came. Out of the falling blood, all around us, figures. 100 of them, faint as breath, standing in the rain in the place where they had been surrounded and killed and left. I don't know what they were. Lin Yuxin says will. Mei Lihua says grudge. The Grand Elder, when I told him, just put his face in his hands. They looked at the three of us. One of them grinned and put a thumb up. And then all of them went, all at once, the way a held breath goes out. And something whispered across the whole St. Ruins as they went, and what it said was, "With a son like this in the generations after us, we can rest." The three of us stood in the blood rain, crying like idiots, and none of us said anything for a long time. Then the ground drank all of it, and the bodies went to bone, and the canyon was empty. "The only real shame," I said eventually, wiping my face, "is that I incinerated several hundred storage pouches in one go." Both of them laughed at me. It came out slightly broken. It counted. Thunder Ancestor Can was still alive on the ground behind us, staring at all of it, shaking. "You were holding back," he said. "In our fight. You were holding back the whole time." "You were a whetstone," I said. "It would have been a waste to break you in one strike." He had, in fairness, been an extremely good whetstone. My Dodza secret had climbed to the very edge of its second level on his body alone. Then I looked at all that lightning still crawling over his skin, and I thought about how his golden thunder had gone through everything I put in front of it, and I got the freeloader pill out. I swallowed it, and I punched him, and I watched him die with my fingers metaphorically crossed. The pill's power ran through him looking for something to take. Cultivation, weapon, technique, attribute. The note said it was random, and if it came back holding a sword, I was going to be extremely annoyed. Then the supreme bone shook, and the Chi Luck golden crown came up over my head on its own, and what came back into me was a coil of purple lightning that immediately tried to tear my Dantian apart from the inside, and I put supreme extremity on it until it lay down. The thunder attribute, the exact thing I'd wanted. Out of 4 possibilities on the first roll. I stood there and thought about the fact that I now owned luck as a stat, and I had a very quiet, very private moment about it. Outside, on the cliff, the world ended for a lot of old men at once. Thunder Ancestor Chan's name went black. Li Xuan went red in the 10th slot. And then somebody thought to look at the rest of the outer tablet. "There's a fault," an elder said. "There must be a fault. Only Lin Yuxin and Mei Lihua are still lit. Every other name is black. That's every disciple, from every lineage, on the entire outer ring. That's not possible." "Then explain," somebody said, "why 2 Foundation Establishment girls from Hongmeng are ranked 1st and 2nd. The Grand Elder started laughing again, and this time he couldn't stop. "The tablet belongs to the St. Ruins," he said. "The tablet does not have faults." He pointed. Out over the outer ruins, for miles in every direction, it was raining blood. They'd all seen that before, once, from the other side. "Countless prodigies," one of them said, in the voice of a man watching 100 years of work go into a hole, "raised over a century, just like that." The limitless elder wept openly. And then it got so much better, and I want to explain this properly because it is genuinely my favorite piece of bookkeeping in this entire story. Every time the St. Ruins open, the lineages take turns donating a supreme treasure as the prize for topping the outer ranking. 10 years ago, it had been Hongmeng's turn, and Hongmeng had put up a scroll of a saint's technique, and their own disciples had been winning it, which is precisely why every other faction in the domain decided to surround and kill 100 of them and take it. The Limitless Holy Land won it that year. This year, it was the Limitless Holy Land's turn to donate. Their prize was hanging in the air over the tablet, shining, waiting for whoever finished first on the outer ring. The 3 names at the top of the outer ring were all ours. "Allow me," the Grand Elder said, "to distribute the outer ranking reward on your behalf." And he reached up and knocked the Limitless Holy Land's own treasure down into the Saint Ruins with one finger. A golden lotus came drifting down out of the sky to us in the deep, blazing. "The great Emperor Dao Lotus," Lin Yuxin said, and covered her mouth. I looked at it blankly, which made both of them laugh. "It's not the throne an emperor sits on," she explained. "When Emperor 100 Battles broke through from Saint into the Emperor realm, there was a lotus growing next to him. A trace of his emperor's intent touched it, that's all. It's been alive ever since, and it carries the power to break a realm barrier." "The Limitless Holy Land put this up as a prize for their own children," Mei Lihua said, entirely delighted. "I think they might be dying out there right now." I asked who Emperor 100 Battles was because I still knew nothing about anything and got an answer that stopped me walking. The 100 Battles domain is named after him. the first emperor this whole region ever produced. He put down an age of darkness barehanded, and when he took the throne, he named himself for the war he'd won. And when he was old, he left, walking backwards up the river of time, and the emperors who came after him went after him. And the dozi secret, the emperor scripture that had been carried into a herb garden and put into my hands, was written by him. I stood there holding a flower off a dead man's breakthrough, on my way to fight the strongest children of an entire domain, and thought about a man who had walked out of the world against the current of time, and I had absolutely no idea yet how much that thought was going to cost me. One day, I said, I'm going up there. I want to see what that age looked like. Neither of them laughed at me. We found a peak with nothing living on it, and the three of us sat down, and the lotus dropped 3 petals. I want to be honest here. It was the easiest breakthrough of my life, and I resent how easy it was. The barrier just went. No struggle, no risk, no danger. My whole body got lighter, and supreme extremity fused a wisp of an emperor's intent and came out the other side so pure it felt like an insult to everything below it. Cave heaven, first level. And I didn't stop. The supreme bone opened up and poured chaos light through me for 81 circuits, with the lotus light braided into it, and the phenomenon came back over the 9 heavens, purple mist, the falling Milky Way, and behind them, an enormous celestial palace slowly resolving out of the dark. The primordial divine body embryo finished cooking. Hongmeng divine body. Lin Yu Xin and Mei Li Hua came through right behind me, and both of them went past king body and into holy bodies on the way, which is a thing that is supposed to require a decade and a treasure, and instead required standing near me. Then the first grotto heaven opened behind me, one black mouth pulling spiritual energy in from everywhere and feeding it to my dantian several times faster than breathing. I ate the attribute pill and fed it the thunder. Lightning was born inside that hole in the world and spread until the whole thing crackled, and the first of my 9 grotto heavens stopped being a stomach and started being a weapon. Then I sat there thinking about that golden thunder Lei Tzu Khan had thrown at me, and about a certain unreadable scroll. 9 cavity spirit gathering skill. The one that supposedly lets a man raise a divine thing inside his own grotto heavens and have it fight for him. I still couldn't read a word of it, so I ate my last enlightenment pill, because there is no technique an enlightenment pill can't fix, and if there is, take another one. I came out of it with golden lightning in the first grotto heaven, and both women staring at me like I'd grown a second head. That's the 9 cavity spirit gathering skill, Mei Li Hua said faintly. That's an incomplete manual of a technique nobody in recorded history has ever started. He read it on the first day of cave heaven. What are you two sitting there for? I said. Dode's the secret. Go. We comprehended together, with the last of my epiphany still leaking out of me and running into both of them, and the ancient killing field came up over that whole mountain. I broke into the 2nd level. Every strike doubled again, and I saw further into it, which is the part that mattered. Inside the killing field, there are sacred mountains, and past those, there are chains, and past the chains, there is a celestial palace, and standing on the palace, there are figures. Each barrier you break is another level of the scripture. I had just learned to shatter a sacred mountain. There were 8 more things behind it. Lin Yu Xin and Mei Li Hua came to a stop right on the edge of the 2nd level, 1 push short. It feels wonderful, Lin Yu Xin said, in the flattest voice imaginable, to be carried. Mei Li Hua hugged me so hard she nearly took me off the rock. I knew following you was the right call. A few days in here and I've transformed 3 times. I'm 1 step from awakening my bloodline. My system decided this was worth money. Achievement complete. Carry your companions while medicated. Rewards. 1 freeloader pill, 2 teleportation pills. I want it on record that the system gave me an achievement for having friends. The teleportation pill grants 1 instantaneous move, 1,000 miles, no trace. That's a divine soul realm ability. That is 2 entire great realms above where I was standing. And I had 2, which was extremely fortunate because the sky went wrong about 90 seconds later. The void cracks from the collapsed medicine garden hadn't stopped. They'd been quietly spreading the entire time we sat on that mountain being pleased with ourselves, and now they were coming across the landscape fast enough to watch, eating everything, black chi boiling out of them. That's going to take the entire outer ruins, I said. We got into the air, and it was immediately obvious we were too slow. All three of us had been able to fly for about 20 minutes. Li Xuan, Mei Lihua said, and her voice cracked. We just got here. I grabbed both their hands. Teleportation. 1,000 miles in one step, out of a world that ended behind us. The entire outer ring of the Saint Ruins was annihilated that afternoon. Every canyon, every ridge, every immortal cave. It stopped only when it reached the border of the deep. We fell out of the void onto grass and lay there gasping. Grass. Blue sky over it. Sunlight. After days in a gray country of bone and black blood. Lin Yushin started to get up to look around, and I caught her arm. Don't. Out on that beautiful lawn, rings were spreading through the ground like it was water, and something enormous was moving underneath them. I put a wisp of Heavenly Emperor Sword Intent into the 7-colored Heavenly Fate and cut the sky. It tore like wet paper. The blue went, and the grass went, and the sunlight went, and what was actually there came through underneath. A dead gray shore, and in front of us, going out past the horizon in every direction, an ocean. It was not a lake. It was a sea of blood, and it went to the horizon, full of bones, with something enormous moving under it, whose tail alone threw up waves 100 feet high. And drifting on it, in the mist, were ships, made of bones, covered in black runes, hundreds of feet tall. That's dragon bone, Mei Lihua said, and she'd gone very quiet, because the Beast King clan feels these things. Every one of those ships is built out of dragons. Somebody killed enough dragons to build a fleet. There was a stone tablet on the shore with exactly one sentence on it. Offer bloodstone. Board. So that was what the red stones were for, and we had been picking them up out of dead spirit beasts for days without knowing. I fed one to the tablet, and a ship came up out of the sea in front of us, scarred all over with sword cuts and spear holes, and we climbed onto a deck heaped with old bones and found a red orb of light hanging over it. More bloodstone made it go faster. The three of us looked at each other, and then we emptied our storage pouches onto the deck, and a mountain of red stones came out of them. Because we had killed every single disciple on the entire outer ring of the Saint Ruins, and they had all been collecting these for days, and we had taken all of it. The ship went across that sea like something fired out of a gun. We caught the first one inside an hour. 5 people on it. 4 ordinary Cave Heaven 9th level cultivators and 1 woman at the rail who did not look ordinary at all. Mei Lihua made a noise beside me that I have never heard a human being make before. Mei Lian Shuang, she said. Finally. They had the same face. About 30% of it anyway, the way cousins do. You, the woman laughed. I'm surprised something like you got this deep and stayed breathing. I'm going to kill you for the entire 9th clan, Mei Lihua said, and she was crying, and she was smiling. Then the woman looked at me, and her eyes went flat and bored. A first-level Cave Heaven dares look at me? Kill them. Her 4 men came at us, and I stepped aside. I actually used a movement technique to get to the far rail and stood there with my hands folded while 4 Cave Heaven 9th level cultivators charged. Why aren't you fighting? Lin Yushin hissed. They're not worth my attention, I said serenely. You 2 go and sharpen the Dodza secret. That is what I said out loud. What I was thinking was, I have 2 freeloader charges left. They trigger on anyone I fight, and I am not spending one of them on a henchman. Mei Lihua didn't need telling twice. She went into all 4 of them in her holy body without summoning a single beast, and there was a series of very short noises, and then there weren't 4 men. Oh, Mei Lian Shuang said, mildly. You broke through, in a few days. You've awakened a holy body. Then she smiled. You'll still never catch me. Your revenge is hopeless. You are a small, stupid child, and you always were. And Mei Lihua's eyes went red, and she started forward, and I put golden lightning on her forehead. She came back to herself, shaking. What? You got played, I said. Your obsession is the biggest handle anyone will ever have on you. She didn't even have to try. She just had to say the right sentence. Then I looked properly at the 9th sequence child, because I'd just watched her weaponize grief with her voice, and I understood why she outranked the man with the thunder. Charming, I said. You're a mind worker. You've a poor cultivation and very good eyes, she said, and then she said the thing. If there'd been a disciple like you among Hongmeng's prodigies 10 years ago, I wouldn't have wiped them out so easily. Everything in me went cold and very quiet. She saw it, and she liked it. Do you want to fight me then? Shall I show you the despair those people felt? I thought about it, genuinely thought about it. You've got nothing I want, I said. Which was true. Her whole art was a mind trick. No technique worth taking, no attribute worth stealing, nothing that would survive a freeloader role, and one of only 2 charges. I have never in my life had a colder reason for anything, but I did have something better than my own fists to hand. Mei Li Hua, golden lightning's in your head now. She can't reach you. Go and fight her, all the way. I'll handle everything else. I want to be clear about what I was doing, because it wasn't kindness either. That girl was jammed against the ceiling of the 2nd level of the Doza secret and had been for 2 days, and the only thing that breaks that ceiling is a fight you might not survive against somebody you hate. I was handing her a whetstone shaped like the woman who murdered her family. With you behind me, she said, I'll go all the way. Mei Lian Shuang opened with 9 grotto heavens and a 100-foot proud dragon out of a dragon blood technique, and it should have finished it. Mei Li Hua is small, and she is fast, and the dragon could not touch her, and she went up its length, taking it apart, and drank the divinity out of its blood on the way. Then the 2 of them met in the middle, holy body against holy body, and the ship rang like a struck bell. You're 8 small realms below me, child. Doubling nothing is still nothing. She was right. Everyone on both ships knew she was right, including Mei Li Hua. Mei Li Hua kept fighting. Only in the face of death, I said, loud enough to carry, do you understand what the scripture actually is? I saw the exact moment it landed. She stopped defending. She stopped caring about the wounds. She took a killing blow across the ribs and did not appear to notice, because all of her had gone somewhere else. And then, in the phantom killing field behind her, a sacred mountain came apart. Doza's secret, 2nd level, and the whole fight turned over. You made yourself saintess and then took it out on my branch of the family. Mei Lian Shuang went backwards. You destroyed my cave and cut my foundation because I dared go into seclusion. Backwards. I was making offerings to my dead, and you attacked me at their graves and drove me out. The last of it wasn't a fight. Mei Li Hua opened a grotto heaven behind her and put the 9th sequence child of the 100 Battles domain into it and closed it. Then the world went quiet, except for the sea. Mei Li Hua stood there, staring at nothing. I did it, she said. I actually... And then she went down on the deck and started kowtowing to the sky, over and over, hard enough to open her forehead, saying names. Her father, her mother, a younger brother, a younger sister, 3,000 people. Then Yushin and I stood there and let her. There wasn't anything to say, and both of us knew better than to try. When it finally stopped, she came and knelt in front of me instead, and I hated that immediately. I owe you everything, she said, for me and for all of them. From today, I don't serve you. You're my lord. If it's useful, my life is yours. I was working out how to say no to that when the grotto heaven behind her shook and something came out of the dead woman and went into her. Bloodline. Awakened. A pillar of blood essence went up off her into the sky, and every beast that has ever existed screamed out of it at once. Dragons, phoenixes, tigers, wolves, and then all of it folded down into a girl about my shoulder height. When she stood up, she had 2 small horns coming through her hair. That's a good look, I said, and flicked one, and she made an entirely undignified noise and beamed at me. I can cultivate the ancestral legacy now, she said, and put a scroll in my hand. I stared at it. I told you I'd hand the inheritance scripture over if you let me follow you, she said cheerfully. I swore it to the great Tao. I can't take it back. I had completely forgotten she'd said that. Lin Yushin nodded at me to take it. The Beast King clan produced an emperor once, apparently. The stack paid out. 1 attribute pill. I blinked at that. Because I hadn't fought. I had put 1 bolt of lightning in a girl's head and said 1 sentence, and Mei Li Hua had killed the 9th sequence and become the 9th sequence, and the system had paid me for it. I stood on a bone ship in a sea of blood, while my entire understanding of the situation quietly rearranged itself. If I don't like an opponent, I don't have to fight them. I can simply coach. That, I said out loud, is the purest thing that has ever happened to me. Manhua spun in a circle. I'm a sequence child. Me! Next one's 8th, I said, watching the horizon. I asked how much stronger the ranks actually got, because Thunder Ancestor Chan and Mei Lian Shuang hadn't felt that far apart. They aren't, Lin Yuxin said. The bottom 5 are all holy bodies, all cave heaven peak, all roughly equal. The top 5 are something else entirely. Some of them can already use abilities above their realm. At least one of them has a divine body. And then she said the thing I have thought about a great deal since. There are also prodigies from older eras asleep inside divine source stones. In the Holy Lands, in the great clans. Sealed. They practice ancient scriptures nobody teaches anymore, and they will not be woken until the true great era arrives, and then they will be turned loose on the 3,000 Dao domains. People from other centuries, on ice, waiting for the war. Fine, I said. We'll catch up with them eventually. We overtook the next ship at speed, and I got a look at who was on it, and there were 2. The first one had Lin Yuxin's face. Golden dragon chi came off him in an imperial haze, and he threw a 5-clawed golden dragon at our ship without breaking off his conversation. Lin Yuxin, he said, so you did crawl into Hongmeng. The crown prince is speaking. Why aren't you kneeling? We're the same rank, she said. I don't kneel. 8th sequence, Lin Yitian, crown prince of the War dynasty, and beside him a woman with far more weight to her than him, cold as a knife left outdoors, with something pale burning on her fingertips that lowered the temperature of 2 ships and a stretch of sea. Cold Spirit Mountain. 7th sequence, Dao Yi Holy Land. Lin Yuxin came and stood in front of me and asked me for something, which she had never done. When my father's succession went wrong, she said, he executed everyone loyal to me, and he killed my mother. That's why I was sent to Hongmeng to pray. You helped her get hers. I didn't say anything clever. I put a wisp of the Chi Luck golden crown between her eyebrows, which is the only thing I've ever done that felt like a gift rather than an investment, and she looked at me once and then went over the rail. Lin Yitian, today we settle it. A first-level cave heaven, he said, laughing. You're not a threat to my seat. Remember the 2nd level, I called after her. In life and death you'll understand it. He was stronger, and he stayed stronger for a long time. He had a dynasty technique passed only to the men of his line that let him inhale every scrap of dragon chi in the sky, including hers, and he put her on the deck with it twice. She got up both times without saying anything at all. And on the 3rd exchange, the luck I'd left in her forehead went off, and the last veil came away, and a row of sacred mountains detonated behind her. Doza Secret, 2nd level. She hit him once, and he left the ship. Then the woman got bored. Lin Yitian, are you holding back because she's your sister? Fine. I'll do it. Pale white fire came up on her fingers, and the entire deck went white with frost, and the fire she was holding was cold enough to freeze a sea, and somewhere underneath it there was something scorching. And I looked at that flame, and I felt the exact same thing I feel about most of my problems in this world, which was, I want that. Woman, I said, stepping out over the water, your opponent's me. An ant, she said. I opened with flame sky burning to test her, and my crimson fire held against her pale fire for a whole second, which visibly annoyed her. She was the young supreme of the Dao Yi Holy Land. She was not accustomed to needing a second move. Then the prince shouted at her to keep away from his sister, and she snapped back at him. Our master is nearly at the opportunity of the other shore. We don't have time for this. And he flinched at the word master, and answered that if the 3rd sequence blamed him, he'd take responsibility. The 7th sequence child of the domain took orders from the 3rd. I filed that under things to worry about later. Where'd you get the confidence? She said to me. Thunder Ancestor Chan and Mei Lian Shuang are ahead of you in the... They're dead. That got both of them. Doza's secret again, she said, once she'd recovered. 10 years ago, 1 man in 100 managed it, and now I've met 2 of you. Unfortunately for you, you're first-level cave heaven. I opened the first grotto heaven behind me. Golden lightning came out of a hole in the world and condensed into a finger, and I pointed it at her. Not Lei Zu's technique, my own, grown out of the Doza's secret with a dead man's attribute in it, which is a distinction I enjoyed very much, and she did not. It went through her curtain of fire, and it went through her, and it put her back several steps with a look on her face I would frame if I could. Then she stopped playing too. She took the pale flame into her own body, and her holy body phenomenon came up as a wall of burning that reached the sky, and the cold and the heat in it fused into one thing that had no business existing. The dozi secret is too dangerous, she said. You don't get to grow up. I'll send you to the ones from 10 years ago. Fine, I'd been testing the lightning anyway. Hongmeng divine body to its limit. Spirit King 9, transformations on top of it. Dozi secret through all of it with golden lightning braided in, and I hit that wall of fire with an open palm. Cold fire and hot fire came apart together, and I walked out of it without a mark, and the 7th sequence child of the 100 battles domain was on the deck. How? She said. Even the Emperor fire couldn't. Then she went white, and I watched her think about somebody, about the 3rd sequence, about how he only ever needed one strike, and how she had lost to him once and had been his ever since. His power is nearly the same, she whispered, and then, very sensibly, she gave up on fighting and reached for her jade slip to warn him. I hit her before her fingers closed. She threw everything she had left into the fire, and it detonated the entire bloodstone pile on their deck, and she screamed the name of it at me while she burned. 100 battles, Emperor fire. It destroys worlds. An Emperor's flame. His flame. A legacy she had found and come here to finish refining, and if she'd had another month, she would have gone into the top 5, and I would not be telling you this story. She gathered herself to detonate it in my face. I put a wisp of heavenly Emperor sword intent across her throat, one heartbeat before she could. The fire went out of her, with nowhere to go, and I opened my grotto heaven and ate all of it, and her with it. The devouring lasted about 4 seconds, and at the end of it, a second grotto heaven opened behind me, screaming like something newborn and starving, and I went to cave heaven, 2nd level. And then the freeloader pill and the chi luck golden crown did their work together, and a thread of pale flame came up in the first hole, the fire attribute. 2nd roll, 2nd exact thing I wanted. I put the attribute pill into the 2nd grotto heaven and fed it the flame, and the hole in the world stopped shrieking and settled, and a small white fire started burning in it that gives off cold, and inside the cold there is something that will burn anything. 2 attribute grotto heavens, thunder and the 100 battles Emperor fire. The stack paid again. Another attribute pill. Across the deck, Lin Yuxin was busy dismantling her brother, who had stopped fighting properly the moment he saw Cold Spirit Mountain die and had spent the rest of it looking at me. That's Hongmeng's real card, he was saying. He's worse than she is. Then he stopped, and he started laughing, and he pulled 3 5-clawed golden dragons out of his own body all at once, which is not something a living man does. If I lose, you don't get to die well either, and if this doesn't kill you, the 3rd sequence will. You have no idea what he is. The 3 golden dragons came at Lin Yuxin, and I broke them with one punch, and when the light cleared, the crown prince of the war dynasty was not on the ship. He had jumped into the sea of blood, on purpose, and his last words came up out of the water behind him, and the 3 of us stood there staring at each other, because none of us had the faintest idea what they meant. The white-robed God King enters the sea of blood. God King Dragon Chi summons the ice coffin. An enormous white-robed God King came down out of the sky after him and went into the sea and did not come back up. The 3 of us stood there watching the water. Did he just break his own brain? Mei Lihua said. He was the crown prince, Lin Yuxin said slowly. Our father taught him everything. He killed every other royal on his way to the seat. A man like that would rather die than be beaten by me. Then she frowned at the water. But that was not a man dying for his dignity. He was scheming when he said it. Why is there no sound? The stack paid a 3rd time, and then the freeloader spoke over the top of it. Freeloader pill expended. Acquired. Thunder attribute. Emperor fire attribute. God King Dragon Chi. I stood there with question marks going off in my head like fireworks. I had not fought Lin Yitian. He'd killed himself, and the pill had burned its last charge on him anyway, and come back holding something that wasn't an attribute at all. Then the Chi Luck golden crown came up off my chest, and it was, I don't have a better word, pleased, and it ate the Dragon Chi. Not stored, ate. And then it started fusing that with the Emperor's aura it had taken out of the purple gold token, and something began to change in it that I couldn't see the end of. You did that, I said out loud to my own luck. You spent my last charge on purpose. It shook once, smugly, and went quiet. So I stopped arguing with it and went back to worrying about the thing in the water. Faster, I said, and threw every bloodstone we had left into the orb. We got 10 miles before Lin Yuxin screamed. She feels dragon chi better than anyone. She turned around, and behind us, where the crown prince of the war dynasty had gone in with a god king's inheritance running in his blood, the sea had opened. A whirlpool, miles across, pulling everything toward it and pouring out cold, and something inside it was being born. Our ship began sliding backwards. I put 100-foot hand of golden lightning into that vortex, and it flinched, and in that half-second, all three of us threw everything into the deck and got out of its mouth. The other dragon-bone ship did not. A vessel built from the bones of ancient dragons, a thing that had shrugged off an emperor's fire and world-splitting thunder without a scratch, was pulled in and shredded in under a second. Nothing came out the other side. Then a coffin rose out of the water, made of ice, and a voice came out of it that was not one voice. Blood. I want blood. And the three of us turned around and started walking towards the rail to jump in. I want to be precise about this. It wasn't a compulsion I was fighting. I wanted to. I very sincerely wanted to open my own throat into that sea, and some small part of me at the back was screaming, and the rest of me was walking. The supreme bone fired and threw chaos light over my head, and it did nothing at all. It was like putting up an umbrella against the tide. I got the teleportation pill into my hand, and my fingers wouldn't close, and it dropped on the deck. And then something in my storage pouch started hammering to get out. Purple gold light came out of it and covered all three of us, and chains of divine order unrolled through the air, and the compulsion went out of me like a plug had been pulled. The token. The one I'd bought with 3 sacred medicines and a bow to somebody's back. The thing in the ice coffin screamed when it saw it. You again. It's you again. Blood. I want blood. I want the blood of prodigies. And that was the sentence that made me cold in a way the compulsion hadn't. Because from the moment we walked into the Saint ruins, every single person who died had been drunk by the ground. Every one. Ours and theirs and everybody's. It wasn't the ground. 10 years ago, 100 prodigies of the Hongmeng Holy Land were surrounded and killed in this place, and their blood went into the dirt. And I had assumed that was just what the Saint ruins did. Somebody drank them. And I had personally fed it several hundred more only a few days earlier. The coffin lid moved. A hand came out. Black, scaled, clawed, with red hair growing off the arm, and the sea stood up in waves at the sight of it. There's an evil corpse in that coffin, Lin Yushin whispered. That's the saint's remains, I said. That's what the saint ruins are named for. And it's alive. The teleportation pill was useless. The system told me flatly that the void was sealed and nothing was punching through it. Then the purple gold token flared one more time, and the figure came out of it. The same one from the Tao platform, standing on the river of time, back to us, and he made one gesture with his hand. And the sea of blood and the yin qi came apart down the middle like 2 worlds being separated, and every scrap of that thing's power stopped at the line. We ran. For a quarter of an hour that shield held while we drove a bone ship across a rising sea, and then the light on the token went out. The figure faded, and on the way out, I swear to you, it looked at something. Not at us, past us, across the water, and across a distance that had nothing to do with space, at somewhere very far away. Then the token cracked in my hand and went dead. Behind us, the coffin started laughing and crying at the same time. Now that I am awake, nothing stops me. When I come out of this box, I will take the blood of everything here. Run, run as much as you like. Outside the Saint ruins, the world shook. Every elder on that cliff felt the whole pocket world lurch, and then the entire thing went red, and the sound of 10,000 ghosts came out of it. The saint's remains! Something has revived the saint's remains! Which idiot did it? Half of them started for the entrance, and the other half stopped them, and here is the thing that made the entire situation beautiful and horrible at once. Nobody above the awakening realm can enter the Saint ruins. The world in there is thousands of years old and fragile as a soap bubble, and a cultivator of that weight walking in would collapse the void and destroy everyone inside it, including all the children. That's why the sect masters had never simply gone in and stripped the place. Their children were in there with an awakening corpse, and the strongest people in the domain could do absolutely nothing except stand on a cliff and watch. Life and death are fate, the Dao Yi elder said eventually, and when the remains rise, the deepest opportunity of the Saint ruins will surface with it. This will be the last trial this place ever holds. Whoever walks out has a future. Then the ranking stone flashed. 7th sequence. Cold Spirit Mountain, replaced by Li Xuan. 8th. Lin Yitian, replaced by Lin Yuxin. 9th. Mei Lian Shuang, replaced by Mei Li Hua. 3 names in blood red in a row, from a sect they'd all agreed was dead. The Grand Elder didn't even gloat. He looked at the stone, said, slower than expected, the remains must have delayed them, and then took out a jade slip and spoke into it. The remains have appeared. The plan has begun. And a woman's voice came back out of the slip, cool and amused, and said one word. Good. If I'd been standing there, I'd have recognized it immediately. I'd been hearing it in my head for a week. Out on the sea, we were 10 miles from shore and stuck. The whirlpool had the whole ocean turning now, and our ship could do nothing but hold position. And there was one other ship in the same trap beside us, a thin man with a sick gray face. 6th sequence. He looked across at us, and I watched him have an idea, and then he punched a gale at us. The wind hit our deck and shoved us backwards several yards toward the vortex, and shoved him several yards forward. He was using us as ballast. He was going to spend the 3 of us to buy himself the shore. Since you came, he called, die usefully, be my stepping stone. You're the 6th, I said. Try that again. He tried it again. I put Heavenly Emperor sword intent through his gale, and it went through the wind and kept going and put a scar across his ship, and then I hit him with the dozi secret and put him on his own deck, and then I opened the first grotto heaven and pointed a golden lightning finger at his hull. The recoil off that shoved us 5 miles closer to the shore. He went backwards. He came back. Of course he did. He tore his own lifespan open for a burst of half-step awakening power and came at us with a sky full of blade phantoms, screaming that we'd all die together. And at the same moment the coffin put its second hand out and the sea threw a claw of condensed vengeful spirits at all of us, and it took everything the 3 of us had to break that one claw. I hit him with both grotto heavens at once, golden lightning, and the 100 battles emperor fire braided together through the dozi's secret, and put him down for good, and the recoil shoved us another mile closer. I lined up to finish him, because he was worth nothing to me and we needed the push. And the Chi Luck Golden Crown stopped me, not a warning, a briefing. It put the whole thing in my head at once, and I went very still. The corpse in the coffin had just woken and had no mind yet. It had exactly one instinct, drink the blood of prodigies. And until it got some, it wasn't going to stop pulling. It would drag the sea in behind us and follow us onto the shore and keep coming. But if it fed, it would stop to enjoy it. I looked across the water at the 6th sequence child of the 100 battles domain, and he looked back at me, and he saw my face change. Die, I said. I put a wisp of the 100 battles emperor fire into him, the cold half of it, and it sealed him solid, spiritual power and all in about a second. He couldn't drive his ship, he couldn't fly, he couldn't do anything except be a man on a boat with no power in a current. The vortex took him and his ship together, and neither of them existed anymore. And the sea let go of us. We jumped the last stretch and hit the shore running, while behind us something started chewing. It made a sound like a man enjoying his food, mixed with the wailing of about 10,000 people, and it carried across the whole sea, and all 3 of us were soaked in cold sweat by the time we reached the tree line. That blood, it said thoughtfully, from a long way behind us. That was good. I can smell better. I don't defend it. I fed a living person to that thing to buy the 3 of us a shoreline. I'd do it again. That's the honest end of that sentence, and I'm not going to dress it up. The far shore was a forest of trees 10 zhang tall on a hill barely 100 feet high, with no spiritual energy anywhere and no sign of anything alive, and no sign of the remaining 5 sequence children either. I cut the sky with the divine weapon on reflex, the way I had at the last illusion. Nothing tore. It wasn't an illusion this time. So I lit up the Chi Luck Golden Crown instead, and found out what it had turned into while I wasn't looking. Luck manipulation. I could see it, actually see it, as light on everything. Gold means a life that's rising. Black means a life that's over or nearly. Red means something is half dead. The dead trees around us were black, rotted through by evil Qi centuries ago, holding their shape out of habit. I turned and looked at Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua, and both of them were burning gold, several yards of it, straight up. Then they took half a step closer to me because they'd noticed me staring and got nervous. And both pillars jumped several yards higher. I stood there with that information for a while, and I have never told either of them what I saw. Then I looked up the hill and stopped breathing. A column of light nearly 100 feet across was coming out of the top of that little rise, half gold, half crimson. Something up there was enormously fortunate and half dead at the same time, and there was no life on that hill at all. I burned nearly half my spiritual power in one gesture and cut 3 zhang off it. Luck manipulation. And the hill got up. The entire 100-foot hill lifted off the ground, and the earth we were standing on split open into a ravine, and I hauled both women back 30 steps as a 1,000-foot shape came up into the air, roaring. It was not a hill. It had never been a hill. It was a turtle, scaled, ancient, with one crimson eye and one golden one, and there was a crown of golden light around its skull that seemed to be the only thing keeping it sane. Golden armor, mysterious turtle, Lin Yuxin said, in the voice of a woman quoting scripture. Those only existed in the age of Emperor 100 battles. That's a sacred beast. It's not golden, I said. It's red all over except its head. Whatever's holding it together, it's only holding its mind. And then 8 more of them came up out of the landscape. 9 sacred beasts, each the size of a city, rising into the air and arranging themselves, and the golden crowns on their skulls linked together into a formation. There were people standing under them, several spaced apart, none of them together. Their spiritual pressure made Cold Spirit Mountain feel like a rumor. The top 5. They were already in position. They had known this was coming and where to stand. They'd been here 10 years ago, and we'd been here 5 days. We know nothing, Mei Li Hua said, and for the first time, she sounded small. They know everything. We couldn't even cross the water without you. Don't worry, I said. You've got me. The 9 turtles roared at once, and their formation went off, and a pillar of light tore the chaotic sky open, and lightning came down out of it and hammered all 9 of them out of the air. They landed hard enough to crater the world, and their shells rang like struck bells. And then the void itself started generating lightning that climbed upward to meet the sky. And a mountain appeared. Not a mountain of rock. A mountain of lightning, purple and black, going up out of sight and out to both horizons, so vast that the 9 sacred beasts holding it on their backs looked like feet on a table. At the top of it, there was nothing but chaos, and something inside the chaos was being nursed. Behind us, the sea of blood stood up and came ashore, and the corpse in the coffin howled at the sight of that mountain and started fighting its way out of the lid in earnest. Don't give me an opening, I told it, over my shoulder, or I'll take you apart. Then I lit the Chi Luck golden crown, put an arm around each of them, and flew for the nearest turtle's skull, counting on the way up. There are 3, I said. There are supposed to be 5. I could see the luck of a sacred beast from a mile off. There was no reason on earth I couldn't see 2 cave heaven cultivators standing in the open. 2 of the top 5 sequence children of the 100 battles domain were not there. Not hiding, not shielded. Absent out of a sealed world with no exit. I filed it, unhappily, and started climbing. Thunder Giant Mountain isn't stone. It's compressed lightning, and deeper in it stops being purple and turns black, and one thread of the black would have deleted everyone I know. The 2 women took hits inside the first 100 feet. I got in front and started punching lightning apart with the Hongmeng divine body while they caught their breath. And then the wisp of avenue of power inside the Dozi secret woke up. It came out and wrapped around all 3 of us, and every time we broke a bolt of lightning, it caught what was left, refined it, and fed it to us as pure spiritual energy. Something was helping us up that mountain. All 3 of us noticed. None of us said it out loud. Within a quarter of an hour, all 3 of us broke through to the 3rd level of cave heaven at exactly the same moment, which is not how breakthroughs work. And then I kept going, alone, to the 4th. I opened the 3rd grotto heaven behind me and started thinking about which attribute to feed it, and the supreme bone answered the question for me before I'd finished asking it. The avenue of power went into my dantian, picked up the heavenly emperor sword intent, and carried it bodily out of me and into the third hole. I barely got the attribute pill down in time. 3 grotto heavens, golden lightning, the 100 battles emperor fire, and a sword. The 4th grotto heaven opened while I was still admiring the 3rd, and I had nothing left to feed it. Then my storage pouch started rattling again. The purple gold token came out, cracked, dead, spent, the thing I'd bought with 3 sacred medicines, and it flew straight into the 4th hole and started tearing around inside it like a dog let off a lead. "Excuse me," I said out loud. "That's for an attribute." It ignored me. It drank every scrap of spiritual power in that grotto heaven, and then started drinking the mountain, and when Thunder Giant Mountain sent lightning in after it, it ate that too and gave me back the change. And it would not let the 4th grotto heaven finish setting. It just held it open, unfinished, waiting. So I went up that mountain with 4 holes in the world behind me, one of which was a purple gold hooligan eating every bolt of lightning aimed at my head. Not one hit me the whole way. I became insufferable about it. Both women have testified to this. 1,000 feet up, we still weren't halfway, and 2 of the 3 figures ahead of us had climbed into where the thunder got serious. The 3rd had vanished. "5th sequence is gone," Lin Yuxin said. "Did he find an immortal cave?" "He hasn't gone anywhere," I said. "He's 100 feet in front of us, holding a spear." Because I could see his luck. 10 yards of gold burning in the middle of an empty mountainside, like a lighthouse. The void rippled, and a man in limitless Holy Land robes stepped out of it with a red tasseled spear held low and a face that had been handsome before somebody filled it with hate. "I've just noticed every outer disciple of my sect is dead," he said. "Was that you?" "That was me. Come and collect." "Under my spear," he said, "you die. Wu Jin Chen. Remember that name. That's all I'll say for now." His first thrust took my divine weapon aside like it was a stick and went for my chest, and he had reach on me and a spear that did not break against the 7-colored heavenly fate. His weapon was divine, too, and he was the top 5. He was better than everyone I had faced put together. Faster, cleaner, prettier to watch. The kind of fighter who's been doing one thing beautifully since he could walk. Which is when I swallowed the last freeloader pill, because I wanted the spear. Startling swan, 10 miles of red light. The tassel spun and threw red across the whole mountainside, and his 9 grotto heavens opened at once, and the strike he threw was half a step into awakening realm. Startling swan, 100 miles of blood. Startling swan, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. That last one had a landscape inside it, and it came down the mountain like weather, man and spear fused into one thing. And I opened the 2nd grotto heaven. The 100 battles emperor fire came out white and cold, and it froze his mountains and rivers solid in the air, and then the other half of it woke up and burned, and the thing shattered. The fire went up the shaft of his spear. He dismissed the weapon into thin air to escape it, and the fire did not care. It followed him anyway. He screamed for about a second and a half. The system logged it while he was still burning. 5th sequence defeated. Reward, 1 attribute pill. Defeated, not killed. And when I checked with the Chi Luck Golden Crown, I couldn't find his luck anywhere on that mountain, alive or dead. I never did work that out standing there. File it with the other 2 missing sequence children. The freeloader took his spear off him, though. It came out of the air where he died and landed in my palm, cool and heavy, with dragons and phoenixes calling in it. Startling swan, engraved on the shaft. "He's even better with a spear," Mei Lihua announced to nobody. I put it away, because a weapon you can't use is a weapon that gets you killed, and looked up. There were 2 men left above us on a mountain of lightning, and both of them were looking down. "Hongmeng brought better children this time," said the one nearest the summit, in a voice like a bell under all that thunder. "You even reached the Imperial Mountain." However, he was standing in the lightning like it was weather he'd ordered. 3rd sequence, Cold Spirit Mountain's master, the one she'd been so afraid of. "Hongmeng has no true dragons left. You 3 are pawns." I didn't know what he meant by that. I have thought about it since. Then he waved a hand without looking. "4th, you're all that's left of the limitless Holy Land. Kill those 3, and I'll permit you to challenge me." Permit, like it was a favor, and the 4th sequence lit up like he'd been handed a title. He pulled out a wooden sword covered in runes. Xiao Bing, the strongest young supreme the limitless Holy Land had, and 10 years ago he'd been ranked 3rd, back when the top 2 slots were held by prodigies of the Hongmeng Holy Land who never came home. That's worth saying plainly, actually. 10 years ago, the two best young cultivators in the entire domain were ours. Everybody agreed those rankings would never move. Then everybody killed them, and the rankings moved. All three of you carry the doudzi secret, Xiaobing said, looking at us the way you look at fruit. Kill you, and it drops. Then I take the third seat. Then his wooden sword vanished out of his hand. Something hit my raised blade hard enough to move me half a step, and the sword was there, and then it wasn't. What is that? I said. Lin Yuxin and Mei Lihua answered together, and neither of them wanted to say it. Divine ability, which should not have been possible, because a divine ability is an awakening realm thing. That sword wasn't hiding in the void, it was moving faster than a cave heaven cultivator can perceive. All of his power was inside it. Sword in place of body, sword to kill the enemy, and I wanted it immediately. So I did the only sensible thing, which was to stop chasing the sword and run at the man. All your strength is in the blade, so I'll kill the body. He sent the sword after me, and I turned and caught it on my own blade, and the two of us locked, exactly as before, neither able to win. And I opened the third grotto heaven, the one I hadn't used yet, and the heavenly emperor's sword intent came out of it as a swarm of small swords and crossed the last 100 feet on its own. He got a holy body up. That's all he got up. The strike took his arm off and put him on the rocks. I was on him before he stopped moving, and my sword came down on his throat and hit a wall of shimmering scales. Xuanlin treasure armor, he said, laughing through the blood. An awakening realm treasure. You can't break it. You haven't even reached cave heaven peak, so you can't have comprehended a divine ability. So you cannot break my defense. I'm invincible to you. And then, because men like that always explain themselves, he told me the single most useful thing anybody told me in the Saint Ruins. Only at Cave Heaven Peak can you comprehend a divine ability, and only by comprehending a divine ability can you step into the awakening realm. That's the gate. That's why every young supreme in the domain was stacked up at the same ceiling. That's the whole shape of the ladder, and he handed it to me while gloating. Li Xuan, he said, getting up. We'll meet again. I'll have that arm back. And he called his wooden sword home. I don't remember saying you could leave. I put everything I had into the first grotto heaven, all of it, and the other three helped, tearing lightning out of the mountain and shoveling it in, and a finger of golden lightning came out, and then a second, and a third, until there was a hand. You're right that I haven't comprehended a divine ability, I said. You have. The great hand caught his wooden sword in mid-flight and closed on it. He screamed and fought it, and the supreme bone shook and threw chaos light into my fist, and the hand lit up bright enough to wash out half a mountain of lightning, and the sword stopped struggling. Then I walked his own divine ability up to him and pushed. The wooden sword went into the Xuanlin treasure armor and made a small hole. His divine ability against his own awakening realm treasure evenly matched, exactly as designed. Behind it came a full-strength blow from a golden lightning hand. The armor popped like a soap bubble, and the fourth sequence child of the 100 Battles domain went to dust in the middle of his own scream. Two things fell out of the air where he'd been, the armor and the sword. I picked up both. The list updated. Xiaobing slain, reward, 1 attribute pill. And then the freeloader, on its very last legs, with the Chi Luck golden crown leaning on the scales, took the thing I actually wanted. Sword control, divine power. It settled into my dantian, and it did not feel like anything else I own. Cave heaven power is loud and greedy. This was quiet, and it was sharp, and it very obviously came from a floor above the one I was standing on. Then a 5th grotto heaven opened behind me without being asked. I stood on a mountain of lightning, holding a dead man's armor and a dead man's sword, and said, out loud, to nobody, I don't want to level up this fast. I don't have enough attributes. The purple gold token came out of the 4th hole, moved into the 5th, and started holding that one open too. Fine. Good. Thank you. We went to the summit. The lightning stopped at the top, all of it, the way noise stops when you shut a door. There was a coffin up there, half crimson and half gold, and the crimson was very slowly eating the gold, and evil chi came off it in a way that was familiar in a manner I did not enjoy at all. That's the same coffin, Mei Lihua said, getting behind me. That's the one from the sea. It was. Identical, except that one was ice and this one was stone. And behind us, down at the bottom of the world, the sea of blood had climbed all the way to the feet of the 9 sacred beasts, and standing on top of it was a figure 1,000 feet tall, made entirely out of blood. It turned its head, and 2 crimson lights came out of its eyes and crossed 1,000 miles. Blood. the blood of prodigies. Then it started running. The third sequence was standing at the coffin with his hands empty and his face like a locked door, ignoring all of it, staring at the lid. "How do you open it?" he said to himself. He'd been here 10 years ago. That time there'd been a Junsheng medicine on this summit, and the first sequence had taken it. He had come back expecting another one and found a box he could not open, with an apocalypse walking towards him. "Take one step closer, and I'll kill you," he said, without turning around. "Get lost." I looked at the coffin, and I said, "The evil corpse is coming. Good corpse, why haven't you come out?" Everyone on that summit went still. "Good corpse?" Meilihua said. "What's a good corpse?" The third sequence turned around very slowly. "There's a saint's good corpse in this coffin. There are 2 corpses in the saint ruins. How do you know that?" "3, I said. "Here's what I'd worked out, and I'd been building it since the first day. When I sat in the Holy Lord's own Tao realm, comprehending the dozi's secret under an enlightenment pill, I saw after-images I didn't understand at the time. There was a man in them, and at the moment he took the emperor's throne, he cut 3 corpses out of himself. One took his killing and all the evil he'd ever done. One took his goodness and his divine soul. One took his scheming, his plans, everything he'd ever laid out for the world. Sever the 3 corpses to achieve the Tao. That's what it's called. And what's left behind afterwards isn't a body, it's 3 of them. The saint's remains that this entire place is named after, I said, aren't a dead man. Nobody killed him. He shed them on his way up. The third is the wisdom corpse. We've already met it. And both women said it at once, and I heard their voices crack. The medicine garden, the figure on the Tao platform, the one that had stood with its back to us, the one I'd offered 3 sacred medicines to on a hunch, the one that had spent the last of itself holding a sea apart so 3 children could run, and the purple gold token, and the great Emperor Tao Lotus, and the 100 battles Emperor Fire, and the dozi secret in my own bones. Emperor 100 battles, I said. He put down an entire age of darkness bare-handed, took the throne, cut 3 pieces off himself on the way, and walked backwards up the river of time. And every single thing that has happened to me since I got here has been standing in one of his footprints. The tokens in my 4th and 5th grotto heavens came out on their own, blazing purple gold, and hit the stone coffin. And the coffin answered. I once stood on this peak and severed my corpses to achieve the Tao. The inheritor has come. Step forward. The 9 sacred beasts below us howled at the sound of that voice, and there was joy in it, the way a dog sounds when the door opens. The third sequence got there first. Of course he did. My cultivation is highest here. The inheritance is mine. He put his hand on the lid. Black lightning came out of the depths of the mountain and hit him. And black lightning up there is not the purple stuff. One thread of it would erase most people I have met. He spat blood and stood up. A phenomenon opened behind him, something eternal looking down out of the 9 heavens, and he was still standing. Celestial overlord body. A divine body. A real one, the same kind an ancient emperor once used to break every method in the world and force his way onto a throne. That's why he ranked 3rd with no divine ability at all. He didn't need one. The inheritance is mine, he said, whether it is given or not. And then he came at me instead of the coffin, because the coffin had hurt him and I hadn't yet. We hit each other and the void cracked. I want to be fair to him. He was the only person in the Saint Ruins who made me use everything. Hongmeng divine body at full power, 2nd level of the dozi secret, evolving killing arts through every exchange. And he matched it and kept matching it while the fragile little pocket world came apart around our feet. Down below, the evil corpse smelled 2 divine bodies at once and put on speed. Blood, it crooned across the whole world. 2 of them, both so good. We can't drag this out, the third sequence said, and I actually agreed with him. He put everything into one punch, and my figure came apart under it, and he had about a second to enjoy that. If that's all you have, I said from above him, then die. Which is what he'd said to me. I'd been saving it. 5 grotto heavens opened behind me, golden lightning in the left hand, 100 battles Emperor Fire in the right. And somewhere in the middle of trading blows with an emperor's physique, The Hongmeng divine body had finally finished becoming what it was going to be. There was chaos chi on my fist. He saw it while it was arriving, and his face came apart before the rest of him did. Chaos chi. One wisp of that crushes a holy body. Even in the ancient days it was rare, and it was sitting on the knuckles of a man who'd been planting herbs 11 days earlier. The third sequence child of the 100 Battles domain went across that summit and did not get up quickly. And the stone coffin exploded. The lid came off in pieces, and something completely transparent rose out of it into the air over the mountain, and every one of the 9 sacred beasts below us screamed at once. The good corpse of Emperor 100 Battles. It looked at me. I felt it look at me, from the inside. The aura of the chaotic Tao body, it said, and there was something enormous and warm and unbearably sad in the voice. It is exactly the great Emperor's. Then it turned its head, and the joy went out of it. Unfortunately, there is no time to pass anything on, because the thing from the sea had arrived. It came up over the edge of Thunder Giant Mountain, trailing a sea behind it, and hung in the air, 1,000 feet of condensed blood. And the sound it made was not the wailing of 10,000 ghosts anymore. It had gone past that. Every noise it made was an entire underworld complaining at once. "Good corpse," it said. "I've eaten nearly half of you already. You can't stop me now. And these 4 smell so very good. When I achieve the Tao as the evil corpse, I'll walk back up the river of time and eat the main body too. And then I will turn the 9 heavens and the 10 earths into a sea of blood, and everything that lives in them will belong to me." It was every killing Emperor 100 Battles ever did, cut off and left in a box, and it had spent 1,000 years drinking the blood of children to get strong enough to go and find him. The only thing keeping the 4 of us from walking into its mouth was the good corpse standing between us and it. "If the evil corpse is not killed," it said, "everything alive dies." Then it looked at the purple gold tokens circling in my grotto heavens and made a decision. "Inheritor, lend me your body." It was inside me before I finished being asked. I want to describe this accurately because I have never been anywhere near it since. I did not lose consciousness. I lost the steering. Something enormous settled into my body like a man sitting down in a chair he built, and my hands stopped being mine, and a voice started talking in the middle of my own head. "You are a Hongmeng divine body with a wisp of chaos chi. Cultivate that to completion, and you will prove the chaotic Tao body. That is the great Emperor's own physique. It appears perhaps once in 10,000 years. The evil corpse has eaten nearly half of me. Alone, I cannot fight it. With your divine body and that chaos chi, I can hold half-saint power for a short time." Half-saint. My body went up into the air, and black lightning came out of the roots of Thunder Giant Mountain and wrapped around me until there was a 1,000-foot body of pure annihilation standing where I had been. Celestial phenomenon. Annihilation thunder body. The evil corpse came apart on the first punch, and the whole pocket world cracked from end to end. Void fractures ran out in every direction, and the stone coffin went to powder when one touched it. "Swan turtles," my mouth said. "Hold the void." 9 sacred beasts a mile below screamed and threw everything they had at the sky, and the collapse of the saint ruins stopped in mid-fall. "Useless," the sea of blood said, reassembling. "As long as the blood sea exists, so do I." And then the good corpse said something to me that I will carry to the end. "Watch closely. This is the Dozi's secret." I had been fighting with the 2nd level of that scripture for a week, and I was proud of it. It used all 9. The ancient killing field came up, and it was not a phantom. It was there. Real ground, real sky, and the figures fighting in it were not shadows of dead men. They were gods. And when the good corpse gave the word, every one of them attacked at the same time. Heavenly Palace. Suppress. The immortal halls in that killing field folded down out of the air into a single palace and dropped on a 1,000-foot mountain of blood and ground it into nothing and boiled half the sea away with it. That is what the scripture in my bones actually is at the top of it. That's what I have 8 more levels of. I was still shaking when I heard the good corpse sigh. As long as the blood sea remains, it isn't dead, and I am almost out. Down below, the ice coffin came apart. What walked out of it was not a giant made of water. It was a body, red-furred, green-faced, fanged, with 10,000 ghosts folded into it, and it stepped through the cracks in space as if they weren't there, 1,000 feet astride, and the entire remaining sea poured into its back and hung there like a cloak. That was only its Dharma body, I said. That was only its Dharma body, the good corpse agreed. It's eaten half of my saint intent and half the turtles and 1,000 years of dead children. It is one step from an undying blood sea physique. If it eats us, it will be a true saint. Then everything that lives is finished. And there was so much grief in that voice. Emperor 100 battles fought an entire dark age to keep people alive, and the thing that was about to end them had been cut out of his own body. How do we kill it? You would need several times the power I just used. There isn't any way to... I already had the pill in my hand. The power pill. 10 times strength, 1 incense stick. I'd been sitting on it since the day I killed Chen Yunhe, saving it for the worst moment of my life, and I had a strong feeling this was it. I ate it. Something went off inside a body already running at half saint, and the good corpse actually laughed out loud in my mouth. That is stronger than the dozi secret. Saint power. I have not felt this in 1,000 years. The evil corpse crossed the space between us in one step and shattered the sky doing it. The 9 turtles below all vomited blood at once and lost the void. The world came apart properly this time, and blood rain fell in drops heavy enough to crush space. And the good corpse raised my hand and gently closed it. The void itself became a fist and caught a half-saint mid-charge and stopped it dead. Then chaos light came up, and the avenue of power came up out of nothing with it, and Tao lotuses opened all through the air and folded together into a figure. The figure that had stood on the platform in the medicine garden, and stood on the token, and stood in my epiphany, now enormous, now clear, standing on the river of time and looking down through an unimaginable distance at a small, dying world. The evil corpse broke the void deliberately, the good corpse said. This place has minutes. I'll spend everything and borrow a trace of what the great emperor left here and finish it. And the evil corpse, the embodiment of every killing emperor 100 battles ever committed, which had feared nothing since it woke, looked at that figure and was afraid. Great emperor, it threw the dozi secret at us, its version, 9 levels of it, and more savage than the good corpses, and it tore a gap in a saint's grip and started dissolving into the sea to run. Annihilate, the good corpse said, quietly, and the figure on the river of time lowered its eyes and looked at it. That's all. It looked. A half-saint that had been about to remake the world into a blood purgatory stopped, and then was not there, and neither was the rain, and neither was the sea. Silence came down on that mountain like a lid, just a wisp of what a man left behind on the day he became an emperor 10,000 years ago, erased a half-saint by glancing at it. I could feel the good corpse letting go of me. Everything went light, and the whole world started dying properly. The void cracks opened everywhere at once, faster than the collapse in the outer ruins, and there was nowhere to run because there was no more anywhere, which is when the 5 grotto heavens behind me started drinking the cracks. They tore spiritual energy out of the collapse of a world and squeezed out a 6th, then a 7th, then an 8th, then a 9th, 4 in one breath. Cave heaven peak, all 9 grotto heavens open behind me, and the purple gold token flying between all of the new ones, holding every single one open and empty and waiting. An attribute grotto heaven, the good corpse said, and there was surprise in it. A heaven-defying physique, heaven-defying luck, and attribute grotto heavens as well. If I did not know the great emperor still lived, I would think you were his reincarnation. It raised a hand with the last thing it had and tore the sky open into a passage that the collapse could not touch. The evil corpse is destroyed. Its inheritance is not. I cannot let the line end here, so I will spend what's left sending you out. I give you a great fortune. Go and hunt the evil corpse. And remember, while the blood sea exists, it is not dead. Then it turned into light and went into the purple gold token and was gone, and the token went happily back to playing in my empty grotto heavens as though nothing had happened. I looked down. Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua were unconscious on a turtle's back. The third sequence child was not anywhere at all. I woke the two of them, and they came up coughing blood, and Mei Li Hua grabbed my arm before her eyes were properly open. Kill the third sequence. Kill him now. When the evil corpse died, Lin Yuxin said, a thread of blood went into his forehead. His evil qi went up like a bonfire. He walked into a crack in the void and vanished. So that's where the inheritance went. Somewhere out there in the world I was about to walk back into, a man with a celestial overlord body and every murder Emperor 100 Battles ever did in his head was going to wake up and start growing. After we get out, I said, I find him and I finish it. He does not get to grow up. Ding, ding, ding. Third sequence defeated. Reward, 1 attribute pill. Achievement, kill a half-saint while medicated. Reward, 2 death pills. Mission perfected. Refresh the sequence ranking. First in the saint ruins. Bonus rewards, 1 mustard seed pill, 1 enlightenment pill. Freeloader pill charges exhausted. Total acquired, startling swan divine weapon. Sword control, divine power. Evil corpse blood sea attribute. I stopped breathing at the last one. The blood sea, the exact property that made that thing unkillable. In my hands, in an attribute pill's worth of space. I fed it to the 4th grotto heaven and the token got out of the way, and where the purple chi had been, there was 1 drop of crimson blood, no bigger than a tear, making the sound of an entire ocean and 10,000 ghosts at once. That grotto heaven eats harder than all the others put together. It was designed to. Then I sat down on a sacred beast's back in the wreckage of a dying world and opened what the good corpse had left me and couldn't read a line of it, so I ate the enlightenment pill. And the chains of order in front of my eyes rearranged into a man. He sat cross-legged facing me across a distance that had nothing to do with rooms. There was no grotto heaven behind him. There was an enormous purple-gold disc covered in golden runes, with the 5 elements divine light coming off it and the intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation turning through it. The river of time ran under both of us. You've done well, Emperor 100 Battles said, and he was smiling. The Emperor fire is fire. The evil corpse blood sea is water. Your sword intent is metal. You have 3. Allow me to complete the set. And he looked at me for a moment longer than he needed to, and then he was gone. 5 lights came out of that disc. 1 went into the fire, 1 into the sword, 1 into the blood sea, and 2 went straight into the 5th and 6th grotto heavens and stayed. 5 elements, all of them. I sat there for a while, because I had been telling myself a story about luck for 2 weeks, and it was getting harder to keep telling. The 7th and 8th grotto heavens had something brewing in them that hadn't decided what it was yet. The 9th was calm as a well and full of purple chi and would not tell me anything. Fine, I'd find out. Then I looked down at the 9 sacred beasts under my feet and had a thought that I am not remotely ashamed of. This whole place is about to be erased, I said out loud. Is nobody going to take the turtles? They were in a bad way. Half their power was inside a thing that no longer existed, and the crimson was draining out of their shells now that the evil corpse was gone, and gold was coming up underneath it. Their minds were clearing by the minute, which meant this was the last hour in 10,000 years when they'd be weak enough to talk to and confused enough to listen. Seniors, I said, extremely politely, the saint ruins are ending. Come out with me. 9 sacred beasts glanced at me the way you glance at a fly. The passage is 10 feet across, I said. Your bodies are 100. You cannot leave on your own. Do you want to have just got your minds back in time to die with the world? 9 heads turned to look at the passage. I can carry you out. I'm a disciple of the Hongmeng Holy Land, and Hongmeng carries the legacy of Emperor 100 Battles. Recuperate with us. Burn the demon out. Get your strength back. And I ran the Dozi secret in front of them as a demonstration, and the wisp of avenue of power that had been living inside me since the night in the Holy Lord's Tao realm woke up and unfolded a whole world in the air, divine mountains and flying beasts and an emperor standing on the river of time. 9 sacred beasts made a sound through their noses that nearly blew the 3 of us off the mountain. We have our dignity, a voice said. It was light and clear, and belonged to a young woman, which was extremely strange coming out of a 100 turtle. We would like to leave, but your cultivation is too low. You do not qualify. Not qualify. Right. I opened all 9 grotto heavens and let the 100 battles Emperor fire and the rest of the 5 elements out into the air. The great Emperor's aura, they said, and every one of them softened, and the gold in their eyes surged. Not enough. Still not enough. The passage above us was starting to shake, so I ate the charm pill. I need to explain what that pill does, because I had been carrying it around for 2 weeks as a joke. Heaven-defying charm. Every living thing within 1,000 feet feels close to you. As long as a creature wants anything at all, it works. I felt nothing whatsoever. And beside me, 2 people made small noises. Brother Li Xuan, Mei Li Hua said, and her eyes had gone wet. Why do you smell like my father? You feel like my brother, Lin Yuxin said quietly. He died in my arms. And I stood there feeling like the worst man alive. And the 9 sacred beasts of the golden armor mysterious turtle clan looked at me with the avenue of power of 100 battles around me, and the 5 elements of 100 battles behind me, and a pill making me feel like the person they'd loved most. The great Emperor's aura, the clear voice said, and it was shaking now. And then all 9 of them said together, Greetings, great Emperor. 9 golden lights came off 9 enormous heads and went into my forehead, a wisp of divine soul from each. Which means that if I have a bad thought about any of them, they die. That is not friendship. That is absolute submission. And they gave it to me freely because they had just spent 1,000 years having their minds eaten, and they wanted, more than anything, for the person they were about to see to be him. I had wanted to make friends with a sacred beast. I ended up owning 9. I have never once felt good about how that was done. Master, the voice said, and one of them stepped out of the air as a girl in a scrap of cloth, and bowed. The golden armor mysterious turtle clan sees you again at last. Lin Yuxin had a spare set of clothes out of her storage pouch and into the girl's hands before anybody said anything else, which is the most Lin Yuxin thing that happened in the entire Saint Ruins. We can't shrink, the girl said apologetically. Our strength hasn't recovered enough. If there's no space to carry us, we can't leave. I took out the mustard seed pill, which had arrived about 4 minutes earlier, and which I still hadn't read the note on. A mustard seed can hold a mountain. What it actually does is give the host a personal space 10,000 jong across. I opened a rift in the air, and 900-foot sacred beasts went into it, making sounds of pure joy, and the girl stayed behind, standing there, waiting for orders. What's your name? Baiyu, she said. I was born in cloud and mist. We went up the passage and out, and behind us the Saint Ruins ended. Thunder and earth fire came out of the void, and the whole world was erased, and one thin thread of starlight went out through the wreckage towards somewhere else entirely. We came out on a mountaintop 10,000 jong from where we'd gone in. How strong are you? I asked her, because I am who I am. Baiyu thought about it. By your realms, early transcendent. Transcendent. That is 4 entire great realms above cave heaven. Cave heaven, awakening, divine soul, nirvana, and then transcendent, and only then a saint. All 9 of you? The others were eaten harder because they were stronger. They're barely holding transcendent. I lost less. I can't fight often, though. I need what's left to burn the demon out. 9 transcendent sacred beasts, currently unwell, who would eventually all recover saint-level power. I looked forward to that day very much. Baiyu, Mei Li Hua asked as we walked. Turtles live a long time, don't they? How old are you? 39,000, Baiyu said pleasantly. I've only just come of age. Nobody said anything for about 100 yards. The longest-lived person in my whole clan managed 5,000, Mei Li Hua said in a very small voice. Black tortoises are long-lived, Baiyu said. With a sacred beast origin, 100,000 isn't difficult. Then she smiled at me. Master has fused a wisp of my divine soul. Your lifespan will lengthen too. And when Master proves the Emperor's Tao, it will be measured in ages. I have been given a lot of gifts in this world. That one took a moment. Then she went into the mustard seed space to start burning 1,000 years of demon out of herself, and I opened the system list and looked at what I was. Cave heaven, 9th grotto heaven. 6 attributes in 9 holes, 2 brewing, 1 silent. Sword control, divine power in my dantian, startling swan in my pouch. 9 sacred beasts in my pocket. An emperor's fire, an emperor's sword intent, and a drop of the blood sea. 11 days earlier, I had been holding a watering can. We walked back to the mouth of the Saint ruins as it finished dying. The elders of every Dao lineage in the 100 Battles domain were standing there, watching the entire world they'd been farming for 10,000 years get erased. And then the life tablets started breaking. Lin Yitian, Crown Prince of the War Dynasty, dead. Mei Lianshuang, dead. Cold Spirit Mountain, dead. It kept going. Old men who had spent a century raising a generation stood in a row and listened to it end. The Limitless Holy Land's Grand Elder went down onto the rock and stayed there. We walked up behind our own Grand Elder and bowed. "Greetings, Grand Elder." He turned around and his face did something complicated, and he laughed until he had to hold on to something. "I thought you died in there." "We didn't fail," I said. "We've come back." And every head on that cliff turned, and the whispering started, because 3 children from the sect everybody had written off had walked out of a world that had killed everyone else in it. And the Grand Elder, who had been standing on that rock being sneered at by these men for 10 years, looked at me and asked, out loud, in front of all of them, "How many did you kill?" I understood the assignment immediately. "Every disciple in the outer ruins," I said. "All of them. Of the sequence children, 1 escaped, the rest are dead." I didn't say it loudly. I didn't have to. "You," somebody breathed. "How could you possibly kill that many?" I shrugged, and I let my face go completely blank and innocent, and I said the only thing I have ever regretted enjoying quite so much. "I don't really know. Maybe they were just bad at it." 1 punch each. It was lovely. The sky went dark. More than a dozen elders, every one of them Nirvana realm, moved at the same time, and the Limitless Holy Land's Grand Elder brought out something ancient and red. Crimson chains ran out across the heavens and folded into an enormous hall with the shape of a prison, and the pressure coming off it made the void glow. "The 100 Battles divine prison," he said. "It will seal your souls and every scrap of your life, and it will strip your talent and your luck out of you while you're still in it, and we will pour them into a new prodigy of the Limitless Holy Land." Which is, when you think about it, exactly what they had done to 100 people 10 years ago, only slower. Also, and I noticed this while the chains were closing, it was another divine weapon left behind by Emperor 100 Battles. "Divine weapons," said a voice beside me. "Do you imagine you're the only ones?" And our Grand Elder stepped up next to me and raised his hand, and the Fantian seal came out of the sky. 2 divine weapons met in the air, and the sky turned into a private room for them, a sealed pocket of space where the rest of us were guests at best. "The 100 Battles divine prison seals and refines," our Grand Elder said, which was very generous of him, narrating my own execution for me. "Once every 100 years, it can strip a man's talent and luck out clean and pour them into somebody else." Then he smiled, and it was not a nice smile at all. I provoked them into bringing it out. The Elder from the Limitless Holy Land went a color I had previously only seen on fish. "You planned this. Last time you tried to strip my Hongmeng prodigies, I crippled that thing," our Grand Elder said. "I see somebody spent 100 years gluing it back together." The Fantian seal came down. Divine weapons have ranks, and I learned all of them in about 4 seconds by watching. The Fantian seal was rank 9. The 100 Battles divine prison, freshly repaired, was rank 7. My own 7-colored heavenly fate sword and Wu Jinchen's spear were, and I want to stress that I love them anyway, rank 1. Chaos light gathered into a single pillar and hit the prison the way a mountain hits a tent. Crack, crack. The crimson chains came apart in the air. The whole palace split. The Limitless Elders reached out to recall it, and the Grand Elder flicked 2 fingers and sent them tumbling backwards through the sky like laundry. "Li Xuan," he said, not even looking at me, "you reached the cave heaven realm. The opportunity your holy lord arranged for you starts now. I'll hold the prison down and borrow its stripping intent. Pick an attribute off any of them, and I'll tear it out and give it to you. You'll be an attribute cave heaven. First step of an invincible road." And that, honestly, is the most terrifying sentence anyone had ever said to me, because a dozen Nirvana Realm elders were now standing in a row waiting for a teenager to shop. So I shopped. "Beast King Clan, step aside. I don't need a physique attribute." The Beast King Elder made a noise. "War Dynasty, your sword intent is heaven-defying and still not enough." He made a worse noise. "Dao Yi Holy Land, your fire is basically a cousin of the 100 Battles Emperor Fire, so no." I got to the limitless elder. Lightning. Ordinary lightning. Hard pass. Then a very large man with a very large beard. You have a charm attribute? Sir, no. Every time I shook my head, one of them got very quietly relieved, because being unwanted meant not being dismantled. It is the only room I have ever been in where a dozen of the strongest people alive were all praying to be found mediocre. Their faces could not decide between insult and gratitude, and settled somewhere near indigestion. These are all so-so, I said. Is there nothing here that can actually fight? I want to be fair to them. Their auras were terrifying, but terrifying because of cultivation, not because of the attribute underneath. And I was carrying golden lightning and the 5 elements divine light of a great emperor. Comparing them was like comparing a bonfire to the sun and being asked which one you'd like installed in your chest. You don't like any of them? The Grand Elder actually looked concerned for my judgment. Any one of these fused into your cave heaven turns all 9 grotto heavens into attribute cave heavens. 1 in 10,000. It only works 3 times in 10, but if it takes, you tower over everyone at your realm. All 9, the same attribute. I nearly choked. I went through the saint ruins for months collecting heaven-defying attributes like a lunatic, and this man wanted to paint them all one color. I don't want it, I said. The elders looked at each other with the expressions of men who had been rejected by a boy 3 realms beneath them. If not for the Fantian seal protecting you, brat, this old man would kill you with a single bolt. If not for my realm, I said, I'd flatten you with 1 palm. Anyone can talk. They just couldn't touch me, so I saw no reason to be polite about it. Then I looked up at the prison itself, groaning and shuddering under the seal, and my 7th cave heaven pushed itself out from behind my back without being asked. It had never done that. Inside the purple light, something hungry leaned towards that palace like a dog towards a butcher's window. Grand Elder, I said, I want the attribute of the 100 battles divine prison. Everybody stopped breathing at once. That is a rank 7 divine weapon, he said carefully. The attribute can't be taken unless the weapon is destroyed. Then his voice dropped into my ear alone. Holding the seal has already emptied me. If I spend the rest killing 1 elder, I can kill him and then run you all home. If I spend it grinding that prison to dust, I have nothing left, and we are standing in a field of wolves. He waited. His hand behind his back was shaking already. Make your move, I said. The crisis afterwards is mine to handle. Because I had just had a very quiet word with Bai Yu, he gritted his teeth. Life and death are fated. The Fantian seal opened up and the world went white, and when the light drained away, the 100 battles divine prison, weapon of an emperor, fell out of the sky as scrap, and turned to flying ash in front of the men who owned it. 1 crimson cluster of light went somewhere else entirely, into the black of my 7th cave heaven, where it settled in and started to glow. Annihilation sitting in one half of it, deprivation sitting in the other, fused into a single crimson core. From now on, if my 7th cave heaven can wrap around you, I can erase you with a thought, or take what's yours with a thought. Take what's yours with a thought. I had spent 2 freeloading pills to get here, and now I had grown a permanent one out of my own body. You fused it in a few breaths, the Grand Elder said, staring, without even comprehending it? Only 1 cave heaven, though. Pity. I blinked at him innocently and said nothing about the other 8, because there were 15 strangers listening, and one of my rules is that freeloading works best in the dark. Then the moment ended. Liu Tai Shu, you destroyed a divine weapon of the limitless Holy Land. Their Grand Elder, a man named Jiang Kui, stepped out of the pack with frost coming off him. You've used the seal 3 times. Can you still block us? Our Grand Elder put himself in front of the 3 of us and answered the only way he knew how. Jiang Kui, with 1 breath left in me, I can still take you with me. Whoever isn't afraid to die is welcome to come first. His hand was shaking so badly behind his back that I could hear his sleeve. Li Xuan. His voice came into my ear again, calm and completely settled. The Holy Lord is trapped in the Azure Phoenix secret realm. When you get back, cultivate. Reach the awakening realm. Restoring Hongmeng is on the 3 of you now. I'll blow my Dantian and the seal together and open you a passage 1,000 miles long. He said it the way other people say they'll go and put the kettle on. I want to be clear about what he was doing. This old man had already spent everything he had crippling a weapon so that a 17-year-old could have a better attribute, and his plan for the leftovers was to detonate himself as a door. Planning to self-destruct and send them off in the confusion? Jiang Kui laughed. Look around. The elders had spread out to the four directions and were locking a formation into place, sealing the sky. Men at that level are not brave, but they are extremely good at arithmetic. There's no way out now, our grand elder said quietly. I'll do it anyway. It buys you a chance. The rest is yours. His aura climbed. The air started to hum. Lin Yuxin grabbed my sleeve, and I stepped in front of him. Li Xuan, get back, you'll be dust. I turned around and bowed to him, properly, all the way down. Grand Elder, there's no need. You've been standing in front of us this whole time. It's my turn. Then I waved my hand and tore the sky open. The roar came out before she did, and 100 zhang of scarlet-armored Xuen tortoise unfolded across the sky over their formation, with transcendent realm pressure rolling off her shell like weather. Bai Yu, 10,000 years old, in a foul mood, and mine. She swiped once, lazily. The formation a dozen Nirvana Realm elders had spent their best effort weaving popped like a soap bubble, and the man sitting at its core coughed his own blood out onto his beard. Sacred beast, somebody screamed. A golden armor mysterious turtle, our grand elder said, and for the first time that day, he sounded like a boy. Jiang Kui recovered fastest, which was his whole problem in life. So it's one transcendent sacred beast. I'm half a step from the transcendent realm myself. Hold it 15 minutes and the others will bury the boy. He wasn't wrong either. One isn't enough, I said. I waved again. 8 more roars came out of the rift, and 8 more mountains of golden armor spread across the sky until there was no sky left, just shells and claws and a pressure that made the void groan. Now, I said, are we still bullying the outnumbered? Small note, purely between us. 8 of those 9 could not fight. Every second they spent out here cost them 1/3 of a divided soul, and if any of them dropped below the transcendent realm, they'd never climb back. They were furniture. Extremely large, extremely convincing furniture. Jiang Kui and his dozen friends went as silent as cicadas in winter. A pile of rabble, our grand elder said happily, standing up straighter than he had all day. Li Xuan, attack. Only Bai Yu was in real condition, and she had 2 strikes in her, so I spent 1. Bai Yu, him. He'd been the loudest. Loud goes first. The claw came down, and the void split open in a line straight at Jiang Kui, and his face finally did the thing I had been waiting all day to see. And then he used the ancient scripture technique he was most proud of, shifting shadows, and swapped places with the Grand Elder of Dao Yi Holy Land standing beside him. Boom. Where he had been standing, there was nothing. Not a body, not a scream, just a Nirvana Realm Grand Elder who had been alive 1 instant earlier and was now a gap in the air, and 11 more men flying backwards, spitting blood. Master, I did my best, Bai Yu said, sounding genuinely embarrassed. You did great, I said. And she had. Trading a stranger's Grand Elder for nothing is not a bad afternoon. But Jiang Kui was still alive, and the way he was looking at me now had gone past anger into something colder. He'd been 1 heartbeat from dying, and he knew exactly whose fault it was. If that man ever got me alone, I was finished. Ding! New mission released. Suppress and kill Jiang Kui. I stood there in the middle of the sky with 9 sacred beasts overhead and had a long private conversation with my own system. You want me, Cave Heaven Realm, to personally kill a Nirvana Realm Grand Elder. 3 realms. Personally. Are you actively trying to get me killed, or is this a hobby? And then I calmed down, because the system has never once handed me a job I couldn't do. If it says kill him, there is a way to kill him, and the way is in my inventory. I opened the pill list. Invisibility pill, useless. A sneak attack doesn't even scratch that defense. Technique pill, useless. Comprehending a great emperor's scripture doesn't close 3 realms. Death pill. After consumption, grants a strange power that makes the opponent willingly face death. Effective across 1 major realm only. Ineffective beyond. 1 realm. So I could invite Awakening Realm cultivators to die. Wonderful. Very useful. Truly the pinnacle of pharmaceutical science. And then I saw the pill sitting under it, and I started to smile. Borrowing power pill. Been sitting in my list for weeks with nowhere to go. Borrow the power of anyone within 100 zhang. The higher their realm, the smaller the share. Their own strength is not damaged. Duration, 10 breaths. Awakening Realm, I could borrow 80%. Divine Soul, 50. Nirvana, 30. Transcendent, a miserly 10. I looked up at the mountain of golden armor blotting out the sun. By you. 10% of you is roughly what? Peak of the divine soul realm, master. I ate the pill. The supreme bone in my chest shivered, and something enormous poured in from outside, and I went up through the realms like a man taking stairs 3 at a time. Cave Heaven Peak. Awakening. Divine Soul. And I stopped at Divine Soul Peak, 1 step under Nirvana, floating there with a body full of borrowed ocean. If it had lasted longer than 10 breaths, I'd have tested whether a Divine Soul realm me, with every trump card out, could take a Nirvana realm elder. I genuinely think about that sometimes. What is happening? Jiang Kui's people had been watching the tortoises and had stopped watching me entirely, which is the single most expensive mistake anyone made that day. Divine Soul realm. Divine Soul can't stop us either. Correct. Divine Soul couldn't stop him. Divine Soul was exactly 1 major realm below him. I ate the death pill. Something came up through me that my body flatly refused to hold, a pressure that only wanted out, and I pointed at a very confused Nirvana realm Grand Elder and said the words the pill requires, because it only works if you say the name out loud. I, Li Xuan, invite the limitless Holy Land's Grand Elder Jiang Kui to die. I did not choose that phrasing. The pill did. I'd have gone with something less theatrical. The silence afterwards was magnificent. Liu Taishu asked me, gently, whether I'd been hit in the head. Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua both moved to grab me before I embarrassed the sect further. And a dozen enemy elders, in the middle of a crisis, laughed. He says 1 sentence and expects a Nirvana realm cultivator to just die? Is the Hongmeng saint an idiot? Jiang Kui snorted. With talent like yours, I didn't expect you to be a fool. He didn't finish it. His face changed mid-word. I watched something invisible go into him and start shouting, and I know what it was shouting because I'd read the notes. Die, please, die, die. His expression went perfectly blank, the way a face goes when the person behind it has been evicted. And then the Grand Elder of the limitless Holy Land raised his own palm, gathered every scrap of his cultivation into it, and aimed it at his own Dantian. Grand Elder, what are you doing? They swarmed him. They used secret techniques on him, the sudden enlightenment kind, the kind you use to slap a man out of a demonic trance. Nirvana realm cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers. They had already lost 1 Grand Elder today, and losing a second would set 2 Holy Lands back 100 years, and they knew it, and they could not stop his arm. He said one last thing, and everyone heard it. I, Jiang Kui, die today. Then his Dantian went off. A Nirvana realm self-destruction turns 10 li into ash. 2 of his own elders were too close and were simply swallowed. The rest were flung out of the blast, spitting blood, and when the smoke thinned, there was nothing left of him at all, not even an aura. 3 Nirvana realm powerhouses dead in 1 afternoon, 2 of them killed by the 3rd, and 1 of them killed by a boy who had technically only said a sentence. Hongmeng Holy Land, you are too vicious. They were bleeding from everywhere and still found the breath to be spiteful about it. News just came. The Holy Lords have come out of the Azure Phoenix secret realm. Your Hongmeng Holy Lord fled with severe injuries. We lost disciples and grand elders. You will lose everything. The Holy Lords are coming to Hongmeng themselves. Wait and die. Ha ha ha. And they burned their own blood for a supreme escape technique and left as red streaks in the sky. I let them go. I had nothing left in the tank, and even a crippled Nirvana realm elder is not something a cave heaven boy chases into the dark. I was busy with the other thing they'd said. My beautiful master, severely injured, running. I put the 8 tortoises back into my Sumeru space because every second outside cost them soul they couldn't spare, and Bai Yu carried the 4 of us home. Ding. Mission complete. Suppress and kill Jiang Kui. Reward. 1 array pill, 1 awakening pill, 1 taunt pill. 3 pills. The system pays well when it nearly gets you killed. Another taunt pill made me genuinely happy. That thing is a weapon, not a trick. The other 2 were the kind of description that is short because the truth is too big to fit. Array pill condenses a formation, type random, power random. Awakening pill allows a cultivation technique to awaken into a divine ability. I hadn't finished reading before the system spoke again. New mission, slay 0 of 3 Blood Sea Evil Corpse successors. 3. I had come out of the Saint ruins knowing about one, the third sequence, who ran with the legacy in his chest, and whose aura Bai Yu had lost within the hour. Now there were 3 of them out in the world, growing, and every one of them was going to become a supreme devil head, and every one of them was going to come looking for me specifically. The mission had a footnote, thank God. The system would ping me the moment one of them surfaced. Fine, let them surface. Then I thought about my master again and asked the Grand Elder if he could reach her. He already had the jade slip out. It was dim, nothing on the other end at all. I have never met the Hongmeng Holy Lord. Not once, not face to face. And still her hand is on everything that has happened to me. She's the reason Chen Yunhe died. She's the reason I comprehended the Dozi secret. She's the reason a wisp of the avenue of power was sitting in the Hongmeng Dao realm, waiting for a boy who would need it in a war she couldn't attend. She had this old man cripple an emperor's weapon to hand me an attribute from 1,000 miles away. Also, she is, by every account I have been given, extremely beautiful. And I mention this only in the interest of a complete report. I sense a faint saint aura 1,000 miles away, Bai Yu said. 1,000 miles away was home. She'd come back. Liu Taishu nearly fell off the tortoise. It's just that the aura is strange, Bai Yu added. It feels like it's missing something. I'm not recovered enough to tell what. Missing something. You hear that about a saint, and your brain offers unhelpful suggestions. An arm, a leg. Impossible, Liu Taishu said, frowning hard. Her cultivation is above every other holy lord in the 100 battles domain. Nothing in that secret realm should have touched her. Unless the same thing happened to her that happens to everyone who's too strong to beat alone. Somebody brought friends. We landed at the mountain gate. I put Bai Yu away and walked past several hundred disciples who were all trying to bow and stare at the same time, straight to the Hongmeng Dao realm, where the Grand Elder raised his hand to open it. It didn't open. Locked from inside, and he couldn't budge it. He laughed out loud with relief. If he couldn't open it, she was in there. Then the relief drained off his face, because if she'd gone straight into the Dao realm to heal without a word to anyone, the injuries were worse than anything he'd imagined. Ding! New mission released. Find 0 of 3 Holy Lord souls. I stood there and read that twice. 3 souls. She hadn't been wounded in the Azure Phoenix secret realm. She'd been taken apart. Somebody had beaten the saint until pieces of her went missing, and those pieces were now somewhere out in the world, and my system considered collecting them my problem. Li Xuan. Liu Taishu's voice had gone flat and hard. The Holy Lord is down. The Holy Lords of a dozen Dao lineages are coming here to bury us. I have to take the elders and hold the mountain formation. You're the saint. You just came back in glory from the saint ruins. Every disciple out there knows something is wrong, and none of them know what. Keep them from tearing this place apart from the inside before the enemy even arrives. Then he was gone in a streak of light, and terrifying auras started gathering at the depths of the sect, and I turned around to find myself standing on the edge of the great square in front of several thousand people who all wanted an answer. I would like to state for the record that I would rather kill Jiang Kui again. Saint, what happened? We felt the Holy Lord's aura come back and vanish. Is it bad? Was she hurt in the Azure Phoenix secret realm? If the Holy Lord is hurt, the other Holy Lands will come for us. Then we're all dead. They got there in about 9 seconds without any help from me. Clever, this lot. Too clever. The noise was climbing, and I could see the ones at the back already drifting towards the outer paths, and a sect doesn't fall when the enemy arrives. It falls about an hour earlier, quietly, out the side gate. Quiet! I put spiritual power behind it, and it landed in every skull on the mountain like a thunderclap. I could have lied to them. It would have held for about a day, and then the enemy would have arrived, and the lie would have come apart in the worst possible moment, and then they'd never believe anything I said again. So I told them the truth, in the order that was useful to me. The Holy Lord and the elders are handling something important. Stay calm. Our return means 2 things for Hongmeng. First, a crisis is coming, and we get through it together. Second, an opportunity has come. The Saint ruins gutted the other sects. Every one of them just lost a generation of prodigies. Survive this, and Hongmeng rises above every sect in the 100 battles domain. The muttering started before I'd finished. A crisis with no Holy Lord and no elders? How? Saint, don't lie to us. It's already a miracle you came back alive. You went in at Foundation Establishment. Every one of their disciples was cave heaven at minimum. 10 years ago, 100 Hongmeng prodigies went into that place, and none came out. That's the story they were all raised on. Now 3 kids come home and claim they did it to everyone else instead, and the numbers didn't work, so they stopped caring about rank and started shouting at me. All of you, shut up. I let my aura go. The 9 grotto heavens came out behind me, one after another, 9 black holes hanging over the square, with their devouring pull tugging at everyone's robes, and a thread of elemental light crawling around their rims. The square went very quiet, very fast. Cave Heaven Realm prodigies, I said, are ants to me. He crossed an entire great realm in there, but 1,000 prodigies? He can't have. And then Lin Yuxin and Mei Li Hua looked at each other, raised their hands together, and unrolled a screen of spiritual light across the sky over the square. I hadn't asked them to do that. The saint ruins played over the heads of the whole sect, one sword shattering the killing formation and the last of the Fu clan going up with it. The medicine garden, the grass, and what came out of the grass. The small world folding in on the 10th sequence child. A ring of prodigies from a dozen lineages closing in, and one stroke taking hundreds of them off the board at once. The blood sea rising, and thunder giant mountain coming down on a young supreme. The evil corpse. The 9 sacred beasts kneeling. A grand elder of the nirvana realm raising his own hand against his own dantian because a boy had invited him to. They watched it with their mouths open, feeling the danger of it in their chests, and somewhere in the middle of it they stopped doubting. 10 years ago, somebody made this sect learn what it sounds like when a generation dies all at once. They were watching me hand that sound back to everyone else. Then I walked out to the open ground at the front of the square and put my spiritual power through the supreme extremity, and divine light went out across the sky and hit the mountain, and the mountain came apart. I shaped what came down. Stone tablets, 100 and more of them, dropping into the earth in rows until the great square of the Hongmeng Holy Land was a graveyard. 10 years ago, 100 prodigies of Hongmeng died in the holy ruins. 10 years later, the disciple Li Xuan went back for them. 1,000 prodigy disciples from 10 Dao lineages annihilated. 7 young supremes killed. The Grand Elder of Dao Yi Holy Land, the Grand Elder of the Limitless Holy Land, and 4 more Nirvana Realm powers dead. 1,111 lives. For the 100 of Hongmeng, I raise their graves and I say goodbye. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Then somebody at the back started crying, and somebody else started shouting, and what he shouted was that for 10 years they had walked with their heads down, while every other lineage laughed at them, and today they could look up. They bowed. All of them, thousands of them, hands out, from every terrace and every path on the mountain. We honor the saint as young supreme of the Hongmeng Holy Land, the one and only. Deep in the sect, elders in seclusion felt the sound go through the mountain and sat up. Liu Taishu, holding a formation core with blood on his chin, looked out across the square at 100 blood-colored tablets and worked out exactly what I had done, which was give 100 dead people a place to rest and 30,000 living ones a reason to stand in the same gesture. I'd like to claim all of it. A small amount of credit belongs to the charm pill still humming away in my bones, which meant every disciple down there felt mysteriously safe around me. I've made my peace with this. Hongmeng Fantian formation. Activate. The Fantian seal rose, and the elders poured everything they had into it, and a curtain of light closed over 100 li of mountain, chains of order crawling across it, strong enough to hurt a saint. They were 3 seconds early. 9 auras came down 100 li out, and the air around each of them turned into a furnace that wanted to melt the world. I couldn't see a single one of them. I could feel all 9. The holy lords of the Dao lineages had arrived personally. One of them snorted. Just that. Every divine soul on the mountain flinched like it had been struck by lightning through a saint-grade barrier from 100 li away. Xie Wu Ying, your 3 souls are gone, and you are dying. So that was her name. I filed it away in the part of my head that files things. Every holy lord is here. Come out, or I erase the Hongmeng Holy Land. Then they hit us. Sword light, heavenly thunder, tribulation fire. 100 li of mountains and rivers outside our barrier went black and stopped existing, along with every living thing standing on it, which none of them thought about for even 1 second. That's what a saint is. Everything below you is straw. The barrier held. It shuddered, and the chains of order screamed, and it held. Then, inside a quarter of an hour, every elder holding the core coughed blood at the same time, and the formation nearly came apart. Nirvana realm against 9 saints. The gap isn't a gap, it's a cliff. I went up. I stood next to Liu Taishu at the core and pushed every drop of spiritual power I had into the formation, which is a bit like a man throwing a bucket of water at a burning house. It steadied maybe a hair. Not enough. I'll help. Mei Li Hua was next to me before I'd finished saying it, hands out, grinning at me like we were doing something fun. Big brother Li Xuan, I advance and retreat with you. Me too, Lin Yuxin on my other side, and that faint smile of hers. I called this place my second home the day I walked in. My home is in trouble. The prodigies who'd been in seclusion came out and flew up and joined. Then the inner disciples. Then a girl at foundation establishment shouting that if both her senior sisters had gone up, she wasn't staying on the ground. And then about 40 young men going up because they were not going to be outdone by her. And then everybody. Tens of thousands of disciples poured their spiritual power into that formation at once, and the Hongmeng Fantian formation lit up and multiplied its chains and stopped shaking. Who says the ant is less than the elephant? I'm at Qi refining, and today I fight saints. My ancestors can be proud. They were being shaken until they vomited blood, and they were smiling about it. I ate Qi refining pills by the handful, with gathering spirit pills chased on top, the supreme bone hammering in my chest to convert them, and I fed every bit of it into the barrier until I was reaching for a great smoke pill. Master, Bai Yu requests permission to fight. And behind her, 8 more voices at once. The Golden Armor Mysterious Turtle Clan requests permission to fight. Bai Yu, you can't. You'll drop out of the transcendent realm and never get back. Master, fighting was never our clan's talent. She sounded almost amused at me. Defense is. I tore the sky open inside our own barrier, and 9 mountains of golden armor came out and took position, 1 at the crown of the sky and 8 at the 8 directions, and their shells lit up with the power of law. A shell closed over the entire 100-li barrier. Our defense went up 10-fold in one breath. The 9 saints stopped caring whether the continent survived and started hitting harder. And deep in the Hongmeng Dao realm, somebody opened her eyes. I am badly hurt, said a very soft voice that every single person for 100 li heard with perfect clarity. And I am still not someone you can casually kill. A light came out of the Dao realm that made the Fantian seal look like a candle. A crimson flag, 10 feet of it, hanging over the barrier. Then it unfurled and grew until it stood between heaven and earth with the avenue of power streaming off it. The Hongmeng flag! Liu Taishu was laughing and weeping at once. A holy weapon! The Holy Lord has risen! 1 grade above a rank 9 divine weapon. The Fantian seal, our most terrifying possession, was the thing it was holding. Xie Wu Ying! The sky roared. You are crippled and forcing your cultivation. Let's see how long you last. Give back what you took from the Azure Phoenix secret realm. You will pay for my clone with your life. Furnace refining heaven! 9 saints linked into one formation and turned 100 li into a crucible with us inside it, and they kept talking the whole time, calm and pleasant about it, telling her exactly how her 30,000 disciples would have their souls ground down when she finally fell. That wasn't gloating. Her 3 souls were missing. Her mind was the soft spot. They were putting fingers in it on purpose. Before I die, she said, I will take at least one of you with me. That shut them up for about 4 seconds. Then her voice came down into the sect, and it was different, thin, tired, nothing like the one she used on them. I cannot hold much longer. Liu Taishu, open the teleportation formation. Send the disciples out of the domain to the transcendent realm elder. Preserve the spark. I had been thinking, up to that exact second, that Xie Wu Ying was a very pleasant name, and it matched the voice. Now the voice was arranging her own funeral. Master, I cupped my hands towards the Dao realm. This disciple has a method that can restore all of your spiritual power at once. 1 great smoke pill, full status, instantly. I had no idea if it worked on a saint. Restoring my power buys minutes, she said gently. It doesn't buy today. Li Xuan, You are the saint, and the greatest talent Hongmeng has produced in 1,000 years. You are its future, and you will not be lost here. When the teleportation formation opens, you leave first, cultivate, reach the saint position, avenge the Hongmeng Holy Land. She was assigning me a 1,000-year revenge errand like a woman writing a will. Master, with respect, absolutely not. If you die, my mission fails, and I am not spending a millennium on this. Then I remembered what was sitting in my list. A ray pill, condenses a formation, type random, power random, a completely useless pill for a normal person. I am not a normal person. I have a chi luck golden crown. I swallowed it and lit my luck up until golden light came off my skin, and while the medicinal power was still dissolving, I leaned on it with everything the crown had, and I told the universe exactly what I wanted. Not an attack formation. Nobody had the power left to fire one. When Master's reserves run dry, the barrier dies on its own, so give me a formation that refills the tank, and let's find out who runs out first. The name arrived in my head before the light did. Life-sustaining array. Azure runes came up out of the void and stitched themselves together over the whole sect, and out of them poured life force and raw spiritual chi in a flood. One breath filled most of a man's dantian back up. My power's back. My wounds are closing. A prodigy who had been on his knees was suddenly on his feet, screaming that he wanted to go again, and then 100 of them, and then 1,000, and the barrier hardened under all of it. The elders holding the core, who were the worst hurt of anyone, sat there blinking as 10% of their injuries knitted shut in the space of a few breaths. Ha ha ha! Li Xuan, well done! And in the Hongmeng Dao realm, a woman who had spent half a day healing and gained nothing at all felt life force pour into her body and recovered 0.5% in a moment, and understood what that meant faster than anyone. Saint realm injuries heal with saint medicine and decades of quiet. Nothing else touches them. Li Xuan, this formation is extraordinary. Then, Hongmeng flag, chaos light. The flag came around like a scythe, wrapped in chaos and the seal's weight, and it shattered a saint's attack in midair and set the void where he stood on fire and threw him 1,000 miles. How is she suddenly strong? It's a dying flare. Push! They came for the flag itself, figuring that if they stripped the holy weapon off her, the rest was arithmetic. The sky came down, the continent shook, and 15 minutes into standing in the azure light, Xie Wuying had 30% of her strength back and decided that was enough. She stepped out of the Dao realm and appeared above the tortoise-shell barrier, alone, facing 9 of them. The flag came into her left hand at 10 feet long. The Fontian seal came into her right as a palm-sized block of chaos. A divine weapon and a holy weapon, and the void around her went black, as if the world had been narrowed down to the only person in it who deserved to be there. Hongmeng, overturn. Reverse heaven and earth. The sky above our heads turned into ground, and the ground under our feet turned into 10,000 zhang of open void, and 30,000 disciples experienced the sensation of hanging upside down over infinity, while a woman with a flag prepared to swing. Slash. 100 li of divine light. The void shattered, reassembled, and shattered again. It landed on the strongest of them, through his furnace and through his holy weapon, and a saint spat blood. At 30%. Even ruined, she said, you are still the people I have already beaten. They knew it too. They'd only got her in the Azure Phoenix secret realm because she went for the last treasure with everything she had and left her back open. Still, they hesitated instead of running, because 9 of them against 1 dying woman is an opportunity that doesn't come twice in an era. I watched them hover there doing the arithmetic, so I did some of my own. Great formation, rise. The life-sustaining array came up out of the ground and settled under her feet, which meant I had to go out there with it, because it answers to me. I stepped outside the shell. The leftover pressure of an annihilated void almost took me apart on contact. She flicked a wisp of chaos light over me without looking, and I went back to being alive, with my back soaked through, and a very clear new understanding of the word saint. All formation power, I shouted, to the Holy Lord, and every disciple in the sect stopped healing. Men who were on one breath, men who were bleeding out on the stones, stopped drinking from the array so that all of it could go one place. The fate of Hongmeng rests with the Holy Lord and the Saint. That's what the dying one said. Not one person cheated. All that vitality funneled into a vortex and went into her, and the color came back into her face, and her aura climbed past anything I had felt before. Good, she said. The blow she threw next looked like the first morning of the world. It hit the holy lords of Dao Yi and Limitless together and flung them past the ninth heaven with their furnace shells annihilated and their holy weapons ringing like struck bells. She swayed after it. Empty. Finished. I pointed, and the array poured 30% back into her. You could watch it land on them the moment the arithmetic broke. What is that azure formation? Where is the chi coming from? She's endless now. She'll grind us to death. Your injuries from the Azure Phoenix secret realm are no lighter than mine, she said. Come again, if you'd like. Today, I'll let the world see that a saint can fall too. And she started forward to do it in person, which told me something permanent about my master's temperament. They left without a word. She cleared the sky with a wave. 100 li of murdered land came back, mountains and rivers rising out of the dark. Then the flag went up over 1,000 miles of sky, and the seal hung above the sect, burning the last of their residue out of the air. Within 1,000 miles of the Hongmeng Holy Land is forbidden ground to every sect. Step inside and die. Then she came down, and I was thinking what a pity it was I had no freeloading pill left, because a saint's technique going free would have been the deal of my life. And halfway through that thought, she folded. I got a hand under her before she hit the stone, and let the array pour life into her, which kept her conscious, and she got her feet back and looked at me with an expression I hadn't earned yet. This battle was yours. You kept the Hongmeng Holy Lands standing. Then she turned to the mountain. Li Xuan defended the sect and turned the tide. From this moment, he is young sect master. All rights of the sect are his. His station is second only to mine. Silence. The last person to become young sect master of Hongmeng did it at the divine soul realm. That was her. I was at Cave Heaven, 2 whole realms lower, and I had been in this sect for under a month. Not one disciple objected. They roared it instead. Greetings, young sect master. A great many young women were looking at me in a way I would describe as enthusiastic. A great many young men were looking at me in the exact same way, which I found significantly more alarming. Li Xuan and the elders, into the Dao realm. Everyone else, heal. The system totted it all up. Achievement complete, overcoming despair with medicinal pills. Reward, 1 unlucky pill, 1 airdrop pill, 1 upgrade pill. I did not freeload a single thing off 9 saints, and the system paid me 3 pills anyway. I decided not to argue. Inside the Dao realm, I raised my hand to pour the array into her again, and she waved me off. Don't waste something that miraculous on me. With 3 souls missing, that formation can close my body's wounds and refill my power. It cannot make me whole. I am calling my souls back, and it isn't working. I can wake for 1 hour a day. For most of that hour, I won't be lucid. Her eyes went vague in the middle of the sentence, and she pulled herself back out of it by force and kept talking. The 9 won't return for a month. If my souls aren't back and I'm not at my peak by then, the Hongmeng Holy Land ends. Everybody's face fell at once. They'd had about 4 minutes of thinking we'd won. Where are they? Liu Taishu asked. When the Azure Phoenix secret realm collapsed, my technique changed them into something I can't name. They've drifted towards the immortal spirit ancient kingdom. It's chaos there, and no one but me can sense them, and I cannot leave this sect. Which is a very elegant way of saying, they're gone. And on my way home, I felt something else moving towards that kingdom. Blood chi, mixed with evil chi and resentment. I sensed it for an instant, and it vanished, and I was in too much of a hurry to hunt it. If it finds my souls first, it will devour them, and then there is nothing to find. Everyone in that room heard a death sentence. I heard 2 open missions closing into one location. Blood chi and resentment. Slay 0 of 3 Blood Sea Evil Corpse successors. Find 0 of 3 Holy Lord souls. Same road, same kingdom, and a system that pings me the moment either one surfaces. Master, where is the immortal spirit ancient kingdom? I couldn't keep it out of my voice. I'll go and bring your souls back. Every elder in the room said no at the same time. They closed in around me like aunts at a funeral. I was the young sect master. I was the spiritual pillar of 30,000 people. The sect had endless resources, and I could have any of them. Techniques, ancient scriptures, divine abilities, secret manuals, divine weapons, magic treasures, Pick anything, take everything, just please sit down. If you want strength, Xiaoying said, frowning, cultivate with me here in the Hongmeng Dao realm. Cultivating alone in a space full of the avenue of power, with the most beautiful and most terrifying woman in the domain personally correcting my technique. I want it entered into the record that I considered it. Real strength is born in trials, I said instead, with my most serious face on. My road runs to the stars and the sea. Wrapped in silk inside this sect, I'd grow up to be a decorative face and nothing else. That isn't the life I want. It was a fantastic speech. What I was actually thinking was, the system gave me a mission and I don't get to negotiate. The elders shut their mouths and nodded, which made me feel briefly guilty. I didn't expect that from you, she said, studying me. The Azure Phoenix secret realm has been broken open. The 100 Battles domain is going to change, and so is every other domain. A bright era is coming. Every prodigy alive will surface, and so will things that have been asleep in the wrong century. Go to the immortal spirit ancient kingdom. It's your trial. Then her tone changed and stopped being a suggestion. But you cultivate here for 3 days first. In 3 days, comprehend a divine ability and reach half a step into the awakening realm, and I'll open the gate. Otherwise, you don't mention this to me again. Deal. I needed the time anyway. 9 attribute cave heavens I hadn't broken in, a divine weapon and a treasure armor I hadn't refined, and a body that had spent the last month going from one thing that could kill me to a worse one. The life-sustaining array ran itself out over the next few hours, and by the time it faded, the whole sect was back to 70 or 80%. The elders went out to bury people and count what was left. I stayed and watched my master take 2 objects out of nowhere and set them down in front of me, and the hair on my arms stood up. These don't feel like they belong to this era. They didn't. They were what 9 saints had ambushed her for. Are these from the era of Emperor 100 Battles? She looked up, surprised I'd got there. Heavenly Book, Divine Strategy, 100 Battles, Emperor Blood. These are what the Azure Phoenix secret realm was hiding, and what I nearly died holding on to. Because between them, they are a thread of the opportunity to become an emperor. I stopped breathing for a second. Nobody has become a great emperor since 100 Battles walked off down the Time River, and every emperor after him followed. Saints run this world, because there is nothing above them anymore, and here was a thread of the road back up, sitting in the air in front of a 17-year-old, which explained precisely why 9 saints had been willing to burn a continent to get it. The book records his life and how he proved the Tao. The blood is a drop of essence he gave to the sacred beast Qing Huang after he became emperor. She shook her head at it. With 3 souls missing, I probably can't use either. I'll seal them in a divine origin stone. When you prove the Tao and become a saint, take them out and comprehend them at your leisure. She was handing me an emperor's robe as a going-away present. Master, I said, I'll find your 3 souls. You'll comprehend it faster than I ever could. I meant it, and it was also true. And there is no version of me that gets to the saint realm before this sect gets buried, so it wasn't much of a sacrifice. But I did reach out and put a finger on that drop of blood. The Hongmeng divine body in me went off like a struck bell. The world folded, and there he was again, the figure standing on the Time River, and this time he turned around. Young man, we meet again. I have seen him 4 times now, and I have never once seen his face. There's light where it should be. You can look at everything about him except that, and the inability doesn't feel like blurring, it feels like a rule. You knew we'd meet? Nothing. He didn't hear me. Whatever I was talking to was divinity trapped in a drop of blood, and it was going to say its piece regardless of what I did. Young man, you are 1 year late. The Time River under his feet rippled as he said it, and his own figure went thin, as if the sentence itself was forbidden, and saying it cost him something. He said it anyway. But not too late. I'll be waiting for you in the dark era. He was fading fast now. What lies beyond the 5 elements is the true heart of the legacy. Gone. River collapsed. Illusion gone. And me still sitting there with my finger out like an idiot, poking a drop of blood that had stopped talking to me. Great Emperor, sir, you could have expanded on literally any of that. What is the dark era? What's beyond the 5 elements? And how am I 1 year late when I transmigrated into this world and don't even know what year I arrived, but apparently he does? Li Xuan? What's wrong? I came back to the room. Xie Wu Ying was looking at me, and her eyes were already starting to go unfocused around the edges. Master, did you see him? It's a drop of blood. There's no one in it. She said it kindly. You've never handled an object carrying an emperor's intent before. You saw an illusion. Sure, an illusion that knew my arrival date. She called up a slab of divine origin stone, the material they use to seal things that must not change, where a thing stays exactly as it was for 1,000 years. Ancient prodigies have sealed themselves in that stuff on purpose and slept through whole eras, waiting for a great age to be worth waking for. Every big lineage has one or two of them buried somewhere, misplaced supremes they're called, young monsters from the wrong century. Her palm went through solid divine origin stone like it was water. The two treasures went in. Her sleeve moved and the stone was gone. And then she ran out. 7 pale shapes drifted out from behind her, looking around, lost. Her 7 corporeal souls, out in the open, with the 3 that should have been leading them missing. They started to come apart in the air, and she caught them and forced them back into her own body with the avenue of power, and coughed blood down her front, and sat down, and stopped speaking. Next time she woke would be tomorrow. When the blood comes more often than that, it means the end. 3 days. I had 3 days to awaken a divine ability, and no enlightenment pill, and no way to cheat the comprehension. Then her aura slipped off her while she was unconscious, and I found out what a saint's origin feels like when it isn't aimed at you on purpose. It landed on me like a divine mountain, and my spiritual power stopped working. I couldn't stand up. I could barely keep my ribs closed. Supreme bone! Chaos light wrapped me and took the weight off, and it still wasn't enough. Attribute cave heaven! 9 grotto heavens opened behind me at once and shoved back, and it was still not enough. And then the 9th one, the one that has never once done anything I asked, stirred by itself. Purple chi came out of it, circled the Hongmeng Dao realm once, and went home. Every ounce of saint origin pressure was simply gone. I sat there in a room that had been trying to crush me 8 seconds earlier and made a note, in the drawer where I keep the things I don't understand yet, right next to the great emperor knowing my arrival date. Then I read my new pills. Upgrade pill allows the host to borrow the great power of heaven and earth and break through one realm unconditionally. A free realm in a bottle. I put it aside, breaking into the awakening realm before I had a divine ability would waste it. Unlucky pill makes one opponent unlucky for 1 year, ignoring rank, defense, and chi luck. Ignoring everything. I could make a saint unlucky. I could make a saint get bitten by a dog. I could make a saint go into deviation halfway through cultivation. And of course, I received this pill approximately 4 minutes after the 9 of them left. Airdrop pill summons a powerful individual from up to 100,000 li away to descend. 1 hour. Which means that anywhere on this continent, at any time, I can call down a sacred beast on somebody's head and watch the arithmetic collapse. Then the one I actually needed. Awakening pill. Turns a cultivation technique into a divine ability. I went through what I had. The Spirit King 9 transformations is body refining. Wind and Thunder Phantom is movement. Awakening my running away into a divine ability felt like a statement about my character I wasn't ready to make. The 9 cavity spirit gathering skill is half a manual. The Beast King scripture I hadn't even read. I had a pile of powerful techniques, and not one of them was worth becoming my signature. So I made one. Technique pill in my hand, the startling swan divine spear across my knees, the divine weapon I took off Wu Jin Chen, the one that in a straight fight would have beaten me if I hadn't been cheating with pills. An inch longer, an inch stronger. I'd promised myself that spear would be my second killing weapon. Golden crown lit, luck at maximum, wrapped around the pill and the spear together. Give me a divine spear technique. The technique arrived like a character loading in. A spear came through the void, trailing light, spear flowers bursting open into a figure that moved like water poured downhill. 13 strikes, every one of them looking down on everything alive. Annihilation spear art. And I sat there watching this ancient godlike figure spin a spear and thought, he moves like Han Xin. Previous life, honor of kings. There was a song written for that character, and I loved it enough to lock him in, and I went 1 and 20. And I cried actual tears, and I never touched a spear character again. 13 annihilation spears, I named it, without a second's hesitation. If a xianxia world is going to hand me the spear career I failed at, I am taking the whole thing, including the branding. Longing for you, always remembering. Short longing, endless. First spear, longing. I trained. The Hongmeng Dao realm is a place where the world helps you, and I fell into it and lost myself, one form into the next. The universe races the world, the moon like a hook, no second one to find. Fourth spear, romance. Vengeful spirits don't resent fate. The long spear comes out and kings weep. 10th spear, vengeance. A million soldiers raise the flags again. 3 armies as one. I am invincible. 13th spear, killing intent. Then I ate the awakening pill and kept going. Somewhere in there, Xie Wu Ying woke for her hour and watched me, and her eyes changed. There's a trace of annihilation intent in that spear art. When annihilation appears, all weapons retreat. She had not touched annihilation intent at the cave heaven realm. She had not come close. Then let me help. The dozi secret came out of her palm and unfolded into the ancient killing field, and a saint's power made it solid. And suddenly I was not practicing forms in a quiet room. I was in an ancient battlefield with the sky full of chains and countless figures charging me at once. I raised the spear and killed my way up, shatter the divine mountains. Then the 13 divine spirit projections above the 9th heaven. Then the endless, immortal palaces beyond them. Those are the layers of the dozi's secret, and each layer you clear is a layer you comprehend. I took the 13 projections apart one after another and stood at the foot of the palaces. Dozi's secret, 3rd layer. Fully unleashed, it triples my combat power. I could feel where I'd landed. Half a step into the awakening realm, spear art turned divine ability with the dozi's secret fused into it, and a quiet certainty that if the 3rd sequence and his celestial overlord body walked in right now, I could take him apart without using the spear at all. Outside, the sect had gathered. Holy Lord, it's nearly 3 days. Can he really comprehend a divine ability? Fair question. The Otai Shu had needed a month at peak cave heaven, and what he got wasn't even a top-tier one. She had needed 10 days, and she was the strongest Holy Lord in the 100 battles domain. Don't worry, she said. His talent is several times mine. He is the greatest prodigy I have ever seen, and what he comes out with will surprise you. Several times hers. She said that out loud, in front of the elders, about a boy who'd been in her sect for under a month. Holy Lord, Liu Taishu hesitated. Why only 3 days? She smiled and looked east, 10,000 li east, towards the border. Because the gods and demons the Azure Phoenix secret realm was suppressing are coming out, and these 3 days are exactly when it happens. If he'd gone immediately, he'd have walked into it. Then she waved her hand and painted the sky over the square with what was happening 10,000 li away, and 30,000 disciples looked at it and stopped breathing. Black mist over 1,000 li. Faces in the mist, opening and closing. Mountains of pure black shoving up out of the ground into the sky, and things pouring off them in every direction, some of them lit like gods, some of them wrapped in mist like devils, and the instant they met they tore into each other, and the blood of gods and demons came down like rain. The immortal spirit ancient kingdom. Once it had emperors on the throne, and saints in the street, and it made 3 domains nervous. Then the emperors vanished, the world changed, it fell in a single day, and every beast, pet, and cultivator inside it was demonized by something nobody could name. It sat between 3 Dao domains as a forbidden land, running gods and devils and ghosts out across the world, until Qing Huang came down, turned herself into a secret realm, and pressed the lid on for 1,000 years. The lid was off. And then, over the black mountain in the projection, a hand came out of thin air. A hand covered in scales, big enough to shade a province. It made one lazy motion, and every god and demon fighting beneath it stopped fighting and submitted, like a monarch had walked into a room. Those things were cave heaven realm at minimum. The disciples on the square went white and started saying, no, not there, he can't go there. And then the Hongmeng Dao realm rumbled, and something came out of it very fast. A figure landed on the square with a long spear already moving. Cold light first, then the strike, like a dragon coming down. A pillar of pure divine radiance went up into the sky, carrying an annihilation intent so clean it hurt to look at. And it hit the projection. The Black Mountain, the Scaled Hand, the gods, the demons, all of it, and annihilated the entire scene. I came down in white robes with a spear angled at the stone. That single strike had the combat power of the half-step awakening realm, because the spear art had awakened into a divine ability and my master's help had fused it with the dozi secret. The square lost its mind. Young sect master! And since I was out, I decided to do something about the other problem. Hongmeng's prodigy generation has been a hole in the ground for 10 years. I'd punched the same hole in a dozen other lineages, which is satisfying but doesn't put a single expert on our own mountain. So I called a martial arts exhibition on the spot and gave away everything I had comprehended, in front of everybody, holding nothing back. First spear, longing. The spear swept and the light came off it, and I felt the strange thing that comes with a divine ability. The move carries its name. There was longing in my eyes when I threw it. I couldn't tell you whether it was for a world I'll never see again or for a certain spear character who went 1 in 20. Second spear, heartbreak. That one came out sharp and grieving, and people standing 50 jong away felt their own chests stall. Third spear, blind dragon. By the end, there was no me left to look at, just a field of spear light over the square, and it printed itself onto everybody who saw it. I got something. I felt a breakthrough in that. 3 years in seclusion, and I never caught a shred of divine ability, and I just had an epiphany watching him. Nobody gives their comprehension away. Nobody. They sat down where they stood, thousands of them, and started cultivating, and divine light came up all over the mountain, and disciples began breaking through in front of me. May Hongmeng have dragons among its people. Then I turned and bowed. Disciple Li Xuan has come out of seclusion. I request permission to go to the immortal spirit ancient kingdom and bring back my master's 3 souls. Every minute I waited, the Blood Sea legacy drank another minute of fresh blood and got stronger, and 3 souls drifted a little further into a place full of things that eat souls. Young sect master, the divine demons have only just— I won't argue with what you've decided, Xie Wuying said. One condition, the moment it becomes impossible, you leave. You are worth more to the Hongmeng Holy Land right now than I am. She meant it arithmetically. Lose her, gain me, and the sect still has enough foundation to raise another saint. She'd done the sum on herself and found it acceptable. This disciple understands, I said. Internally, Master, if your 3 souls end up in a saint's mouth, I am going to reach in and take them, because the system does not accept the phrase, it became impossible. The elders stopped arguing after that. I found my own core technique in that kingdom once, she said, and for a second she was somewhere 30 years away and smiling at it. Perhaps that's why my souls drifted there. Be careful of the demonized gods and devils. Everything else there tops out at the awakening realm. The young experts of 3 domains will be swarming in to hunt and loot, and with your battle intent, you can, at worst, run. The demons are the great terror. Then she opened a door, a portal of divine light, torn with the help of the Hongmeng flag, straight to the kingdom's edge, so that 9 saints wouldn't see me travel. In the Tao realm, you fused with a wisp of my origin. When my souls appear, they'll feel familiar to you. And remember, 3 souls can take any shape. They won't necessarily be human. I stepped towards it, and behind me 100 li of sky lit up. Every disciple in the Hongmeng Holy Land put their spiritual power into the air at once, and it turned into flowers. 7-colored light rolling across the clouds and blossoms opening across 100 li of mountain, the highest courtesy the sect has, the one they performed exactly once before. For 100 prodigies walking out to the holy ruins. The young sect master departs. We await his triumphant return. I felt my luck tick upward. 30,000 people hoping at once is apparently a resource. I'm not promising you a triumph, I said. I'm promising you her 3 souls. Then I stepped through. The flowers didn't close after me. They stayed open the whole time I was gone. Behind me, 2 women stood in that light with their fists clenched. I'm going home, Mei Lihua said, to nobody. She'd beaten Mei Lian Shuang, the Beast King clan's young supreme, which, by their rules, made her the saintess, and once she awakened her bloodline, she'd stop being the one who has to stay behind. I'm going home too, said Lin Yuxin. The shackles inside her had loosened in the saint ruins, and there was a legacy stirring under them, and with Prince Lin Yutian in the ground, she was the only thing standing in the young generation of the War dynasty. And I'm going to take the throne. Neither of them said it to me. They said it to the space where I'd been standing, which is worse. 10,000 li away, starlight spun open on a mountain peak, and I stepped out of it. It was daytime. It looked like midnight. Black mist and dead cloud packed the sky from edge to edge, with a few threads of sunlight stabbing through to the ground, which is a hopeful image right up until you learn what's underneath it. The evil chi was thick enough to chew. The resentment in the air had got into the spiritual power itself, so you couldn't cultivate here at all. Breathe it in, and it goes to work on your soul. And the more you take, the better your odds of becoming one of the things out there. 1,000 years on, and the poison that ate this country in one day was still this strong. I'd have loved to see what it was like fresh. No, I wouldn't. Below me, a dead city, 100 li across, silent. Beyond it, through the murk, bigger cities and towers going up out of sight. Then the mountain jumped under my feet, and the blood-colored river at its foot boiled off in a single second, and something 100 jung tall came up out of the ground. My scalp crawled. For one bad heartbeat, I thought the Blood Sea evil corpse had put itself back together at the half-saint realm. And if that had been true, with no good corpse riding shotgun and no power pill left, there would be no story after this sentence. The mist peeled off it. Black scales, eyes the size of houses with red light in them. A Tao Tie, one of the dragon's 9 sons, the greediest and most vindictive of the lot. A sacred beast in its own right in ancient times. There'd been a dragon's son living in this kingdom, then somebody demonized it. It opened its mouth, and inside the mouth was a black vortex, and it inhaled the city. Crunch, crunch. Stone, trees, ruined halls, everything under the stone, and every demonized thing, and every undemonized human still hiding in that city. One bite, chewed, gone. 100 li of history swallowed as a snack. That is a city-destroying opening act. Nirvana realm at minimum, and that's the casual one. That's the one that wanders past. The black mountain and the scaled hand in the projection had been something else entirely, and I made myself stop imagining it. Invisibility pill. Down the hatch. My aura went out like a lamp, and the peak was empty, and half a second later, 2 crimson eyes the size of houses swung round and stared straight at where I was standing. It held there. It found nothing. It left. I stayed hidden for a full stick of incense after that, which I consider reasonable. The city was gone, but the black mist over its center was not. It was thickening, gathering into something. And I looked at it and thought, absolutely not. That is somebody else's problem. I have 2 missions and a schedule. Then, halfway down the mountain, the supreme bone shivered in my chest, and the key luck golden crown started pulling me back towards the mist. Oh, come on. When that crown pulls, there's something at the end of it. Treasure, mission, or my own life. And every time I turned to walk away, it shook hard enough to rattle my teeth. 3 hours to cross a city that no longer existed. In the middle of it, 10 jang of black mist churning like water coming to the boil. No danger coming off it. Just that feeling, getting stronger. This mist better have a couple of baby touties in it, or frankly it's overselling itself. I couldn't disperse it. I couldn't read it. So I went invisible, sat down a safe distance away, and waited, like an obedient dog, because a golden crown told me to. While I waited, I opened the list. Half-step awakening realm. 7 attributes now. Annihilation deprivation sitting at the end of the row like a loaded gun. Hongmeng divine body, pending upgrade. Dozi, secret at the 3rd layer. 13 annihilation spears at the bottom of a very long list of techniques. And a pill inventory I read twice and memorized because in a place like this, the pills are the only reason I'm alive. 1 great smoke. 1 teleportation. 1 death. 1 taunt. 1 unlucky. 1 airdrop. 1 upgrade. I could break into the awakening realm anytime I wanted. I was sitting on it deliberately. 9 attribute cave heavens, none of them perfected, and I wasn't going to advance on an unfinished foundation just to feel taller. Then I opened the Saint Jade slip she'd given me, which carries a map and 1 wisp of saint power that will eat a single fatal blow for me. The map put 8 cities on the board, and I frowned at the shape of them for a while before I got it. They're laid out as the Big Dipper, and the capital isn't in the middle of them where a capital belongs. It sits out front, alone, at the position of the North Star. The city I was sitting in was the last star on the handle, the greedy wolf, which meant the dragon's son hadn't eaten this city because it was hungry. It ate a star out of a formation. So somebody's breaking something, I said to nobody, and the gods and demons are the smoke, not the fire. The mist boiled harder. Something enormous moved under the ground, and I was on my feet with the spear out and wind and thunder phantom lit, absolutely ready to run from a second Taotie. Crack. Crack. The earth split and collapsed, and up out of it came a plain, battered wooden coffin. The black mist went for it instantly, devouring the starlight out of the sky, trying to grind that coffin to powder. And under the starlight, the coffin sat there and did not move at all. Then 2 claws came through the void out of the mist, and a black body followed. There really is a baby Taotie. 10 feet instead of 100, awakening realm instead of nirvana, which meant, for the first time since I'd arrived in this country, I could fight instead of hide. Fine, I'll consecrate the 13 annihilation spears on a dragon's son. It came down on the coffin, and I put the spear through the gap. First annihilation spear, longing. The Hongmeng divine body means I don't need leverage. 10 feet of demonized sacred beast went off its feet and into a wall. Then I found out what a dragon's son is made of. The startling swan is a divine weapon, and it hit those scales and rang like a hammer on an anvil. Nothing went through, nothing at all. Best physique I'd ever met. Second spear, heartbreak. I put 6 thrusts into the same spot on its brow, cracked the scales, drew no blood and made it furious, and it opened a mouth with a black vortex in the back of it, the same light the big one had used to eat a city. It couldn't erase a city, it could erase this square and me on it. Third spear, blind dragon. Into the eyes while its mouth was busy. Fourth spear, romance. The eyes burst, it fired the beam anyway, blind and screaming, and I was already gone. Wind and thunder phantom, after images behind me, up over its skull with blood running down the shaft. How many flavors are there in this world, and who deserves to wear white? Fifth spear, unparalleled. The spear went in through the top of its head and out under its jaw and left a crater in the ground beneath it. 5 spears of 13 for an awakening realm dragon's son. I stood on the corpse and checked my sleeves, and there wasn't a drop of blood on the white. I opened the 7th cave heaven to strip that defense off the corpse. I wanted it. I wanted it badly. And the corpse went vague and started to dissolve. A spirit body. Not a real Taotie at all. Something the 100 Zhang one had shed and left behind, and even the shed piece had awakening realm strength. A black wisp came up out of it and made a run for the horizon, and I understood the whole shape of it at once. The big one was leaving these things in each city to devour whatever the mist dug up. And if this wisp got home and reported that a boy in white had ruined the arrangement in Celestial Pivot City, the 100 Zhang version would come back, and I would die. Get back here. 9 grotto heavens opened and yanked it out of the sky, and it thrashed and poured evil chi at me, and then 5 of my cave heavens lit up at once. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5-colored light closed over it like a hand. It stopped struggling instantly. It went still the way a thing goes still in front of something it recognizes as a predator. The 5 elements' divine light doesn't just destroy, it cages. Emperor 100 Battles left me a very good inheritance. I didn't kill it. I didn't know what the big one could feel. I wrapped it and put it back into its own black mist, and the mist thickened up again around it and went back to looking exactly as undisturbed as it had 10 minutes earlier. Then I turned to the coffin and stopped. Why is there Saint Chi on a broken box? Night had come down properly, and 1 thread of starlight was coming through 1,000 li of black mist to land on that coffin and nothing else. For a moment, I saw a pavilion inside the light, and a figure in green standing on the roof of it, looking up at the stars. I retreated 1,000 zhang because the saint ruins taught me manners. Nothing happened. And then, from the shaking my own fight had put into the ground, the coffin simply gave up and fell apart. Inside it, a set of green robes. No body. A cenotaph. A saint with an empty grave, buried in a coffin of the cheapest wood in the world. 2 characters were embroidered on the collar. Celestial Pivot. So the cities aren't just named for the Big Dipper. Each one is a saint. 7 stars, 7 saints, 1 capital sitting out front at the North Star. And that told me exactly where every hungry thing in this country was actually heading, because it was never the cities they wanted. The Arctic National Capital. 7 saints in 1 kingdom. No wonder it made 3 domains nervous. I put the coffin back together, put it back in the ground, put the earth back over it, and made the whole thing look untouched. I had no interest in the 100 John 1 coming back to check. The starlight went out, and the man in green went with it. Then something fell out of the sky, and I caught it. A wooden token, palm-sized, absurdly heavy. 2 ancient characters cut into it. Beggar Gang. This is not a wuxia novel. This is a xianxia world with saints and grotto heavens and demonized dragon sons. There is no reason for a Beggar's Guild token to fall out of a saint's empty grave. Ding. Quest. Find the Holy Lord's 3 souls. Quest target appeared. 3rd city. Tianji City, 300 li. Which was interesting because the capital was south of me and every other city was north and east, so the Tao Tie and the souls were both moving away from the prize. Whatever this country was doing, the cities came first and the capital came after. Fine, mission first, mysteries later. 2 hours to the 2nd city, Tianquan. Half again the size of the first one and eaten just as thoroughly, 1 bite, 100 li, gone. And I'd like somebody to explain to me how a thing can swallow 2 cities in a night and still be hungry. Black mist in the middle. Coffin coming up out of the ground. Spirit Tao Tie forming in the mist and going for it. Kill. Spear like a swimming dragon, first among weapons. Life like the yellow springs, no road back. 6th spear, white dragon. This one was tougher. 7 spears got me through its scales and no further. Clouds rise, mist hides the killing intent. Sweep 10,000 li and 1,000 armies. 8th spear, Kunpeng, through the forehead, and I was behind its skull before it fell. 2nd city Tao Tie, dead. 5 elements light around the spirit wisp before it had finished forming, and back into the mist with it. Then I looked at the coffin, and I wanted on record that this one was solid gold, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and also with a great deal of extremely enthusiastic company, and I put it back in the ground faster than I have ever put anything anywhere. The token that fell was labeled He sect. Yes, I said, that tracks. But now I had 2 of them. The Celestial Pivot Saint left a Beggar Gang token. The Tianquan Saint left a He sect token. 7 saints of an ancient kingdom, each apparently running a little club on the side, and a golden crown in my chest that kept insisting I kill these spirit Taoties and pick these tokens up. 3 hours to the 3rd city. And as I came up on it, I stopped, because the 100 Zhang Tao Tie was just leaving. Just leaving. After all the time I'd spent killing things and reburying coffins, it had only now finished with Tianji City. Something had held it up, and the city was still standing, completely intact. It hadn't eaten this one. Empty streets. No corpses, no monsters, no demonized anything, and no prodigies from the 3 domains either, which by now was genuinely strange, because a kingdom this rich in legacies should have been crawling with young experts looting it. Black mist in the center, waiting for its coffin. I left it alone, mission first. I hadn't walked 20 steps into that city when I heard crying, and my eyes started streaming. Not from grief, there was no grief in me at all. My face was simply pouring, and I could not stop it, and while it poured, my spiritual power was draining out of me at a speed that made my stomach drop. That sound annihilated power. Whoever could make it could win a fight without ever throwing a punch. Who's there? A figure on the street with its back to me, small. My home is gone. My 7 brothers are gone too. There's only me. The voice was faint, and it arrived inside my head like someone breathing on the back of my neck, and every hair I owned stood up. She was maybe 10 years old, holding a battered cloth doll. I stepped on a plank. The crying stopped. We both froze, and I stood there in an empty 1,000-year-old city, hoping very hard that when the little girl turned round, she would have a face. She had a face. Round, pink, entirely human. Somebody else came. She flinched sideways. Is the big monster coming back to eat Xiaonuan? Xiaonuan is scared. And as she moved, colored light ran over her, and the light was the avenue of power. In the entire Hongmeng Holy Land, exactly 1 person has that, and she is a holy lord. Then the little girl saw my face and lit up like a festival. Big brother! And ran at me. I transmigrated into this world alone. I have no sister. I put the astonishing rainbow long spear across her path and shouted at a 10-year-old to stop, which is not my proudest moment, but one wisp of that Tao touched my spear tip and the divine weapon nearly came apart in my hands. She didn't even notice. She looked at the blade the way you'd look at a twig. The big monster was beaten away, she'd said. That's why the 100 Zhang Taotie hadn't eaten this city. It got here, met her, and left. I pulled the spear back before it shattered. I'm not your big brother. You are, she pouted. Did you forget? Then I looked at the doll in her hands, and my breath went out of me, because it was carrying an aura I knew. Familiar. Intimate. The exact thing I'd fused a wisp of in the Hongmeng Dao realm. One of my master's 3 souls. Living in a rag doll. Thin, nearly gone, and being held together and slowly rebuilt by the Tao coming off this child. I had said, out loud, in front of witnesses, that if the souls were in a saint's mouth, I would reach in and take them. The universe had listened and gone one better. Xianxia, I'm not your brother, but I can help you find. She started crying again, and the Tao came off her and swallowed me whole. Let's show Big Brother the past. Time bent, my head went sideways, and the dead city vanished. I came back standing in a loud, crowded, absolutely alive street, with people shouting and haggling all around me. This is the immortal spirit ancient kingdom before it fell. A dream of 1,000 years, said the little girl next to me, calm as anything. And down the street stood another Xianxia, identical, and in front of her a young woman, and I looked at that woman, and my brain stopped working. Xie Wu Ying. 1,000 years ago. Not yet a saint. Standing in a living ancient kingdom talking to a child. That big sister was kind. She looked after Xianxia for a month. My Xianxia said it softly, watching them. Her soul was strange, and a little familiar. Xianxia gave her a cloth doll, and she was very happy. In the dream, the child handed over a rag doll exactly like the one in her hands now, and Xie Wu Ying took it with a look on her face I have never seen her wear in the present tense. So that's the karma. That's why a saint's severed soul, drifting 1,000 years later, went and curled up in a rag doll in this specific child's arms. She said she found her natal cultivation technique in this kingdom. She found it in a doll. Dream another 1,000 years. The doll waved. The world changed. Xianxia again, slightly smaller, on the roof of a pavilion looking at the moon, with a man in green robes sitting beside her keeping her company. Xianxia, do you like the moon? Shall Big Brother pick it down for you? No, it only looks nice up there. The celestial pivot saint. The empty coffin. The beggar gang token. Her brother. Dream another 1,000 years. Wilderness. 1,000 Zhang evil dragon looming over a tiny girl, and the girl bursting into tears, and a line of divine light crossing the sky and turning the dragon into dust in one stroke. Don't be afraid, Xianxia. 6th brother's here. Gold robes, dragons and phoenixes stitched on them, and about 8 beautiful attendants trailing behind him smiling at the child. The Tianxuan saint. The gaudy golden coffin. Yes, obviously. It kept going. Pavilions, wilderness, immortal caves, graveyards, 1,000 years at a time, and everywhere she went there was another saint walking beside her, looking down at her like she was the only good thing in the world. The 7 great saints of the immortal spirit ancient kingdom were all her brothers, and every time the dream jumped 1,000 years, she got a little smaller, 1 year younger per 1,000 years. She looked 10. I did that arithmetic twice and then stopped doing it. Then the scene changed and she wasn't in it. A tomb, huge, empty, bare, except that every wall was covered in figures fighting, the ancient killing field, the same scene as the Dozi's secret, and in the center of the chamber sat an enormous bronze coffin. On the lid lay a brand new cloth doll, and the doll's face was the little girl's face, exactly, precisely as she looks now. The doll wasn't wrapped in the avenue of power. It was wrapped in profound yellow qi, so thick you could have poured it into a cup, the stuff that crushes the void with a wisp and opens chaos with a strand. Something inside that bronze coffin had made a doll 10,000 years ago in the exact likeness of what a child would look like 10,000 years later. The chi on the doll moved and turned into writing, and I could read it, which was its own problem. In 10,000 years, we will meet. Then one wisp of profound yellow chi drifted off the doll, came across the chamber, circled the exact spot where the two of us were standing, in a dream 10,000 years after the fact, and went home. And the bronze coffin trembled. The dream broke with a sound like a bone snapping and dropped us back into the dead street, and I stood there with a pale face and asked the only question I had left. Xiaonuan, was any of that real? She nodded happily. Of course it was real, big brother. Didn't you see? The face the profound yellow chi made. That was you. I saw 6 characters. She saw my face. I have been in this world for a little over a year. I did not exist 10,000 years ago. I refuse to accept that I have karma with everything in this cemetery of a country, and I put it in the drawer with the great emperor, saying I was 1 year late, and the drawer is getting full. Big brother, do you want the doll? She was already holding it out. Xiaonuan is so happy to see you. You can have anything. The only object she had carried through 10,000 years of wandering, not 1 second of hesitation. And I hesitated, which surprised me, because that doll was doing something my system could not, keeping a saint's severed soul from dissolving and slowly feeding it back together. Take it away from her Tao, and I might be carrying a soul that scatters in my pocket. Leave it with her, and nobody in this country can take it from me, because nobody in this country wants to find out what she does when she's upset. Xiaonuan, do you really think I'm your big brother? Xiaonuan doesn't make mistakes. You're my big brother. All right. She'd been alone for 10,000 years in a country that died, holding a doll, crying in a street where nothing was left to hear her. Then come with big brother. I'm taking you home. Okay. Wherever 8th brother goes, Xiaonuan goes. 8th brother. There is no way to hear that which does not sound like livestock. I let it go because 7 of my new siblings are saints, and if any of them left anything behind in that capital, I have just acquired the world's smallest and most terrifying key. And when she smiled, all the evil chi and resentment clinging to her simply came apart, shattered, gone. Her crying eats spiritual power. Her laughing destroys strangeness. She is a treasure when she is happy. I made a private note never to find out what she is when she is angry. Xiaonuan, how many dolls do you have? Only 1. Big brother made it. Xiaonuan can't lose it, she grinned. You can give it away. It comes back on its own after a while. I decided to stop asking questions. Divine weapons as toys, saints for brothers, a doll wrapped in profound yellow chi, 1 birthday every 1,000 years. Nothing about this child is going to become normal by being examined. Her hand went into mine, and the avenue of power had gone soft, and it didn't burn me at all. Then a wisp of it went into me, and my whole body rang. 9 grotto heavens opened behind me with no warning at all. The 8th one, purple chi crossing itself, something that looked like profound yellow chi and also like the avenue of power moving in it, gone before I could focus on it. The 8th cave heaven's attribute is coming. Xiaonuan looked up at it, curious. Big brother, is that your attribute cave heaven? It smells familiar. And she pointed, and a thread of light came off her finger, light with the flavor of a 1,000-year dream in it, and went in. The 8th cave heaven completed instantly. I stepped into the haze inside it, and time slowed down around me and then ran fast when I asked it to. Space stacked itself in layers, as if the room I was standing in was not on 1 floor. I thought about being 3 zhang away, and I was 3 zhang away without spending a single drop of spiritual power. Time-space attribute. It made sense once I stopped reeling. The 8th cave heaven had been chewing on the Wisdom Corpse's purple gold token and the legacy of Emperor 100 battles since the Saint ruins, and there's a breath of the Time River in both. Then I spent 10,000 years inside a little girl's dream in a single afternoon. Of course it finished. Unexpected bonus, I said, and patted her head. We walked to the black mist together so I could kill the 3rd city's Tao Tie, and I frowned before I got there. It was already dead. Cracks running out from the center. Craters. Pavilions turned into empty air by something firing a beam out of its mouth in a hurry. Blood on the stones. Xiaonuan and I had been dreaming one street away. A fight like that, and I hadn't heard one sound. Then I felt it, and I only felt it because the 8th cave heaven had finished 4 minutes earlier, a spatial residue hanging in the void. Somebody had sealed this whole square into its own pocket of space to fight in silence, specifically so that nothing outside would notice. Human. And, faintly, a very clean fragrance. A woman. Awakening realm, at least, since she'd put down a spirit Tao Tie alone, and careful enough to soundproof a battlefield. So the 3 domains had finally arrived. The coffin was under the mist, smashed to splinters, lid missing. The Tianji saint's cenotaph. And the robes inside it were gone. You break open a saint's empty grave, and the only thing in it is one set of a dead man's clothes, and you take the clothes. I decided I would rather not know. 5 elements light around the spirit wisp, and back into the mist with it. 3rd city arrangement. Also ruined, courtesy of me. Then I rebuilt the shattered coffin board by board, put it back under the ground, and bowed to it. Saint Tianji, I'm taking your sister with me. I'm a fake brother standing in front of a real one's grave. It costs nothing to say it out loud. She won't come to any harm while I'm here. Clap, another token out of the empty air. Heaven blasting gang. That one's better than Beggar Gang and He Huan sect combined, I said, turning it over. Xiaonuan, have you heard of any of these? She looked at the characters and pouted. My 7 brothers were all very silly. Each of them made a gang with a weird name. That one had a weird slogan, too. Xiaonuan forgot it. 7 saints of an ancient kingdom, each one running a little club as a hobby. 3 tokens in my pouch and a golden crown in my chest that would not let me walk away from a single one of them. My gut said those gangs were not gangs. I made a show of putting the token away slowly. Space rippled and a slim pale hand came out of the void and went for it. No spiritual power, no killing intent, no aura at all, just a hand. Knew you were still here. I'd caught a flicker in the void a minute earlier and dangled the token to see what would bite. The 8th cave heaven opened and swallowed 3 jong of space whole. Out! She came out of the void backwards and landed on her feet with her mouth open. How did you even sense me? Small, quick black hair tied back rough, blood on her sleeve from whatever the Tao Tie had cost her. She recovered in about a second and a half, grabbed for the token again, and dived back into the void, woot, and got squeezed straight out of it, and then slowed down because time inside my 8th cave heaven runs at whatever speed I'd like. Her face went from confident to careful. She could see my realm, and my realm was beneath hers, and something about the situation was still setting off every alarm she owned. A fan came into her hand with feathers of colored light in it, and she swept it, and 7 colors of destroying flame held my time-space attribute off for exactly long enough. She gave me one long look and went back into the void and was gone. Awakening realm, 5th layer. I let her go. If it came down to a real fight, I'd win it, and I had somewhere to be, because the system had just spoken. Quest, slay the Blood Sea Evil Corpse successors. Target appeared. Finally. Xiaonuan, come on, Big Brother's taking you to kill someone. 3 hours to the 4th city, and I felt a familiar aura hiding outside its walls and put a spear through the bushes before I'd even looked properly. 8th spear, Kunpeng. A figure came out of there in a hurry, and we looked at each other, and both of us froze. You. You? Wu Jinchen, 5th sequence, young supreme of the limitless Holy Land, whom I personally killed in the Saint Ruins. Standing in front of me at half-step awakening, unwounded, and in fact stronger than the last time I killed him. It's your fault, he said, and there was real hatred in it. You made me burn the one bloodline revival I get in my entire life. Then he explained his own family's secret to me while shaking with rage, which I appreciated. The 5th family isn't talented. The 5th family is simply extremely hard to kill. The day a 5th child is born, half their essence blood is drawn off and raised inside the ancestral bloodline. Die before the awakening realm and you respawn out of it. Survive to the awakening realm without ever dying, and the stored blood comes back to you and drops you straight at the peak of it. 9 grotto heavens waking divine spirits, monstrous, once per life. With that and the Saint Ruins, I'd have walked into awakening realm peak. I'd have been above every sequence. You ruined me. Their bloodline has one other price, which he did not mention, and I found out later. No fifth ever becomes a saint. Today, I take back the startling swan and I kill you. I have to be honest with you, I said. Your luck is terrible. I let my aura out, and his half-step awakening pressure folded under mine like wet paper. I killed you before I'd even finished the cave heaven realm. Now we're the same realm, and you're an ant. 9 grotto heavens open. 5 elements light seals him where he stands before he gets a word out. Golden lightning wraps him. Heavenly Emperor sword intent cuts across the sky and takes his life force. And then I threw him into the 7th cave heaven because I'd been dying to test annihilation deprivation on somebody, and because a man who can resurrect is exactly the sort of thing I would like to freeload. Ground to nothing. And out of the grinding came one thread of divine light, which fell into my palm as a small green bronze lamp, ancient, its wick just gone out. Bronze. Again. After that bronze coffin in the dream, I have developed a healthy superstition about bronze. I wanted a resurrection bloodline and got a lamp I couldn't read, into the pouch with it. And then the blood she arrived. It came rolling over the horizon carrying resentment and the crying of 10,000 ghosts, and underneath that, an overbearing intent I knew from the saint ruins. The 3rd sequence. He came out of it roaring like a beast, red light in his eyes, skin crawling with crimson and gold as if divinity and demon were fighting for the lease. Veins standing out, red fur coming through in patches. The blood sea evil corpse was most of the way through eating him. Xiaonuan, stand back. Kill. How much pitiless hate is there in this world? The lonely cry in the night doesn't last long. 9th spear, ice heart. Vengeful spirits don't resent fate. The long spear comes out, and kings weep. 10th spear, vengeance. 2 divine ability spears at full power, spear flowers all over the sky, every point aimed at something vital. Clang, clang, clang. He was pushed backwards. He was not cut. The 13 annihilation spears failed for the first time. Harder than Taotie scales? The celestial overlord body is a divine physique, but it does not stop divine weapons with bare skin. My Hongmeng divine body doesn't do that. Get off me! He swung one red-furred arm and the punch moved me back 30 paces. It wasn't the celestial overlord body anymore. The evil corpse's demon nature had gone in and fused with the divinity already there, and what came out the other side was something new. A god, demon, tyrant body. Several times what he'd been. Dode's secret. Triple combat power, annihilation intent riding the spear, Hongmeng divine body lit. 11th spear, look up. And we were even, genuinely even, spear against fists, neither of us gaining an inch, because, with the corpse in him, he was fighting at the awakening realm now, and folding his own comprehended divine abilities into that physique. Then he opened up. Ghost figures poured out of him by the 1,000, screaming straight into my soul, and a blood sea condensed at his back and folded itself into an axe in his hands. A sea that has drunk the divine blood of 1,000 prodigies, which is enough to trade blows with a divine weapon. 9 grotto heavens, 8 attributes, all at once. The blood sea hit that wall and stopped. Seeing the monarch, one does not bow. 3 armies lie prostrate a long while. 12th spear, divine wander. 8th cave heaven open, time-space clamping down on him, and me flickering through every point inside 3 zhang at once so that a dozen white-robed men drove a dozen spears into him from every angle simultaneously. He roared, and the blood sea shuddered, and he tore straight out of my time-space attribute and used the tier to put himself 3 zhang clear. 12th spear, missed completely. I've been waiting for that. Of course the time-space attribute couldn't hold him. He's carrying a piece of a great emperor's severed corpse. The wisdom corpse stands on the time river like it's a garden path. The evil corpse was never going to be caught by a boy's first month with a new toy. I didn't want to catch him. I wanted him to move exactly 3 zhang and land and be still for 1 instant. 1,000,000 soldiers raised the flags again, 3 armies as one, and I am invincible. 13th spear, killing intent. The ancient killing field opened around me in phantom, and every roaring thing inside it poured into the spear, and I put it through his dantian. 1 spear. The world went quiet. A hole the size of a fist, front to back, and his dantian shattered inside it, and his power going out of him like water out of a cracked jar. Only a few days, he said, the first whole sentence he'd managed. And you're already this strong. There was hatred in his face, and pain in it, and something else underneath. And then the blood sea came up over him and ran for the horizon with him inside it. Not this time. Time-space wouldn't hold him. 5 elements is Emperor 100 Battle's legacy, and so is the evil corpse. So that was a coin flip I wasn't taking. So I took out the rune wooden sword and poured everything into it, and gold runes came up all over it. Sword control, divine power. Freeloaded off a corpse in the saint ruins, never used once. The wooden sword vanished and reappeared behind him and went through him, and the line of blood was drawn across the whole sky. He hit the ground looking up at me with venom in his eyes, and, underneath the venom, relief. Whatever the blood sea was doing to him from the inside, dying was the better option, and he knew it. 4th cave heaven, devour. The evil corpse blood sea attribute opened and drank every drop of blood chi and evil chi off him. Blood sea evil corpse successors slain, 1 of 3. I let one thin wisp of that blood chi escape on purpose and watched it go. The system tells me when I'm close to a target. It does not go and find them for me. So now I had a thread to follow, and 2 more successors on the other end of it. And every day I spent hunting was another day the 3rd sequence's brothers spent getting stronger. He'd been fused for a few days, and he'd nearly matched me. Zhaonuan, let's go. The 4th city, Tianchuan. The thread went straight through it and out the other side, so I wasn't in a rush, and I stopped to enjoy the show in the middle of it. Because there was my spacewalking thief, fighting a spirit tautier of her own. She'd watched me collect a token and worked out the recipe, and this time she didn't loot the robes, she put the coffin back in the ground herself, politely, exactly the way I had. And a token duly fell out of the empty air. She reached for it, delighted with herself. I pointed one finger. Time went strange for a quarter of a second in the space around her hand. The token landed in mine. Du Shou Gang, I read, another odd one. She stood there, stamping her foot at me from 40 zhang away. You are going too far. Are you upset? I put it in my pouch. Come and hit me. She had, I would like to point out, robbed me first. I was simply completing her education. She thought about it, decided against it, and settled for the classics. You and I will fight one day. And back into the void. I sealed her Taotia's spirit wisp for her and got on with it because I'd noticed something she hadn't. Every prodigy in this country who kills one of those spirit bodies without sealing it is one bad night away from the 100 zhang original coming back to find out who's been ruining its arrangements. Twice now I'd cleaned up behind her without her knowing. 5th city. Still standing, the big one had finally eaten its fill. Black mist in the middle, ground torn up, and a spirit body trapped and roaring inside a knot of spatial power. She'd taken the token. She'd also, credit where it's due, not let the wisp escape. She'd trapped it, though. She hadn't sealed it. 5 elements divine light, and back into the mist. 6th city, same story. Token gone, but the spirit body was wrapped in chaotic light instead of space, and the residue in the air was spear chi, and I know spear chi better than anyone alive right now. Another awakening realm 5th layer. Another prodigy, using a spear. So the 3 domains had finally shown up in numbers. Good. I wanted to see how they're best compared to me. Then I reached the 7th city and stopped in the road. Yaoglong. Twice the size of any other city, towers going up into the mist, and statues everywhere, 5-clawed golden dragons, the biggest of them standing at the exact center. The city wasn't square like the others. Seen from the outside, it coiled. The whole city is a dragon, lying down, and the dragon's head points away into the dark, towards where the shadow of the capital sits on the horizon. A dragon city, holding a bow towards the capital for 1,000 years. Inside, for the first time since I arrived, people. Dozens of them, flitting through the streets, hunting opportunity. 100 zhang of black mist wrapped around the golden dragon statue in the center, waiting to spit out a coffin, and every prodigy in the city watching it and no one willing to move first. That coffin was going to start a war. The Yaoguang saint's grave was about to have a very bad afternoon. I didn't care. I was following a thread east, and as I stepped through the gate, the system went off twice. Blood Sea Evil Corpse Successors, 1 of 3. Target appeared. Holy Lord souls, one of three, target appeared. Both at once. And when I read the directions properly, both in the same place. The Holy Lord's soul and a piece of the blood sea evil corpse, together. Please, I thought, do not tell me it ate her. What I found in the east of the city was not a ruin full of blood chi. It was a mansion, enormous, spotless, silent. The Yaoguang City Lord's Manor. In 7 cities, I had not seen a single City Lord's Manor anywhere. The blood chi went in through the gate and stopped existing. I kicked the gate down. Empty halls, empty courtyards, and at the back of it, a great lake with blood chi churning in the depths of it, brewing something, and a figure standing in the high hall, watching me. And I only sensed him because I'd seen him. Look away, and he was nothing. I knew that face. I'd seen it in a 10,000-year dream, sitting on a rooftop looking at the moon. The Yaoguang Saint. I grabbed for Xianwan's hand to run. You have come. 3 words, and my whole spine went cold. He knew I was coming? Is this Emperor 100 Battles again, leaving notes for me in a country I've never been to? Then I looked properly, and he wasn't talking to me. His eyes were hollow. He was talking to the empty air where I had been standing 4 seconds earlier. Brother! Xianwan lit up and dragged me forward, and the avenue of power came off her while she did it, and I could not get my hand free, and being annihilated by an excited 10-year-old is a very undignified way to go. You have come, said the figure again, to the same patch of nothing. Up close, his eyes were empty all the way down, soulless, a thing repeating one line. Xianwan, I pulled her back. That isn't your brother, because I could smell it on him now. Blood chi, thick, and exactly the flavor of the blood sea evil corpse. Come out, I put the spear at his brow, and something enormous hit the spear and hit me, and I went 30 feet backwards through the air. Not hurt, extremely educated. Because in with the blood chi, there had been a wisp of saint chi. If it had been anything less than that, I'd have had no time to parry at all. The force did nothing to Xianwan. She'd taken my word about her brother instantly, and now she flicked one small hand, and the avenue of power went out and wrapped the whole building. And the world broke. The mansion, the halls, the courtyards, the figure, all of it came apart into empty void. None of it had ever been there. Only the lake was real. And where the false saint had stood, there was now a hazy ball of light hanging in the air, red at the edges, absolutely drenched in blood chi. The Holy Lord's soul. My master told me herself. 3 souls, and they can become anything, and they won't necessarily be human. This one had become a mansion, and a city lord, and a dead man's face, well enough to fool me completely. That backhand that threw me across a courtyard was a soul with no consciousness left, twitching. Without Xianwan, I would still be in that hall arguing with a hallucination. And it was drinking. Wisps of blood chi were coming off the lake and going into it, thickening it, and by the look of it, that had been going on a long time. Xianwan, lend me the Tao. She put her small hand on the light without asking a single question, and her avenue of power poured in, that vast, clean righteousness, and cut the lake off and started pushing the blood sea out of my master's soul, wisp by wisp. It took a full stick of incense. When she let go, her face was gray. Brother, Xiaonuan is a bit tired. She was asleep before I had her on my back, and I bound her there with spiritual chi so she wouldn't slip. Then I turned round to find the soul flickering, nearly out, cleaned of the blood, and almost gone with it. I panicked. I opened all 9 grotto heavens and tried to seal it in 5 elements light, and it went straight through, because you cannot cage a saint's soul with an emperor's lamp. And then the soul made its own decision and drifted into my 9th cave heaven. The purple gold token in there, the wisdom corpse's parting gift, the thing that keeps the grotto heaven exactly as it is, shivered once. Purple chi came up and folded around her soul and held it, stopped it dissolving, and burned the last of the blood off it. I stood in a ruined courtyard with a sleeping 10,000-year-old on my back and thought, that token is far more than I was told. Then the soul settled, and something opened between us. I could feel its state, and a warmth coming off it that was unmistakably aimed at me. And I could see its memories. The mansion again, whole. The Yaoguang Saint in the high hall, and this time, his eyes were not hollow. This time, he was looking directly at the person whose memory I was standing in, who was not me. I tried to scratch my nose and couldn't. My hands came up in front of me on their own, cupped in a bow, And they were not my hands, long, pale fingers, an orchid-embroidered sleeve, a bow that somebody else was performing. I was inside Xie Wuying's memory, wearing Xie Wuying's point of view 1,000 years ago. I would like to state that I behaved with perfect dignity throughout and made no attempt whatsoever to look down. I was there for information. Have you met Xiaonuan? The Yaoguang saint asked. I have. Her voice, younger, lighter, but hers. With the ragdoll, I can begin to comprehend the 4 seasons soul condensation skill. And she bowed again, in thanks. That's it. That's the technique. That's why 3 severed souls of a dying saint didn't scatter into nothing. They drifted 1,000 li to a kingdom of the dead and started looking for shapes to live in, because their owner cultivates a soul-level technique she learned from a child's toy. Join my master's sect and found a gang, the saint said gently, and the entire cultivation foundation of the immortal spirit ancient kingdom is yours to take. Won't you reconsider? A saint of this kingdom, offering everything, to a girl who hadn't even proven the Tao yet. Thank you for the regard. Qing Yan will walk her own road to the saint position. Another's road can be walked, but it always falls short of the immortal emperor seat. I am a woman, and my talent is not the equal of the 7 sages of immortal spirit. I still want to try. With a technique like the 4 seasons soul condensation skill, can I take the female immortal emperor fruit? She said no. To a saint. At the height of an ancient kingdom's power, with the whole foundation of it laid at her feet, a girl with a mortal body said, no thank you, I intend to become emperor. I have been calling her master for a month, and I don't think I understood her until that sentence. Very well, said the saint, smiling. And where do you go now? To the Arctic national capital. I want to look upon the immortal emperor's bearing once, then home to Hongmeng. The memory ended there. 2 things fell out of it. 1, the 3rd soul, the one I can't sense at all, is in the capital. She went there. Of course it went there. 2, he said, found a gang, specifically. A saint of the immortal spirit ancient kingdom recruiting a genius said join the sect and found a gang, in the same breath, as if the second half were the important part. Nobody becomes a saint by founding a gang. Everything in this country points at the Arctic national capital, and the golden crown in my chest had already started trembling in that direction, and somewhere in there was the answer to how a kingdom with 7 saints in it died in a single day. Then the lake finally boiled over and turned red from edge to edge. I gave it one look. Not a blood sea, just water somebody had ruined. All of the color and none of the appetite. Damn it, said the lake. A figure waded out of it, complaining bitterly. Killed by that dog Li Xuan again. My luck is the worst luck in the world. How did he get so strong? If it wasn't for the green bronze lamp, I'd have been in real trouble. I put my back against a pillar and started smiling. Of all the people who could have inherited a piece of the Blood Sea evil corpse, the second one to surface, one day after I ground him into powder and took his lamp, was Wu Jinchen. Li Xuan, you absolute bastard. When your young master reaches the awakening realm, I am taking my spear back and putting it through you. If I don't avenge this, I'll change my surname. And this blood chi is delicious. It's practically tailored for me once the fusion finishes. He turned round and saw me. Oh my God, a ghost! Fate, I said. Isn't it wonderful? He held out for about 11 seconds inside the 4th cave heaven before the young supreme of the limitless Holy Land was calling me Grandpa. Big brother, spare me. If I die again, my cultivation drops below cave heaven. Grandpa, can I call you Grandpa? I was never going to kill him. I only wanted the blood sea chi that had started settling into him burned out, which the 4th cave heaven does for free. The screaming was a bonus I had not planned and did not stop. He came down covered in his own blood and beaming like a man who'd won a lottery. Grandpa, the lamp! I found it by accident in my family's back mountain. You feed it half your heart's blood, you light the wick, and some great power blesses your body. Die, and it finds somewhere thick with blood chi and puts you back together. Once per lifetime, of course. He'd been holding that to the death about 90 seconds earlier. Also, he got shrewd. Grandpa, I can feel where the blood chi is. There's a much denser mass of it towards the capital, and I can take you there, and I can use a family's secret art to hold it still for you so you can kill it cleanly. Consider it my oath of loyalty. Anything, as long as you don't kill me. I started laughing. You, I told him, are my lucky star. A man who can sense the blood sea legacy through walls, restrain it on command, and will do absolutely anything to avoid dying. The fifth family bloodline is sensitive to blood, and I had just acquired the sensor. 2 missions, 1 step each from done. I checked my 9th cave heaven. My master's second soul sat quietly inside it, and every hour it stayed there the connection between us got warmer, and fragments of a 1,000-year-old woman's memories came drifting through it uninvited. "Come on," I said, "let's go and look at a coffin." Wu Jin-chen scurried after me, sticking to my shoulder like a bad smell, and smiling at me the way you smile at a man holding your leash. "Big brother, wait for me!" "Brother," said Xiao Nuan, awake on my back and wriggling comfortably. "He's strange." She squinted at him. "I can almost feel the Xianling Kingdom Lord's bloodline on him, and then when I look properly, it's gone." The Xianling Kingdom Lord, the great emperor of this country. Wu Jin-chen's family cannot produce a saint. She'd just woken up. She was mistaken, obviously. I put it in the drawer. The center of Yaoguang City had gone to war. The 5th and 6th tokens had already been taken by other people. This was the 7th, and 100 prodigies wanted it. The spirit Tao Tie surfaced, opened its mouth, and was annihilated by a stray divine ability before it finished the roar. The coffin, though, wasn't touched. Because why does that coffin look like the 100 Battles divine prison? Black. All of it. No annihilation intent. Much smaller. But the shape. The exact shape of the divine weapon the limitless Holy Land had tried to seal me in, whose attribute was currently sitting in my 7th cave heaven. The other 6 saints got wooden boxes and 1 gaudy gold one. This one got a scale model of an emperor's prison. I stopped following that thread on purpose because I have developed a specific fear that I will look into one more mystery in this country and find a faceless man standing on a river, smiling, saying, "You're here again." Meanwhile, a dozen Awakening Realm prodigies were dismantling the city. Not one of them was below it. I had finally reached half-step awakening. My 9 cave heavens were closing in on perfection, and I had been looking forward to a nice, relaxing period of being the strongest thing in the room. And instead, I had arrived at the one location in 3 domains where everyone fights above my weight. The only person I'd got to bully so far was Wu Jin-chen, and he doesn't count. I picked the watchers out of the crowd instead of the fighters. My space thief was among them, waiting. And 2 figures in Dao Yi Holy Land robes, faces blurred behind divine light, one with a sword and one with a saber, both Awakening Realm. Dao Yi still had Awakening Realm juniors, and nobody else did. No Limitless, no other lineage, just these 2. Then it clicked, and I nearly laughed out loud in the middle of a war. They didn't send 2 people because they wanted to. They sent 2 people because those 2 are all that's left. Every other prodigy of the 9 lineages is in the ground in the Saint Ruins, and I put them there. To field anybody else, they'd have to wake a sleeping supreme out of a divine origin stone, and nobody spends that. Number 1 and number 2 ranked, the only sequence children who never showed up to the Saint Ruins. Then the 7th spirit Tao Tie was smashed to nothing in the crossfire instead of being sealed, and my stomach dropped, because that thing's parent was going to feel it. And the black coffin began to shake. Not from the fighting, from the inside. "So noisy," said a voice in the coffin. Every prodigy in that square stopped moving. The lid came off and hit the ground, and a bronze-colored palm came up out of the dark, and 100 people went backwards at once, because the agreed story was that these were empty graves. What came out was not the Yaoguang saint. It was a young man, slim, long hair floating, bronze skin with divine light under it, with the bearing of an exile from somewhere better than here, and a golden spear across his back, shaft crawling with dragon patterns, a faint dragon's roar coming out of it. Awakening Realm Peak, above every single person present. "My name is Zhao Yan. Who woke me?" I didn't run. If a saint had come out of that box, distance was a joke, and I had a 10,000-year-old girl on my back that nothing from this era would dare touch. "Xiao Nuan, do you know him?" "I saw him once, from far away. When I was 9, he was 9 too, practicing his spear behind Brother Yao Guang." She pouted. "He was the same height as me then. Now look at him. Xiao Nuan is still small." She aged 1 year per 1,000. He'd been put to sleep as a boy and stayed one, a prodigy from another era. the first one to wake up. And if there are more of those sleeping under every great lineage in 3 domains, then a very loud century is about to begin. Zhao Yan pulled a jade slip out of his own coffin, read it, and his face changed. Master Yao Guang meant for me to wake in this era. And my task is to open the gate of the Arctic national capital, immediately. Then he looked around properly, at a city with no people in it, at the black mountains piercing the clouds in the distance and the gods and demons swarming off them, at the demonic light hanging over the capital. What happened while I slept? My master, the great emperor, every saint, every sacred beast. He worked it out standing there, at speed, and it nearly broke him. The kingdom is dead, and you still want me to open the capital, so that strangers can walk through it? But a saint's arrangement has reasons, and he wasn't going to disobey a dead man. So he did it while hating every one of us. Yao Guang Golden Dragon, rise. His spear went up, the jade slip poured into it, and 9 5-clawed golden dragons came off the blade and dived into the 9 statues standing in the streets. The statues went off like flares. The light merged over the city and condensed into a golden dragon 10,000 zhang long, so bright that 1,000 li of black mist couldn't dim it. And 100 li away, the 100 zhang Tao Tie roared, and every god and demon in the dark looked up. So it did notice, I said. Of course it did. The last spirit body destroyed instead of sealed, and now a lighthouse. The Tao Tie has fallen to demonhood? Zhao Yan said, staring. Even a sacred beast? Then those gods and demons in the dark, are those the prodigies of my kingdom? He stopped himself asking the rest. The Yao Guang Golden Dragon carries us to the Arctic national capital. His voice went flat. It seats 30. In 10 breaths, I leave. Then he sat down cross-legged on the dragon's head, looked at the thing coming to kill us, and said nothing else. 30 seats. Over 100 prodigies. The square exploded. I was already gone. The instant that roar came over the wall, I had Xianxia and 5th Tianlan by the arm and the 8th cave heaven open, and 3 zhang at a time, out of the void and back into it, I walked us up onto the dragon before the first sword was drawn. Zhao Yan looked round, surprised. He measured me at half-step awakening and dismissed me. He didn't look at Wu Jinchen at all. Then his eyes stopped on Xianxia and stayed there. He'd never met her, but she smelled of his own century, and something in him leaned towards it. He turned away without asking. I studied him back. Restrained, he was as deep as a well. Unrestrained, he was like a sword coming down out of the sky. The strongest person of my generation I had ever been near, and it wasn't close. Then somebody landed behind me, and I smiled without turning round. We meet again. My space thief, arriving second, and absolutely furious about it. Always one step ahead of me. We were the only 2 who stowed away. Everybody else had to earn it, and the earning was loud, and several of them didn't finish. 30. Full. Zhao Yan waved his hand, gold light closed over the dragon, and 10,000 zhang of it tore off through the dark towards the capital, and behind us the 100 zhang Tao Tie came down into Yaoguang City and turned the whole thing into ash with one breath, then wrapped that black coffin in fresh mist and kept coming. Somebody asked the obvious question. That dragon could have carried 3,000 people. Why 30? The immortal spirit ancient kingdom is destroyed, Zhao Yan said, without looking back, and it is still not a place for anyone who happens to be passing. Ants don't ride the golden dragon. Nobody argued. Most of them agreed. Because one fewer body at the capital is one fewer claim on the opportunity, and better a fellow Taoist than yourself. That's been the way of cultivation since the first day. Wu Jinchen let out a small breath beside me. Everyone here is afraid to die, I told him, and you're the only one honest about it. He waved that off, smiling bitterly, and said nothing at all. Then Zhao Yan's voice came back down the dragon, very cold. Danger ahead, every man for himself. His power lit the dark for half a li in every direction, and I wish it hadn't. The dark was full. Demonized humans, demonized beasts, things I have no word for, all of them locked in an eternal fight with each other, and every single one of them turned to look at the golden dragon going past. A black bird the size of a hill hit us first. The dragon's light held, mostly. One prodigy was knocked outside the glow. He got out one scream. Crunch, crunch, and the smell of him going down set off everything else in the dark at once. That was one bird, above the awakening realm, casually. Shaking like golden dragon curse. Runes crawled over the whole body of the dragon and detonated, and 10 li of dark came apart, and we accelerated. They caught us again inside a minute. I put my spear into a claw the size of a house and took 10% of the impact through the barrier and still went back 3 steps with my blood roaring in my ears. Several more people went over the side. Nobody had anything left in reserve. And then the capital came up out of the dark ahead of us. Purple gold gates 100 jong high, towers going 10,000 feet into the mist. Almost there. And out beyond the 7 cities, black mist erupted off the black mountain, and the scaled hand came across the sky. That's a saint's power, Zhao Yan said, and burned every scrap of the jade slip at once. Saint power poured into the golden dragon for one heartbeat, and it swung a claw the size of a mountain range up to meet a hand the size of a province. Everything went black and silent. No sight, no sound, not even fear. Then we were lying on stone at the foot of the purple gold gate, and the golden dragon was coming apart in the sky above us, its claw crushed, and the hand was hanging in the dark, not descending. Zhao Yan coughed blood down his own chest. The slip was spent, the dragon was gone, and he'd only been able to block, never fight. The golden dragon is destroyed. The Saint Jade slip is shattered. His face was gray. If we can't find a way out of the capital, we all die here. Then his voice dropped. The demon on the Black Mountain. Whatever killed my country, it was that. And it wasn't attacking. It was waiting for us to open the capital and wake whatever legacy is inside, having already burned our only road home. Not a hidden scheme, an open one. It didn't even care that we could see it. Then we go in first, I said, and worry about leaving second. This place had a great emperor on the throne. There'll be something inside. Zhao Yan thought about that for a long moment. He'd been half decided to die at the gate rather than open it. But his master's order had 2 parts. Open the capital, wake the legacy, and he wasn't going to fail a dead saint out of pride. Then let's gamble. His aura came up off him like a furnace. Chaos Dragon God body, Chaos Dragon God spear, Chaos Dragon God cultivation technique. 20 surviving prodigies went pale in unison, because that is a divine body and a matching spear and a matching technique, all 3 from the same root, which is the difference between a strong man and a monster. Open. His strike had nearly the weight of the divine soul realm, and the gate did not move a hair. Without the jade slip, I can't open it alone. Annihilation. 13 spears. My strike went in beside his. Zhao Yan looked round at me, a cave heaven boy putting that much on a gate, and had no time to be curious about it. Together, it trembled. Everyone. Together. The young man with the sword, Huang Shuifeng, went next. Exploding heaven sword. Then he snapped a name over his shoulder. Feng Qingyi, what are you waiting for? So my space thief had a name, and they knew each other. Don't rush me. 7 colors came off that little fan of hers as fire and hit the gate like a falling star. Then the 2 from Dao Yi Holy Land stepped up beside me, sword and saber blazing, and gave me a look I'd been expecting since the moment I saw their robes. Temporary cooperation. We kill you afterwards. They knew who had emptied their lineage. They were required to. 20 prodigies hit that gate at once, and a crack opened in it, a gap the size of a man. Somebody rushed it. Purple gold light came off the gate and passed through him, and there was no ash, no scream, no body. Then the crack sealed. Chi luck, Zhao Yan said, and his voice was almost frightened. There's chi luck on the gate. It can't be forced. Behind us, the Tao Tie's roar was getting close, and 100 lesser things behind that. Zhao Yan threw his spear into the air. Everyone hold still. Lend me your luck. The last saint power in the spear reached out and drew a thread of luck off every person standing there and gathered it on the point. Break! The 100 jong gate opened half a man's width and stopped. Not enough. He was severely injured. He could only pull a 10th of what each of us had. And he had, I noticed, just begun to regret leaving 70 people to die in Yaoguang City, because 70 more threads would have opened that gate. Everyone else stood there and watched death walk up behind them. And I looked at the gate and thought, chi luck, I can play with that. The golden crown shivered in my chest, and the world went gold. I could see it, illusory columns of luck standing over every head in that courtyard, all of them about 5 zhang, all of them much the same, which told me that this was a crowd of good prodigies and not one heaven-defying one. Except 2. Zhao Yan's stood a full 10 zhang, and so did Wu Jinchen's. I looked at that for a second longer than I should have. A boy from a family that cannot produce a saint, whose entire talent is refusing to die, carrying the same luck as a supreme from a golden age. Well, being unkillable is its own kind of heaven-defying. I drew the 7-colored heavenly fate sword, because a man who can bend luck barehanded in front of 20 strangers is a man who gets hunted for the rest of his life, and a man with a mysterious sword is just lucky. I have a sword, I said, stepping up beside Zhao Yan. It'll open your gate. Then I took hold of every column of luck in that courtyard at once, folded them together, and put them through the blade. Break! The 100 zhang purple gold gate of an ancient kingdom did not open. It shattered. Nobody moved. Not one of 20 prodigies, not Zhao Yan. Why, somebody said quietly, do I get the feeling that he's the supreme from another era? Inside, the Arctic national capital was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. An enormous square, palaces stacked away into the distance in every color there is, as if somebody had emptied the whole world's paint onto one city. Pavilions carved with dragons and phoenixes going up out of sight. Buildings that lit themselves. And at the end of the square, 7 altars. Even under a sky packed solid with black mist, the place glowed 7 colors. Then the gate we'd broken started taking hits from behind, and the capital's own formation, natural, self-formed, 1,000 years asleep, held the demons off and began to shake. That won't last once the Tao Tia arrives, Zhao Yan said. Take the legacy, then find us a way out. He pointed at the altars. The saints used those to lecture. 7 sages, 7 gangs, 7 legacies. If any of you are heirs of those gangs, then may fate be kind. And then he stepped onto the 7th altar himself and produced a token. Purgatory Gang. The 7th city's token, the one I never collected, he hadn't gone up for the legacy. He'd gone up to feel for a dead saint's hidden move. Everybody else went up for the legacy, and it was a bloodbath. 3 severely wounded in the opening exchange. 2 annihilated by somebody else's stray divine ability. Blood across a 1,000-year-old square in under a minute. Xianwan put her face in my back. Brother, they're all so fierce. Don't worry, we're not fighting for it. Wu Jinchen stared at me. Elder, you're not going up? Look at who's picking which altar, I said. That one went straight for the beggar gang. That one went straight for heaven blasting. They're not grabbing whatever's nearest. They came to this country for their own gang's legacy. Then we get nothing. Neither of us is an heir of anything. At least half of those 7 legacies, I said, are not leaving this square in their hands. Then Zhao Yan lit his altar with his bloodline, and a white jade slip rose out of it, and every other altar erupted as its holder did the same. 6 pillars of divine light went up and punched a hole clean through the black mist, and starlight and a full moon came down into an ancient capital for the first time in 1,000 years. 7 legacy jade slips hanging in the air, one above each altar. Somebody reached for his. The force that came off it took his arm off at the shoulder. To take the legacy jade slip, said a voice out of nowhere, grand as a struck bell. A gang token is required. And I started smiling. 7 cities, 7 saints, 7 gangs, 7 altars. Nobody was ever going to get handed a saint's inheritance for standing on a rock. I kept my hands empty and watched. Feng Qingyi got there first, delighted, and held up the token she'd killed a Tao Tia and rebuilt a coffin to earn in the 5th city. She activated it. She waited, glowing with anticipation. Nothing happened at all. Wang Shuifeng tried his from the 6th city. Nothing. The legacy of a gang, said Zhao Yan, bored, can only be claimed with a token of that same gang. Hers is the Making Death Gang of the 5th city, and she is standing on the Beggar Gang altar. His is the Reverse Attack Gang. He is standing on Heaven Blasting. Making Death Gang, Reverse Attack Gang. Every one of these names sounds like it was chosen by a bored immortal on a dare, and at this point I believe that is exactly what happened. Who else has a token? Trade, quickly, before something goes wrong! Nobody moved. Out of 20-odd prodigies, 3 tokens existed in that square. Then Feng Qingyi's head came round very slowly, and she looked at me. The rest of them are in your hands, aren't they? 20 faces turned at once. A cave heaven brat holding saint legacy tokens? Hand them over. Kill him, then they're ours anyway. The 2 on the 5th and 6th altars didn't even finish the sentence. They came off their altars together, 2 blades of Awakening Realm sword chi, and they weren't aiming only at me. They were aiming at all 3 of us, including the little girl on my back. Be careful, Feng Qingyi shouted, too late, and I have never been more grateful for a warning I didn't need. The Heavenly Emperor sword intent came up off me, and I put half of everything I own into one swing. 100 jong of sword chi went out like a dragon losing its temper. 2 Awakening Realm 5th layer prodigies, heirs of 2 saints' gangs, went backwards faster than they'd come. You watched me stand still, I said, and thought I was easy. I flickered and stood in front of them where they'd landed and swung once more. 2 heads went up into the air over an ancient square and came down in front of 7 altars. Nobody spoke. I walked back to my spot and stood exactly where I'd been, and behind me the heads were still rolling. He killed them in one move. Is that really Cave Heaven Realm strength? Song Fei Long and Song Fei Feng of Dao Yi Holy Land looked at each other and did the maths out loud, quietly, the way careful people do. If we'd fought him earlier, we'd have won. Expensively. At the same realm, both of us together might not be enough. It doesn't matter. When the capital falls, the demons come in, and in the confusion, we take him. Half of that square was now planning to kill me later. Not one of them moved now. My face had gone gray, and it took a while to come back, because the Heavenly Emperor sword intent has never once been cheap. At Chi refining, it emptied me completely and injured a Cave Heaven cultivator. Now half my reserve buys 2 Awakening Realm corpses. I did it in one blow, in public, on purpose. There's no cleverness in it. I wanted every person there to have watched it happen. Nobody else? No? Then I won't be shy. I turned my palm over, and there was a token in it. Beggar Gang. Feng Qingyi, did you want this? She ground her teeth. I'll trade my making death token for that. No trade. I smiled at her. I want you to watch your gang's legacy come to me. She had shouted a warning to 2 people trying to kill a 10-year-old on my back, and I am not a magnanimous man. I fed the token, the light went up, and the Beggar Gang jade slip came away from her altar, sailed past her face, and landed in my hand. She grabbed at it and hit an invisible wall. I'm the heir. Jade slip, look at me. She sat down on the altar and grieved like a woman who has been comprehensively swindled. I dropped it in my pouch without reading it. There was no time, and there was no need. Next, He sect token. I looked up at the 2 from Dao Yi and thought about the golden coffin and its extremely enthusiastic carvings, and about the way those 2 fight, that flawless paired rhythm, moving like one person in 2 bodies. He sect, I said. Well, that explains the teamwork. Second legacy. You are holding it for me, Song Fei Long said. I'll collect it off your corpse. 3rd altar, 3rd token. How does he have another one? 4th. He has 4. That isn't heaven-defying luck. That's obscene. 4 of the 7 great saints' legacies went into my pouch while 20 people watched and did nothing, and Zhao Yan stood on his altar with an expression I'd describe as professionally offended. You keep doing this, he said. If you didn't carry the aura of my kingdom on you, I would swear you were somebody's reincarnation. Master would have crawled over broken glass to take you as a true disciple. Feng Qingyi and Huang Shuifeng did get legacies in the end, the 2 whose owners I'd just decapitated, 5th and 6th, matching their tokens. Neither of them looked happy about it. They looked at my pouch. Then all 7 slips came off all 7 altars, and the altars roared and threw every one of us off them. The avenue of power came up out of the ground in a column, went through the firmament, punched the black mist open, and vanished into the far end of the starry sky, and up there, laid out perfectly clear, was the Big Dipper. 7 altars, 7 stars, 1 thread each. And on the other side of the Dipper, the North Star answered. Its light came down on the imperial city at the heart of the capital. Chirp, Something in there made a noise. Strange, piercing, and unmistakably delighted. Everyone looked at everyone else, and Xiaonuan gasped, "That's little Baldy." Little Baldy? Xiao Yan went rigid. That voice, you're telling me that's the saint? 7 cities, 7 sages. And in the capital, beside the great emperor, there had been one more. Zhao Yan had heard of him, never seen his face, never seen him fight, never learned his name. A mystery. In the entire kingdom, exactly one person had dared call that being Little Baldy, and it was the Xianling kingdom lord. Is Little Baldy a saint? Xiaonuan asked, honestly puzzled. He's my playmate. He used to fly me around. 20 prodigies decided the child was lying. Chirp! The imperial city threw up phantoms, dragons, phoenixes, sacred beasts, one after another, and every one of them hit the black mist and dissolved, and the joy in that voice curdled into fury. Whatever was in there was trying to get out and couldn't move. The saint is trapped! Everyone, with me! Zhao Yan took off towards the imperial city, blazing with hope, because if one saint of his kingdom was alive, then there were answers alive with him. Behind us, the capital's formation started to buckle. The Tao Tie had arrived. Everybody went. Brother, is little Baldy in trouble? Xiaonuan tugged my collar. Should we save him? I was already nodding when Wu Jin Chen grabbed my sleeve. Wait, I used a bloodline art to look. The evil corpse blood chi is in there, and it's thick, and it's strange. It keeps swelling and shrinking, and it feels tyrannical. Go now and we get flattened. Ding! Blood Sea evil corpse successors, 2 of 3, target appeared. So he was right. We went anyway because the alternative was standing in an open square when the Tao Tie came through the wall. The imperial palace was wrapped in blood chi so dense it looked solid, and it was chewing. The sacred beast phantoms coming out of the hall broke against it like waves on a cliff, and the voice inside had stopped sounding angry and started sounding tired. Whatever the 8th saint of this kingdom was, 1,000 years asleep had left it weak enough that raw blood chi could hold it down, and the Blood Sea evil corpse was 2 mouthfuls away from eating a saint whole. If it managed that, there is nothing on this continent that stops it. Save him. Zhao Yan went straight in with the Chaos Dragon God Spear, and the whole world turned to chaos around the strike, and he tore a piece off the blood chi and was thrown back out of the sky, spitting blood. It's controlling the Guardian formation. He was genuinely horrified. The Xianling Kingdom Lord built that formation. Saints can't control it. That thing is using it to eat him. I stood there, wanting very badly to move, and knowing exactly what would happen if I did. Ding! Holy Lord souls, 2 of 3, target appeared. And I looked where it pointed, and my stomach dropped out of me. The 3rd soul was inside the imperial city, inside the formation, inside the blood. If that thing finished its meal, I would lose the evil corpse, lose my master's last soul, lose my master, and lose 30,000 people in a valley a domain away who are currently sitting on a mountain waiting on the one thing I promised them. Wu Jin Chen, can you hold that blood still? 3 breaths, he said it instantly, no bargaining. Past 3 breaths, I die. I looked at Zhao Yan and the rest of them, and every one of them was staring at that blood with nothing behind their eyes. Fine. Xiaonuan, can Big Brother borrow your doll? Here was the whole of my plan. In the 10,000-year dream, the last thing she showed me was a tomb with a bronze coffin in it, and the doll lying on the lid, and the coffin was wrapped in profound yellow chi, which is a power above saints, the kind only an emperor handles. And the tomb, I was fairly sure, was under this city. The doll came off that coffin. The doll still carries that chi. 2 wisps of the same thing, one inside the formation and one out, calling to each other. If I was right, they'd tear a hole. If I was wrong, I'd die in front of an audience. I put a teleportation pill in my palm. Wu Jin Chen, go! I went up the sky like something let off a leash. Are you insane? Zhao Yan shouted. Get back! He just took 4 saint legacies and he still isn't full. He'll be dead in a second and he's earned it. Hong Meng Divine Body. Supreme Extremity. Dozi Secret. Spirit King 9 transformations at its limit. Everything I had, all at once, and the aura that came off me made a dozen prodigies stop mid-insult. That's nearly Zhao Yan's peak. He's cave heaven. Wu Jin Chen got there before me. He arrived second and struck first, which I will remember. 5th Blood, Suppressing Art. Pure blood chi came off him in a wave and landed on the evil corpse's blood, and that whole seething mass simply stopped, the way a river stops when it freezes. Slash! 100 jong of sword light took half the blood chi off the palace, and there underneath it was the golden shimmer of an emperor's formation. I poured everything I had left into a filthy child's toy. One wisp of profound yellow chi came up off the doll, and the void screamed and started to come apart just from it existing. And under the imperial city, something enormous answered. The whole capital shook. Profound yellow chi came up out of the ground and met the wisp coming down, and where they touched, the great emperor's formation tore open 10 feet wide. I went through it. The doll in my hand flickered, my master's first soul, waking to the presence of family, and behind me, the 9th cave heaven answered with the 2nd, and the moment the two of them spoke to each other, I knew exactly where the 3rd one was. One sword strike took the palace wall out of my way. One breath took me to the heart of the imperial city, and there was a bald crane. Sprawled flat on the floor, tongue hanging out the side of its beak, twitching, wearing an expression of profound personal grievance. The most anthropomorphic face I have ever seen on an animal. Is that the saint? I only looked once, because above it, on an enormous dragon throne at the top of the hall, sat a woman. Xie Wu Ying. Her 3rd soul had not become a doll or a manor. It had taken her own true shape, and it had gone and sat down on the throne of the immortal spirit ancient kingdom, like an empress holding court. That is a great emperor's seat. If the owner has any spirit left anywhere, he was watching. We're leaving. I got an arm around her and swung her onto my back and turned, and 3 breaths were gone. My lord Ye Tian, Wu Jinchen was screaming outside, and he really was crying. Come out, I can't hold it. Too far to run. I reached for the teleportation pill, and something hit me in the chest and clung on. The bald crane. It had sprinted across the hall and attached itself to me like a burr, and when I looked down at it, it blinked at me. Twice. Deliberately. I am almost certain it winked. Then the dragon throne let out a force I could not argue with, and the 3 of us vanished. Outside the formation, Wu Jinchen hit 5 breaths, and blood came out of everywhere he had. He spat black and went down. Grandpa Long, he said to nobody. I did my best. The hole I'd cut healed over. The blood chi closed on the imperial city and began to feed in earnest, and the formation howled, and nobody dared go within 100 jong of it. And Li Xuan did not come out. He's trapped inside, Zhao Yan said, and sighed. With that blood devouring the city, he's dead. The 8th saint of my kingdom, too, most likely. Song Fei Long and Song Fei Feng took the news well. Saves us the ambush. Only one person in that courtyard wasn't looking at the palace. Xiao Nuan was looking at the ground under it, with her head on one side. Brother, she said, why did you go downstairs? Because the throne didn't teleport me out. It dragged me down. I came out of that force standing in a tomb chamber the size of a city district, and I knew it immediately, because I had already stood in it once inside a 10,000-year dream. The bronze coffin. Profound yellow chi crawling over it. Quiet, patient, heavy enough to make my teeth ache. The only difference from the dream was that the doll that had been lying on the lid was now in my fist. Chirp! The bald crane peeled off me, took one look at the coffin, and its whole strange face opened up. Great Emperor! It ran straight at the coffin, hit an invisible wall, and bounced. You actually died! It sat there on the floor, looking up at it. How is Xiao Tutu supposed to play the pig and eat the tiger now? How am I supposed to act cool? How am I supposed to borrow other people's strength to bully people? Not one tear. Genuinely sad, though. It's a strange combination, and I've never seen it before. Then it caught me staring, and stuck its neck out at me like a swan spoiling for a fight. I'm a dignified sacred beast. What's wrong with me talking? Kid, you've got a decent face on you, but your strength is pathetic. Back in the day, you wouldn't have qualified as a disciple in my gang. And now here you are standing in front of the great emperor's coffin. Times, eh? Times have changed, I agreed. It heard the thought I hadn't said, which I noted and did not comment on. Who are you looking down on, brat? Grandpa Long was the handsomest and strongest first saint of this country. Yao Guang and the whole 7 of them had to call me big brother. Their gangs were founded after mine. It puffed up magnificently. And my gang has a fierce name. The Underpants Gang. You want to know why I'm bald? I stole a pair of the great emperor's underpants and got every feather on my body plucked out. I stood in an emperor's tomb with a saint's soul on my back, 4 stolen legacies in my pouch, and a demonized dragon's son eating the city over my head, and listened to a bald crane explain the founding of the Underpants Gang. 8 saints, 8 gangs, 7 of them named like a joke, and the 8th named like a worse joke. And every one of those gangs had left bloodline heirs scattered across 3 domains for 1,000 years, all of them drawn back here at the same hour on the same night to stand on 7 altars under 7 stars. Nobody founds a gang to be funny and then builds a formation of cities around it in the shape of the Big Dipper. Then the whole tomb shook, and dust came down off a ceiling that hadn't moved in 1,000 years. The 100-Jiang Taotie had broken the capital's formation. The demons were coming into the imperial city. And the bronze coffin, feeling it, shuddered and opened. Profound yellow qi rolled out of it, and out of the qi came a small wooden token, and it flew across the chamber and landed in my hand. The 9th token. Blank. No name on it. No gang. Nothing at all. The great emperor always said she wanted 9 saints and 9 gangs, the bald crane said behind me, quiet now, for what was coming. I made the 8th, then she went away, and it's been 1,000 years, and nobody ever made the 9th. I stood there holding an empty token that a dead emperor had kept in her coffin, in a tomb where the same emperor had once written 6 characters that everybody reads differently. A 10-year-old girl read them as a face. She said the face was mine, and a man on the Time River, who has never once heard me speak, told me I was 1 year late, and that he'd be waiting in the dark era, and that what matters lies beyond the 5 elements. I came into this kingdom to fetch 3 pieces of my master's soul. I have all 3. 1 in a doll in my fist, 1 in my 9th cave heaven, 1 asleep on my back with her arms around my neck. A month ago, I was standing on a platform in front of 3,000 people who wanted me to get off it, holding nothing, with a system in my head offering me a pill. Now I've got a sect, a title, an emperor's legacy in my pouch, 9 cave heavens, and a woman who runs a holy land breathing against my shoulder because I went and got her back. That's the good news. Here's the rest of it. Above my head, a Nirvana realm dragon's son is eating an imperial city, and behind it, the thing on the Black Mountain is waiting for me to come out. A month from now, 9 saints are coming back to Hongmeng to finish what they started. There's one more Bloodsea Evil Corpse successor still breathing, and it's in the building. And none of that is the part that keeps me up. The part that keeps me up is that I got here entirely on my own. My own pills, my own luck, my own bad decisions, and every single time I arrive somewhere I have never been, something older than this world has already left a note for me. A great emperor knew my face 10,000 years before I was born. She left a blank token in her own coffin, and she has been waiting a very long time for somebody to come and put a name on it.